Cape Horn. A few days afterwards, 10 fugitive convicts were discovered on board, but the corvette had left the shores of Australia too far behind to allow of their restoration. The coast of Tierra del Fuego was reached without anything worthy of special notice having occurred during a very prosperous voyage, with a prevailing west wind. On the 5th February, Cape Desolation was sighted. Having doubled Cape Horn without any difficulty, the Uranie let go her anchor in the Bay of Good Success, where the shores, lined with grand forest trees and echoing to the sound of waterfalls, presented a scene totally different from the sterile desolation generally characterizing this quarter of the globe. No long stay was, however, made there. The corvette, resuming her voyage, lost no time in entering the Strait of Le Maire, notwithstanding a dense haze. Here she met with a heavy swell, a strong gale, and a mist so thick that land, sea, and sky were confounded in one general obscurity. The rain and the heavy spray raised by the storm, and the coming on of night, made it necessary to put the Uranie under a close-reefed topsail and jib, under which pressure of sail she behaved splendidly. The only available course was to run before the wind, and the travellers had just begun to feel thankful for their good fortune in being driven by the storm far away from the land when the cry was heard, "Land close ahead." All hearts sunk with despair. Shipwreck and death seemed inevitable. Freycinet alone, after a brief instant of hesitation, recovered his self-command. It was impossible that land could be ahead. He therefore kept on his northerly course, bearing a little east, and the correctness of his calculations was soon verified. On the next day but one the weather grew calmer. Observations were taken, and as they proved the vessel to have run a great distance from the Bay of Good Success, the commander had to choose between a detention off the coast of South America or off the Falkland Islands. The island of Conti, the Bay of Marville, and Cape Duras were successively observed through the haze, whilst a favourable breeze speeded the corvette on her course to Berkeley Sound, fixed on as the best place for the next halt. Mutual congratulations were already being exchanged on the happy termination of the dangerous struggle, and on the fortunate escape from any serious accident during so hazardous a trip. The sailors all rejoiced, to use the words of Byron, that the worst was over and the rest seemed sure, but a severe trial was still in store for them. On entering Berkeley Sound, every man was at his post, ready to let go the anchor. The lookouts were on the watch, men were stationed in the main shrouds to heave the lead. Then first at 20, after at 18 fathoms, the presence of rocks was reported. The ship was now about half a league offshore, and Freycinet thought it prudent to put her off about 2 points. This precaution proved fatal, for the corvette suddenly struck violently on a hidden rock. As she struck, the soundings gave 15 fathoms to starboard and 12 to larboard. The reef against which the corvette had run was therefore not so wide as the vessel itself. In fact, it was but the pointed summit of a rock. The immediate rising of pieces of wood to the surface of the water at once gave reason for fears that the injury was serious. There was a rush to the pumps. Water was pouring into the hold. Freycinet had sent for a sail, and had it passed under the vessel in such a manner that the pressure of the water forcing it into the leak in a measure stopped it up. But it was of no avail. Although the whole ship's company, officers and sailors alike, worked at the pumps, no more could be done than just keep the water from gaining on the vessel. There was nothing for it but to run her ashore. This decision, painful as it was, had to be carried out, and it was indeed no easy task. On every side the land was girded with rocks, and only at the very bottom of the bay was there a strip of sandy beach favourable for running the ship aground. Meanwhile, the wind had become contrary, night was approaching, the vessel was already half full of water. The distress of the commander can be imagined, but there was no alternative, so the vessel was stranded on Penguin Island. This effected, to quote Freycinet, the men were so exhausted that it was necessary to cease further work of every kind, and to allow the crew an interval of rest, all the more indispensable on account of the hardships and dangers which our present disastrous situation must entail upon all. As for myself, repose was out of the question. Tormented by 1,000 harassing reflections, I could scarcely credit my own existence. The sudden transition from a position where all things seemed to smile on me to that in which I found myself at that moment weighed on my spirits like a horrible nightmare. It was difficult to regain the composure necessary to face fairly the painful trial. All my companions had done their duty in the frightful accident, which had all but lost us our lives, and I am glad to be able to do justice to their admirable conduct. As soon as daylight revealed the nature of the country, a mournful, gloomy look settled upon every countenance. Not a tree, not so much as a blade of grass was to be seen, not a sound was to be heard, and the silent desolation around reminded us of the Bay of Sharks. Berkeley Sound in the Falkland Islands, but there was no time to be lost in vain lamentations. Was the sea to be allowed to swallow up the journals and observations, the precious results of so much labour and so many hardships? All the papers were saved. The same good fortune did not, unfortunately, attend the collections. Several cases of specimens which were at the bottom of the hold were entirely lost, others were damaged by the sea water. The collections that sustained the chief injury were those of natural history, and the herbarium that had been put together with infinite trouble by Gaudichaud. The merino sheep, generously presented to the expedition by Mr. MacArthur of Sydney, which it was hoped could be acclimatized in France, were brought on shore, as also were all the animals still alive. A few tents were pitched, first for the sick, happily not very numerous, and then for the officers and the crew. The provisions and ammunition taken out of the ship were carefully deposited in a place where they would be sheltered from the inclemency of the weather. The alcoholic liquors were allowed to remain on board until the time arrived for quitting the scene of the shipwreck, and during the 3 months of the expedition's stay here, not a single theft of rum or of brandy came to light, although no one had anything to drink but pure water. The efforts of the whole of the expedition were steadily applied to the task of trying to repair the main injuries sustained by the Uranie, with the exception of a few sailors told off to provide, by hunting and fishing, for the subsistence of the community. The lakes were frequented by numbers of sea lions, geese, ducks, teal and snipe, but it was no easy matter to procure, at one time, a sufficient quantity of these animals to serve for the food of the entire crew. At the same time, the expenditure of powder was necessarily considerable. As good luck would have it, gulls abounded in sufficient numbers to furnish 120 men with food for 4 or 5 months, and these creatures were so stupid as to allow themselves to be knocked on the head with a stick. A few horses were also killed, which had relapsed into a wild state since the departure of the colony founded by Bougainville. By the 28th February the painful conclusion was come to that with the slender resources available, it was impracticable to repair the damage done to the Uranie, especially as the original injury had been aggravated by the repeated shocks occasioned by thumping on the beach. What was to be done? Should the explorers calmly wait until some vessel chanced to put in at Berkeley Sound? This would be to leave the sailors with nothing to do, and this enforced idleness would open the door to disorder and insubordination. Would it not be better to build a small vessel out of the wreckage of the Uranie? As it happened, there was a large sloop belonging to the ship. If the sides were raised and a deck added, it might be possible to reach Montevideo and there obtain the assistance of a vessel capable of bringing off in safety the members of the expedition and all the cargo worth preserving. This latter plan met with the approval of Freycinet, and a decision once come to, not a moment was wasted. The sailors, animated with fresh energy, rapidly pushed on the work. Now was proved the sound judgment of the commander when manning the corvette at Toulon, in selecting sailors who were also skilled in some mechanical employment. Blacksmiths, sail makers, rope makers, sawyers, all worked with zeal at the different tasks assigned to them. No doubts were entertained of the success of the voyage before them. Montevideo was separated from the Falkland Islands by but 350 nautical miles, and with the winds prevailing in these latitudes at this time of year, this distance could be traversed in a few days by the Esperance, for so the transformed sloop was named, to provide at the same time against the possible contingency of the frail vessel failing to reach the Rio de la Plata. Freycinet determined to commence the construction of a schooner of 100 tons as soon as the sloop had taken her departure. Notwithstanding the incessant demands on the energies of all made by the arduous and varied tasks involved in reconstruction and refitting of the new vessel, the usual astronomical and physical observations, the natural history researches and the hydrographical surveys were not neglected. No one could have imagined that the stay in Berkeley Sound was anything more than an ordinary halt for exploring purposes. At last the sloop was finished and safely launched. The instructions for Captain Duperrey appointed to take command were all drawn up, the crew was selected, the provisions were on board. In 2 days the adventurers were to sail, when on the 19th March 1820 the cry was raised, "A sail! A sail!" A sloop under full sail was seen entering the bay. A cannon was fired several times to attract attention, and in a short time the master of the new arrival was on shore. In a few words Freycinet explained to him the misadventure which had led to the residence of the explorers upon this desolate coast. The master stated in reply that he was under the orders of the captain of an American ship, the General Knox, engaged in the seal fishery at West Island, to the west of the Falklands. An officer was at once deputed to go and ascertain from the captain what succour he could render to the French travellers. The result of the interview was a demand for 135,750 francs for the conveyance of the shipwrecked strangers to Rio, an unworthy advantage to take of the necessities of the unfortunate. To such a bargain, the French officer was unwilling to agree without the consent of his commander, so he begged the American captain to sail for Berkeley Sound. While these negotiations were going on, however, another ship, the Mercury under command of Captain Galvin, had made its appearance in the bay. The Mercury was bound from Buenos Aires to Valparaiso with cannon, but just before doubling Cape Horn she had sprung a leak, and was compelled to put in at the Falkland Islands to make the necessary repairs. It was a fortunate incident for the Frenchmen, who knew they could turn to account the competition which must result from the arrival of 2 ships, the Mercury at anchor in Berkeley Sound. Freycinet at once made an offer to Captain Galvin to repair the damage the Mercury had sustained, with the materials and the labour at his command, asking in return for this service a free passage for himself and his companions to Rio de Janeiro. At the end of 15 days, the repairs of the Mercury were completed. While they were going on, the negotiation with the General Knox was terminated by a positive refusal on the part of Freycinet to agree to the extravagant terms proposed by the American captain. It took several days to come to a settlement with Captain Galvin, who finally made the following agreement. 1. Captain Galvin engaged to convey to Rio the wrecked persons, their papers, collections and instruments, as well as all the cargo saved out of the Uranie that could be got on board. 2. Freycinet and his people were during the passage to subsist entirely on the provisions set apart for them. 3. That the captain was to receive the sum of 97,740 francs within 10 days of their arrival at Rio. By the acceptance of these truly extortionate conditions, a bargain, which had cost much dispute, was finally settled. Before leaving the Falklands, however, the naturalist Gordishow planted its destitute shores with several sorts of vegetables, which he thought likely to be of service to future voyagers who might be detained there. A few particulars regarding this archipelago will not be without interest. The group lying between 50 degrees 57 and 52 degrees 45 S, latitude, and 60 degrees 4, 63 degrees 48 west of the meridian of Paris, consists of several islets and 2 principal islands named Conti and Maidenland. Berkeley Sound, situated in the extreme east of the Conti Island, is a wide opening, rather deep than extensive, with a shelving rocky coast. The temperature of the islands is milder than one would expect from the high latitude. Snow does not fall in any great quantity, and does not remain even on the summits of the highest hills longer than for about 2 months. The streams are never frozen, and the lakes and marshes are never covered with ice hard enough to bear the weight of a man for more than 24 hours consecutively. From the observations of Weddell, who visited these parts between 1822 and 1824, the temperature must have risen considerably during the last 40 years in consequence of a change in the direction taken by the icebergs which melt away in the mid-Atlantic. M. Quoy, the naturalist, judging from the shallowness of the sea between the Falkland Islands and South America, as well as the resemblance of their grassy plains to the pampas of Buenos Aires, is of opinion that they once formed part of the continent. These plains are low, marshy, covered with tall grass and shrubs, and are inundated in the winter. Peat is abundant and makes excellent fuel. The character of the soil has proved an obstacle to the growth of the trees which Bougainville endeavoured to acclimatise, of which scarce a vestige remained at the time of Freycinet's visit. The plant which reaches the greatest height and grows most plentifully is a species of sword grass, excellent food for cattle, and serving also as a place of shelter to numbers of seals and multitudes of gulls. It is this high grass which sailors have taken from a distance for bushes. The only vegetables growing on these islands of any use to man are celery, scurvy grass, watercress, dandelion, raspberries, sorrel and pimpernel. Both French and Spanish colonists had at different times imported into these islands oxen, horses and pigs, which had multiplied to a singular extent in the island of Conti. But the persistent hunting of them by the crews of the whaling ships must tend to considerably reduce their numbers. The only quadruped indigenous to the Falkland Islands is the Antarctic dog, the muzzle of which strikingly resembles that of the fox. It has therefore had the name dog fox or wolf fox given to it by whalers. These animals are so fierce that they rushed into the water to attack Byron's sailors. They, however, find rabbits enough whose reproductive powers are limitless, to satisfy them. But the seals, which the dogs attack without any fear, manage to escape from them. The Mercury set sail on the 28th of April, 1821, to convey Freycinet and his crew to the port of Rio de Janeiro, but one point Captain Galvin had failed to take into his reckoning. His ship, equipped under the flag of the independent state of Buenos Aires, then at war with the Portuguese, would be seized on entering the harbour of Rio, and he himself with all his crew would be made prisoners. On this he endeavoured to make Freycinet cancel the engagement between them, hoping to prevail on him to land at Montevideo. But as Freycinet would not agree to this proposal on any ground, a new contract had to be substituted for the original one. According to the latter arrangement, Freycinet became proprietor of the Mercury on behalf of the French Navy by payment of the sum stipulated under the first contract. The ship was renamed the Physician and reached Montevideo on the 8th of May, where the command was taken over by Freycinet. The stay at Montevideo was made use of for arming the vessel, arranging its trim, repairing the rigging, taking on board the supply of water and provisions requisite for the trip to Rio de Janeiro. Before reaching which port, however, several serious defects in the ship had been discovered. The appearance of the Physician was so distinctly mercantile that on entering the port of Rio, though the flag of a man-of-war was flying at the masthead, the customs officers were deceived and proposed to inspect her as a merchant vessel. Extensive repairs were absolutely necessary, and the making of them compelled Freycinet to remain at Rio until the 18th of September. He was then able to take his departure direct for France, and on the 13th of November, 1820, he cast anchor in the port of Havre, after an absence of 3 years and 2 months, during which time he had sailed over 18,862 nautical miles. A few days after his return, Freycinet proceeded to Paris, suffering from a severe illness, and forwarded to the Secretary of the Academy of Sciences the scientific records of the voyage, which made no less than 31 quarto volumes. At the same time, the naturalists attached to the expedition, MM. Quoy, Gaimard and Gaudichaud, submitted the specimens which they had collected. Among these were 4 previously unknown species of mammiferous animals, 45 of fishes, 30 of reptiles, besides rare kinds of mollusks, polyps, annelids, and C. The rules of the French service required that Freycinet should be summoned before a council of war to answer for the loss of his ship. The trial terminated in a unanimous verdict of acquittal from all blame, the council expressing at the same time their hearty acknowledgment of the energy and ability displayed by the commander, approving, moreover, the skilful and careful measures he had taken to remedy the disastrous results of his shipwreck. A few days after, being received by the King, Louis Roman XVIII, His Majesty accompanying him to the door, said, "You entered here the captain of a frigate, you depart the captain of a ship of the line. Offer me no thanks, reply in the words used by Jean Bart to Louis Roman XIV, Sire, you have done well." From that time Freycinet devoted himself entirely to the task of publishing the notes of his travels. The meagre account which has been given here will serve to show how extensive these notes were, but the extreme conscientiousness of the explorer prevented him from publishing anything which was not complete, and he was bent on placing his work in advance of the recognized boundaries of knowledge at that date. Even the mere classification of the vast quantity of material which he had collected during his voyage demanded a large expenditure of time. Thus it was that when surprised by death on the 18th of August, 1842, he had not put the last finishing touch to one of the most curious and novel divisions of his work, that relating to the languages of Oceania, with special reference to that of the Marian Islands. In the geographical department, said Duperrey, we would propose to verify or to rectify, either by direct or by chronometrical observations, the position of a great number of points in different parts of the globe, especially among the numerous island groups of the Pacific Ocean, notorious for shipwrecks, and so remarkable for the character and the form of the shoals, sandbanks, and reefs, of which they in part consist, also to trace new routes through the dangerous archipelago and the Society Islands, side by side with those taken by Quiros, Wallis, Bougainville, and Cook, to carry on hydrographical surveys in continuation of those made in the voyages of D'Entrecasteaux and of Freycinet in Polynesia, New Holland, and the Molucca Islands, and particularly to visit the Caroline Islands, discovered by Magellan, about which, with the exception of the eastern side, examined in our own time by Captain Kotzebue, we have only very vague information, communicated by the missionaries and by them learnt from stories told by savages who had lost their way and were driven in their canoes upon the Marian Islands. At the close of the year 1821, the Marquis de Clermont-Tonnerre, then Minister of Marine, received the scheme of a new voyage from two young officers, MM. Duperrey and Dumont d'Urville. The former, second in command to Freycinet on board the Uranie, after having rendered valuable assistance to the expedition by his scientific researches and surveys, had within the year returned to France. The other, the colleague of Captain Garnier, had brought himself into notice during the hydrographical cruises in the Mediterranean and Black Seas, which it had fallen to Captain Garnier to complete. He had a fine taste for botany and art, and had been one of the first to draw attention to the artistic value of the Venus of Milo's, which had just been discovered. These two young savants proposed in the plans submitted by them to make special researches into 3 departments of natural science: magnetism, meteorology, and the configuration of the globe. The languages, character, and customs of these islanders must also receive special and careful attention. The naval doctors, Garnon and Lesson, were placed in charge of the natural history department, whilst the staff was composed of officers most remarkable for their scientific attainments, among whom may be mentioned MM. Lesage, Jacquinot, Bayrard, Lottin, de Blois and de Blosseville. The Academy of Sciences took up the plan of research submitted by the originators of this expedition with much enthusiasm, and furnished them with minute instructions, in which were set forth with care the points on which accurate scientific information was especially desirable. At the same time, the instruments supplied to the explorers were the most finished and complete of their kind. The vessel chosen for the expedition was the Coquille, a small ship, not drawing more than from 12 to 13 feet of water, which was lying in ordinary at Toulon. The time spent in refitting, stowing the cargo, arming the ship, prevented the expedition from starting earlier than the 11th of August, 1822. The island of Tenerife was reached on the 28th of the same month, and there the officers hoped to be able to make a few gleanings after the rich harvest of knowledge which their predecessors had reaped. But the Council of Health in the island, having received information of an outbreak of yellow fever on the shores of the Mediterranean, imposed on the Coquille a quarantine of 15 days. It happened, however, that at that period political opinion was in a state of fervid excitement at Tenerife, and party spirit ran so high in society that the inhabitants found it hard to come together without also coming to blows. Under these circumstances, it is easy to imagine that the French officers did not indulge in violent regrets over the privations which they had to sustain. The 8 days during which their stay at Tenerife lasted were given up exclusively to the revictualling of the ship and to magnetic and astronomical observations. Towards the end of September, anchor was weighed, and on the 6th of October the work of surveying the islands of Martin Vaz and of Trinidad was commenced. The former are nothing more than bare rocks rising out of the sea, of a most forbidding aspect. The island of Trinidad is high land, rugged and barren, with a few trees crowning the southern point. This island is none other than the famous Ascençao, now called Ascension, which for 3 centuries had been the object of exploring research. In 1700 it was taken possession of by the celebrated Halley in the name of the English government, but it had to be ceded to the Portuguese, who formed a settlement there. La Pérouse found it still in existence at the same place in 1785. The settlement, which turned out expensive and useless, was abandoned a short time after the visit just referred to, and the island was left in the occupation of the dogs, pigs, and goats, whose progenitors had entered the island in company with the early colonists. When he left the island of Trinidad, Duperrey purposed to steer a direct course for the Falkland Islands, but an accidental damage, in the repair of which no time was to be lost, compelled him to alter his course for the island of St. Catherine, where only he could obtain without any delay the wood required for new yards and masts, as well as provisions, which from their abundance could there be bought very cheap. As he drew near to the island, he was delighted with the grand and picturesque scene presented by its dense forests, where laurel trees, sassafras, cedars, orange trees, and mangroves intermingled with banana and other palms, with their feathery foliage waving gracefully in the breeze. Just 4 days before the corvette anchored off St. Catherine, Brazil had cast off the authority of the mother country and declared its independence by the proclamation of Prince Don Pedro d'Alcantara as emperor. This led the commander to dispatch a mission consisting of MM d'Urville, de Blossville, Gabet, and Garnot to the capital of the island, Nossa Senhora del Desterro, to make inquiries about the political change and learn how far it might modify the friendly relations of the country with France. It appeared that the administration of the province was in the hands of a junto, but orders were at once given to allow the French travellers to cut what wood they might stand in need of, and the governor of the fort of Santa Cruz was requested to further the scientific inquiries of the expedition by all the means at his command. As to provisions, however, there was considerable difficulty, for the merchants had transferred their funds to Rio, in apprehension of what the political change might result in. It is probable that this circumstance accounts for the commander of the Coquille finding the course of business not run smooth in a port which had received the warm recommendations of Captains Cruzenstone and Kotzebue. The narrative of the travellers states that the inhabitants were living in expectation of the island being shortly attacked with the view to recolonization, which they considered would be tantamount to their enslavement. The decree issued on the 1st August, 1822, calling on all Brazilians to arm themselves for the defence of their shores and proclaiming under all circumstances a war of partisans had given rise to these fears. The measures which Prince Don Pedro propounded were equally generous and vigorous, and had created a favourable opinion of his character and of his desire to promote freedom. Full of confidence in his purposes, the strong party in favor of independence were filled with enthusiasm expressing itself all the more boisterously, as for so long a time their fervid aspirations had been kept under restraint. They now gave open demonstration of their joy by making the towns of Nossa Senhora del Desterro, Laguna, and San Francisco one blaze of light with their illuminations, and marching through the streets singing verses in honor of Don Pedro. But the excitement which had been thus strikingly manifested in the towns was not shared by the quiet, peace-loving dwellers in the rural districts, to whose breasts political passion was an entire stranger. And there cannot be a doubt that, if Portugal had been in a position to enforce her decrees by the dispatch of a fleet, the province would have been easily reconquered. The Coquille set sail again on the 30th October. When to the east of Rio de la Plata, she was caught in one of those formidable gales, they're called Pampero, but had the good fortune to weather it without sustaining any damage. While in this part of the ocean Duperrey made some interesting observations on the current of the Plate River. Freycinet had already established the fact of its flowing at the rate of 2 miles and a half an hour, at a distance of 100 leagues to the east of Montevideo. It was reserved to the commander of the Coquille to ascertain that the current is sensibly felt at a much greater distance. He proved, moreover, that the water of the river resisted by that of the ocean is forcibly divided into 2 branches, running in the direction of the 2 banks of the river at its mouth, and finally he accounts for the comparative shallowness of the sea down to the shores of the Magellan Strait by the immense residuum of earth held in suspension by the waters of the La Plata and deposited daily along the coast of South America. Before entering Berkeley Sound, the Coquille, driven by a favourable breeze, past immense shoals of whales and dolphins, flocks of gulls and numerous flying fish, the ordinary tenants of those tempestuous regions. The Falkland Isles were reached, and Duperrey, with a few of his fellow travellers, felt a lively pleasure at revisiting the land, which had been to them a place of refuge for 3 months after their shipwreck in the Uranie. They paid a visit to the spot where the camp had been pitched. The remains of the corvette were almost entirely embedded in sand, and what was visible of it bore marks of the appropriations which had been made by the whalers who had followed them in that place. On all sides were scattered miscellaneous fragments, carronades with the knobs broken off, pieces of the rigging, tattered clothes, shreds of sails, unrecognizable rags, mingled with the bones of the animals which the castaways had killed for food. This scene of our recent calamity, Duperrey observes, wore an aspect of desolation which was rendered still gloomier by the barrenness of the land and the dark rainy weather prevailing at the time of our visit. Nevertheless, it had for us an inexplicable sort of attraction and left a melancholy impression on our minds, which was not effaced till long after we had left the Falkland Islands well behind us. The wreck of the Uranie, the stay of Duperrey at the Falklands was prolonged to the 17th December. He took up his residence in the midst of the ruins of the settlement founded by Bougainville, in order to execute certain repairs which the condition of his vessel required. The crew provided themselves by fishing and hunting with an ample supply of food. Everything necessary was found in abundance, except fruit and vegetables, and having laid in abundant stores, all prepared to confront the dangers of the passage round Cape Horn. At first the Coquille had to struggle against strong winds from the southwest and violent currents. These were succeeded by squalls and hazy weather until the island of Mocha was reached on the 19th January, 1823. Of this island a brief mention has already been made. Duperrey places it in 38 degrees 2030 S, lat, and 76 degrees 2155 W long, and reckons it to be about 24 miles in circumference, consisting of a chain of mountains of moderate elevation, sloping down towards the sea. It was the rendezvous of the early explorers of the Pacific. It furnished the ships touching there, now a merchantman, now a pirate, with horses and with wild pigs, the flesh of which had a well-known reputation for delicacy of flavour. Here was also a good supply of pure fresh water, as well as of some European fruits, such as apples, peaches, and cherries, the growth of trees planted here by those who first took possession of the island. In 1823, however, these resources had all but disappeared through the wasteful practices of improvident whalers. At no great distance might be seen the two round eminences which mark the mouth of the river Bio, the small island of Quebrarolas and that of Quiriquina, and these passed, the Bay of Conception opened to view, where was a solitary English whaler about to double the Cape, to which was entrusted the correspondence for home, as well as the notes of the work that had already been accomplished. On the day after the arrival of the Coquille, as soon as the morning sun had lit up the bay, the melancholy and desolate appearance of the place, which had taken every one by surprise on the previous evening, became still more depressing. The name of the town was Talcahuano, and the picture it presented was one of houses in ruins and silent streets. A few wretched canoes ready to fall to pieces were on the beach. Near them loitered a few poorly clad fishermen, while in front of the tumble-down cottages and roofless huts sat women in rags employed in combing one another's hair. In contrast with this human squalor, the surrounding hills and woods, the gardens and the orchards, were clothed in the most splendid foliage. On every side flowers displayed their gorgeous colours, and fruits proclaimed their ripeness in tints of gold. Overhead a glowing sun, a sky without a cloud, completed the bitter irony of the spectacle. All this ruin, desolation, and wretchedness were the outward and visible signs of a series of revolutions. At St. Catherine, the French travellers had been witnesses of the declaration of Brazilian independence. On the opposite side of the continent, they were spectators of the downfall of Director O'Higgins. This official had evaded the summons of the Congress, had sacrificed the interests of the agricultural community to those of the traders and merchants, by the imposition of direct taxes and the lowering of customs duties, was openly accused, as well as his ministers, of peculation, and as the result of all this malversation the greater part of the population had risen in revolt. The movement against O'Higgins was led by a General D. Ramon Frere y Serrano, who gave formal assurances to the explorers that the political disturbance should be no impediment to the revictualling of the Coquille. On the 26th January 2 corvettes arrived at Conception. They brought a regiment under the command of a French official, Colonel Beauchef, who came to assist General Frere. The regiment, which had been organised by the exertions of Colonel Beauchef, was in point of steadiness, discipline, and knowledge of drill, one of the smartest in the Chilean army. On the 2nd February, the officers of the Coquille proceeded to Conception to pay a visit to General Frere. The nearer they approached the city, the more fields were lying waste, the more ruined houses were seen, the fewer people were visible, while their clothing had almost reached the vanishing point. At the entrance of the town itself stood a mast, with the head of a notorious bandit affixed to the top, one Benavides, a ferocious savage, more wild beast than man, whose name was long execrated in Chile for the horrible atrocities he had committed. The interior of the town was found as desolate in appearance as the approach to it, having been set fire to by each party that had successively been victorious. Conception was nothing more than a heap of ruins, amongst which loitered a little remnant of scantily clothed inhabitants, the wretched residuum of a once flourishing population. Grass was growing in the streets. The bishop's palace and the cathedral were the only buildings still standing, and these, roofless and gutted, would not be able much longer to resist the dilapidating influence of the climate. General Frere, before placing himself in opposition to O'Higgins, had arranged a peace with the Araucanians, an indigenous tribe distinguished for their bravery, who had not only maintained their own independence but were always ready, when opportunity offered, to encroach on the Spanish territory. Some of these natives were employed as auxiliary troops in the Chilean army. Duperrey saw them, and having obtained from General Frere and Colonel Beauchef trustworthy information, has given a not very flattering description of them, of which the substance shall be here given. The Araucanians are of an ordinary stature, in complexion copper-coloured, with small, black, vivacious eyes, a rather flat nose and thick lips, the result of which is an expression of brutal ferocity. Divided into tribes, each one jealous of another, all animated by an unbridled lust of plunder, and ever on the move, their lives are spent in perpetual warfare. The mounted Araucanian is armed with a long lance, a long cutlass sabre-shaped, called a machete, 5 and the lasso, in the use of which they are extremely expert, while the horse he rides is usually swift. 5 This is a weapon shorter than a sword and longer than a dagger. Sometimes they are known, says Duperrey, to receive under their protection vanquished enemies and become their defenders, but the motive prompting them to this seemingly generous conduct is always one of special vindictiveness, the fact being that their real object is the total extermination of some tribe allied with the opposite party. Among themselves hatred is the ruling passion, it is the only enduring bond of fidelity. All display undoubted courage, spirit, recklessness, implacability towards their enemies, whom they massacre with a shocking insensibility. Haughty in manner and revengeful in disposition, they treat all strangers with unqualified suspicion, but they are hospitable and generous to all whom they take as friends. All their passions are easily excited, but they are inordinately sensitive with regard to their liberty and their rights, which they are ever ready to defend sword in hand. Never forgetting an injury, they know not how to forgive. Nothing less than the life-blood of their enemies can quench their thirst for vengeance. Duperrey pledges himself to the truth of the picture which he has here drawn of these savage children of the Andes, who at least deserve the credit of having from the 16th century to the present day managed to preserve their independence against the attacks of all invaders. After the departure of General Frere and the troops he led away with him, Duperrey took advantage of the opportunity to get his vessel provisioned as quickly as possible. The water and the biscuits were soon on board, but longer time was necessary to procure supplies of coal, which, however, was to be got without any other expense save that of paying the muleteers, who transported it to the beach from a mine scarcely beneath the level of the earth, where it was to be picked up for nothing. Although the events happening at Conception during the detention there of the Coquille were far from being cheerful, the prevailing depression could not hold out against the traditional festivities of the carnival. Dinners, receptions, and balls recommenced, and the departure of the troops made itself felt only in the paucity of cavaliers. The French officers, in acknowledgment of the hospitable welcome offered to them, gave 2 balls at Talcahuano, and several families came from Concepcion for the sole purpose of being present at them. Unfortunately, Duperrey's narrative breaks off at the date of his quitting Chile, and there is no longer any official record from which to gather the details of a voyage so interesting and successful. Far from being able to trace step by step from original documents the course of the expedition, as has been done in the case of other travellers, we are obliged in our turn to epitomize other epitomes now lying before us. It is an unpleasing task, as little agreeable to the reader as it is difficult for the writer, who, while bound to respect facts, is no longer able to enliven his narrative with personal observations and the generally lively stories of the travellers themselves. However, some few of the letters of the navigator to the Minister of Marine have been published, from which have been extracted the following details. On the 15th February, 1823, the Coquille set sail from Concepcion for Paita, the place where in 1595 Alvarez de Mendana and Fernandez de Quiros took ship on the voyage of discovery that has made their names famous. But after a fortnight's sail, the corvette was becalmed in the vicinity of the island of Lorenzo, and Duperrey resolved to put in at Callao to obtain fresh provisions. It need not be said that Callao is the port of Lima, so the officers could not lose the opportunity of paying a visit to the capital of Peru. They were not fortunate in the time of their visit. The ladies were away for sea bathing at Miraflores, and the men of most distinction in the place had gone with them. The travellers were thus compelled to rest content with an inspection of the chief residences and public buildings of the city, returning to Callao on the 4th March. On the 9th of the same month the Coquille anchored at Paita. The situation of this place between the terrestrial and magnetic equators was most favourable for conducting observations on the variations of the magnetic needle. The naturalists also made excursions to the desert of Pira, where they collected specimens of petrified shells embedded in a tertiary stratum, precisely similar to that in the suburbs of Paris. As soon as all the sources of scientific interest at Paita had been exhausted, the Coquille resumed her voyage, setting sail for Otaheite. During the sail thither a circumstance occurred which might have materially delayed the progress of the expedition, if not have led to its total destruction. On the night of the 22nd April, the Coquille being in the waters of the dangerous archipelago, the officer of the watch all at once heard the sound of breakers dashing over reefs. He immediately made the ship lie to, and at daybreak the peril which had been escaped became manifest. At the distance of barely a mile and a half from the corvette lay a low island well wooded and fringed with rocks along its entire extent. A few people lived on it, some of whom approached the vessel in a canoe, but none of them would venture on board. Duperrey had to give up all thoughts of visiting the island, which received the name of Clermont-Tonnerre. On all sides the waves broke violently on the rocks, and he could do no more than coast it from end to end at a little distance. The next and following days some small islands of no note were discovered, to which were given the names of Augia, Freycinet, and Lostanges. At length, as the sun rose on the 3rd May, the verdant shores and woody mountains of Otaheite came in sight. Duperrey, like preceding visitors, could not help noticing the thorough change which had been effected in the manners and practices of the natives. Not a canoe came alongside the Coquille. It was the hour of divine worship when the corvette entered the Bay of Matavai, and the missionaries had collected the whole population of the island to the number of 7,000, inside the principal church of Papahoa to discuss the articles of a new code of laws. The Otaheitan orators, it seems, would not yield the palm to those of Europe. There were not a few of them gifted with the valuable talent of being able to talk for several hours without saying anything, and to make an end of the most promising undertakings with the flowers of their rhetoric. A description of one of these meetings is given by D'Urville. Lejeune, the draftsman of the expedition, went by himself to be present at the meeting held the next day, when certain political questions were submitted to the popular assembly. It lasted for several hours, during which the chiefs took it in turn to speak. The most brilliant speaker of the gathering was a chief called Tati. The chief point of discussion was the imposition of an annual poll tax at the rate of 5 measures of oil per man. Then came a question as to the taxes which were to be levied, whether they should be on behalf of the king or on behalf of the missionaries. After some time, we arrived at the conclusion that the first question had been answered in the affirmative, but that the second, the one relating to the missionaries, had been postponed by themselves from a forecast of its probable failure. About 4,000 persons were present at this kind of national congress. 2 months before, Otaheite had renounced the English flag in order to adopt one of its own, but that Pacific revolution in no wise diminished the confidence which the people placed in their missionaries. The latter received the French travellers in a friendly manner, and supplied them at the usual prices with the stores of which they stood in need. But what seemed especially curious in the reforms effected by the missionaries was the total change in the behaviour of the women. From being, according to the statements of Cook, Bougainville and contemporary explorers, compliant to an unheard of degree, they had become most modest, reserved, and decently conducted, so that the whole island wore the air of a convent, a revolution as amusing as it was unnatural. From Otaheite the Coquille proceeded to the adjacent island of Bora Bora, belonging to the same group, where European customs had been adopted to the same extent, and on the 9th June, steering a westerly course, made a survey in turn of the islands Salvage, Koa, Santa Cruz, Bougainville and Bauka, finally coming to an anchor in the harbour of Praslin, on the coast of New Ireland, famous for its beautiful waterfall, the friendly relations which were established with the natives. There were the means of extending our knowledge of the human race by the observation of some peculiarities which had not fallen under the notice of preceding travellers. The sentence just quoted from an abridged account appearing in the Annals of Voyages, which merely excites curiosity without satisfying it, causes us here to express our regret that the original narrative of the voyage has not been published in its entirety. The waterfall of Port Praslin, facsimile of early engraving, the student Porrel de Blosseville, the same who afterwards lost his life with the Lillois in the polar regions, undertook a journey to the village of Praslin, in spite of all the means adopted by the savages to deter him. When there he was shown a kind of temple, where several ill-shaped, grotesque idols had been set up on a platform surrounded by walls. Great pains were taken to prepare a chart of St. George's Channel, after which Duperrey paid a visit to the islands previously surveyed by Schouten to the northeast of New Guinea. 3 days, the 26th, 27th and 28th, were devoted to a survey of them. The explorer after this searched ineffectually for the islands Stephen and de Carteret, and after comparing his own route with that taken by D'Entrecasteaux in 1792, he came to the conclusion that this group must be identical with that of Providence, discovered long since by Dampier. On the 3rd of September, the North Cape of New Guinea was recognised. 3 days later, the Coquille entered the narrow and rocky harbour of Offak on the northwest coast of Waigiou, one of the Papuan Islands. The only navigator who has mentioned this harbour is Forrest. Duperrey therefore felt unusual satisfaction at having explored a corner of the earth all but untrodden by the foot of the European. It was also an interesting fact for geographers that the existence of a southern bay, separated from Offak by a very narrow isthmus, was established. 2 officers, MM. d'Urville and de Blosseville, were employed in this work, which MM. Birard, Lotin and de Blois de la Calande connected with that accomplished by Duperrey on the coast during the cruise of the Uranie. This land was found to be particularly rich in vegetable products, and d'Urville was able there to form the nucleus of a collection as valuable for the novelty as the beauty of its specimens. D'Urville and Lesson, full of curiosity to study the inhabitants, who belonged to the Papuan race, started for the shore immediately after the corvette arrived at the island in a boat manned with 7 sailors. They had already walked some distance in a deluge of rain, when all at once they found themselves opposite a cottage built upon piles and covered over with leaves of the plane tree. Cowering amongst the bushes at a little distance was a young female savage who seemed to be watching them. A few paces nearer was a heap of about a dozen cocoa nuts freshly gathered, placed well in sight, apparently intended for the refreshment of the visitors. The Frenchmen came to understand that this was a present offered by the youthful savage of whom they had caught a glimpse, and proceeded to feast on the fruits so opportunely placed at their disposal. The native girl, soon gathering confidence from the quiet behaviour of the strangers, came forward crying "Bongus," good, making signs to show that the cocoa nuts had been presented by herself. Her delicate attention was rewarded by the gift of a necklace and earrings. When d'Urville regained the boat, he found a dozen Papuans playing, eating, and seeming on the best possible terms with the boatmen. In a short time, he says, they had surrounded me, repeating "Captain Bongus" and offering various tokens of goodwill. These people are in general of diminutive stature. Their constitution is slight and feeble. Leprosy is a common disease among them. Their voice is soft, their behaviour grave, polite, and even marked with a certain air of melancholy that is habitually characteristic of them. Natives of New Guinea, facsimile of early engraving, among the antique statues of which the Louvre is full, there is one of Polyhymnia, which is celebrated above the rest for an expression of melancholy pensiveness not usually found among the ancients. It is a singular circumstance that d'Urville should have observed among the Papuans the very expression of countenance distinguishing this antique statue. On board the corvette another company of natives were conducting themselves with a calmness and reserve, offering a marked contrast to the usual manner of the greater part of the inhabitants of the lands of Oceania. The same impression was made on the French travellers during a visit paid to the Rajah of the island, as also during his return visit on board the Coquille. In one of the villages on this southern bay was observed a kind of temple, in which were to be seen several rudely carved statues, painted over with various colours, and ornamented with feathers and matting. It was quite impossible to obtain the slightest information on the subject of the worship which the natives paid to these idols. The Coquille set sail again on the 16th September, coasting along the north side of the islands lying between Ine and Yang, and after a brief stay at Cayeli reached Amboina, where the remarkably kind reception given by M. Mercus, the governor of the Molucca island, afforded the staff an interval of rest from the continual labours of this troublesome voyage. The 27th October saw the corvette again on its course, steering towards Timor and westward of the Turtle and Lucipara Islands. Duperrey next determined the position of the island of Vulcan, sighted the islands of Wetter, Barber, Dog, Camming, and finally, entering the channel of Ombay, surveyed a large number of points in the chain of islands stretching from Punti and Ombay in the direction of Java. After having made a chart of Java and an ineffectual search for the trial islands in the place usually assigned to them, Duperrey steered for New Holland, but through contrary winds was not able to sail along the western coast of the island. On the 10th January he at length rounded Van Diemen's Island, and 6 days after that sighted the lights of Port Jackson, coming to an anchor off Sydney the following day. The governor, Sir Thomas Brisbane, who had received previous intimation of the arrival of the expedition, gave the officers a cordial welcome, forwarded with all the means at his command the revictualling of the corvette, and rendered friendly assistance in the repairs which the somewhat shattered condition of the ship rendered necessary. He also provided means to enable MM. D'Urville and Lesson to make an excursion, full of interest, beyond the Blue Mountains into the plain of Bathurst, the resources of which were as yet but imperfectly known to Europeans. Duperrey did not leave Australia until the 20th of March. On this occasion he directed his course towards New Zealand, which had been rather overlooked in former voyages. The vessel came to an anchor in the Bay of Manawa, forming the southern part of the Grand Bay of Islands. Here the officers occupied their leisure in scientific and geographical observations, and in making researches in natural history. At the same time, the frequent intercourse of the explorers with the natives threw quite a new light upon their manners, their religious notions, their language, and on their attitude of hostility up to that time to the teaching of the missionaries. What these savages most appreciated in European civilization was well-finished weapons, of which at that time they possessed a great quantity, for by their help they were the better able to indulge their sanguinary instincts. The stay of the Coquille at New Zealand terminated on the 17th of April, when a detour was made northwards as far as Rotuma, discovered but not visited, by Captain Wilson in 1797. The inhabitants, gentle and hospitable, took great pains to furnish the navigators with the provisions they required. But it was not long before the Frenchmen discovered that these gentle islanders, taking advantage of the confidence which they had known how to create, had carried off a number of articles that it afterwards cost much trouble to make them restore. Stringent orders were given, and all thieves caught in the act were flogged in the presence of their fellow countrymen, who, however, as well as the culprits themselves, treated the affair only as a joke. Among these savages 4 Europeans were observed, who had a long time before deserted from the whale ship Rochester. They were no better clothed than the natives, and were tattooed and smeared with a yellow powder after the native fashion, so that it would have been hard to recognize them but for their white skins and more intelligent looks. They were quite content with their lot, having married wives and reared families at Rotuma, where, escaping the cares, the troubles, and the difficulties of civilized life, they reckoned on ending their days in comfort. One among them asked to be allowed to remain on board the Coquille, a favour which Duperrey was ready to grant, but the chief of the island was unwilling, until he learned that 2 convicts from Port Jackson asked permission to stay on shore. Although these people, hitherto little known, offered a most interesting subject of study to the naturalists, it was necessary to depart, so the Cockwill proceeded to survey the Coral Isles and St. Augustine, discovered by Morel in 1781. Then came Drummond Island, where the inhabitants, dark-complexioned with slight limbs and unintelligent faces, offered to exchange some triangular shells, commonly called holy water cups, for knives and fishhooks. Next the islands of Sydenham and Henderville, where the inhabitants go entirely naked. After them Walder, Hupper, Hall, Knox, Charlotte, Matthews, which form the Gilbert archipelago, and finally the Marshall and Mulgrave groups. On the 3rd of June, Duperrey came in sight of the island of Ualan, which had been discovered in 1804 by an American, Captain Crozer. As it was not marked upon any chart, the commander decided upon making an exact and particular survey of it. No sooner had the anchor touched the bottom than Duperrey, accompanied by some of his officers, made for the shore. The inhabitants turned out to be a mild and obliging race, who made their visitors presents of cocoa nuts and the fruit of the bread tree, conducting them through most picturesque scenery to the dwelling of their principal chief, or Eurostan, as he was called. Dumont d'Urville has given the following sketch of the country through which the travellers passed on their way to the residence of the chief. We glided calmly across a magnificent basin girdled in by a well-wooded shore, the foliage a bright green. Behind us rose the lofty hill-tops, carpeted with verdure, from which shot up the light and graceful stems of the cocoa palms. Out of the sea to the front rose the little island of Lele, covered with the pretty cottages of the islanders, and crowned with a verdant mound. If this pleasant prospect be further brightened by a magnificent day, in a delicious climate, some notion may be formed of the sensations we experienced as we proceeded in a sort of triumphal procession, surrounded by a crowd of simple, gentle, kind attendants. The number of persons accompanying the boats d'Urville estimated at about 800. On arriving before a neat and charming village with well-paved streets, they divided themselves, the men standing on one side, the women on the other, maintaining an impressive silence. Two chiefs advanced, and taking the travellers by the hand, conducted them to the dwelling of the Eurostan. The crowd, still silent, remained outside while the Frenchmen entered the chief's house. The Eurostan shortly made his appearance, a pale and shrivelled old man, bowed down under the weight of fourscore years. The Frenchmen politely rose on his entering the room, but they were apprised by a whisper of disapproval from those standing about that this was a violation of the local etiquette. The crowd in front prostrated themselves on the ground. The chiefs themselves could not withhold that mark of respect. The old man, recovering from a momentary surprise at the boldness of the strangers, called upon his subjects to keep silence, then seated himself near the travellers. In return for the trifling presents which were made to him and his wife, he vouchsafed marks of goodwill in the shape of slight pats on the cheek, the shoulder, or the thigh. But the gratitude of these sovereigns was expressed only by the gift of 7 so-called tots, probably pieces of cloth, 4 of which were of very fine tissue. Meeting with the chief of Ualan, after the audience was over, the travellers proceeded to look round the village, where they were astonished to find 2 immense walls made of coral, some blocks of which were of immense size and weight. Notwithstanding a few acts of petty theft committed by the chiefs, the 10 days during which the expedition remained at the island passed without disturbance. The good understanding on which the intercourse between the Frenchmen and the Ualanese was based never suffered a moment's interruption. Duperrey remarks that it is easy to predict that this island of Ualan will one day become of considerable importance. It is situated in the midst of the Caroline group, in the course of ships sailing from New Holland to China, and presents good ports for careening vessels, ample supplies of water and provisions of various kinds. The inhabitants are generous and peaceably disposed, and they will soon be in a position to supply a kind of food most essential to sailors, from the progeny of the sows that we left with them, a gift which excited a very lively gratitude. Subsequent events, however, have not verified the forecast made by Duperrey, although a route from Europe to China by the south of Van Diemen's Island passes near the coast of Yualan. The island is of little more value now than it was 50 years ago. Steam has completely revolutionized the conditions of navigation. Sailors at the commencement of the century could not possibly foresee the radical changes which the introduction of this agent would produce. The Coquille had not gone more than 2 days' sail from Yualan, when on the 17th, 18th, and 23rd June were discovered several new islands, which by the native inhabitants were called Pelilap, Takai, Ayayura, Augai, and Mongaul. These are the groups usually called Macaskill and Duperrey, the people resembling those of Yualan, who, as well as those of the Radak Islands, give to their chiefs the title of Taman. On the 24th of the same month, the Coquille found herself in the middle of the Hogoulu group, which Kotzebue had looked for in too high a latitude, the commander recognizing their bearings by means of certain names given by the natives, which were found entered in the chart of Father Cantova. The hydrographical survey of this group, contained within a circumference of at least 30 leagues, was executed by M. Blois from the 24th to the 27th June. The islands are for the most part high, terminating in volcanic peaks, but some are of opinion, judging from the arrangement of the lagoon, that they are of madreporic formation. They are tenanted by a race of diminutive, badly shaped people, subject moreover to repulsive complaints. If ever the converse of the phrase mens sana in corpore sano can find a just application, it must be here, for these natives are low in the scale of intelligence and inferior by many degrees to the people of Yualan. Even at that time foreign styles of dress appeared to have found their way into the islands. Some of the people were wearing conical-shaped hats, after the Chinese fashion. Others had on garments of plaited straw, with a hole in the middle to allow the head to pass through, reminding one of the poncho of the South American. But they held in contempt such trumpery as looking-glasses, necklaces, or bells, asking rather for axes and steel weapons, evidences of frequent intercourse with Europeans. The islands of Tamatan, Fainendick, and Olap, called the Martyrs on old maps, were next surveyed. Afterwards an ineffectual search was made for the islands of Namarek and Iflauk, about the position assigned to them by Arrowsmith and Malaspina. And then, by way of continuing the exploration of the north side of New Guinea, the Coquille put in at the port of Dorey, on the southeast coast of the island, where a stay was made until the 9th August. Whether estimated by the addition made to natural history, or to geography, or to astronomy, or to science in general, no more profitable a sojourn could have been made than this. The indigenous inhabitants of New Guinea belong to the purest race of Papuans. Their dwellings are huts built upon piles, the entrance to them being made by means of a piece of wood with notches cut in it to serve for steps. This is drawn up into the interior every night. The natives dwelling on the coast are always at war with those in the interior, the Harfas or Arfakis Negroes. Guided by a young Papuan, D'Urville succeeded in making his way to the place where these last-mentioned dwelt. He found them gentle, hospitable, courteous creatures, not in the least like the portrait drawn of them by their enemies. After the stay at New Guinea, the Coquille again sailed through the Moluccas, put in for a short time at Sourabaya, upon the coast of Java, and on the 30th October reached the islands of Bourbon and Mauritius, at length having on the way stopped at St. Helena, where the officers paid a visit to the tomb of Napoleon, and at Ascension, where an English colony had been established since 1815. The corvette entered Marseille on the 24th April, 1825, concluding a voyage that had occupied 31 months and 3 days, over 24,894 nautical miles, without the loss of a single life or any cases of sickness, and without any damage being sustained by the ship, a success in every way so distinguished, covered with glory, the young commander of the expedition and all its officers, who had manifested such untiring energy in the prosecution of scientific inquiries, yielding a rich harvest of valuable results, 52 charts and plans carefully drawn up, collections of natural specimens of all kinds, both numerous and curious, copious vocabularies, by the help of which it may be possible to throw new light on the migrations of the oceanic peoples, interesting intelligence regarding the productions of the places visited, the condition of commerce and industrial pursuits, observations relating to the shape of the globe, magnetical, meteorological, and botanical researches. Such formed the bulk of the valuable freight of knowledge brought home by the Coquille. The scientific world waited eagerly for the time when this store of information should be thrown open to the public. II. Expedition of Baron de Bougainville, stay at Pondicherry, the White Town and the Black Town, right hand and left hand, Malacca, Singapore and its prosperity, stay at Manila, Turon Bay, the monkeys and the people, the marble rocks of Faifo, Cochin Chinese diplomacy, the Anambas, the Sultan of Madura, Straits of Madura and Alas, Clotes and the Triad Islands, Tasmania, Botany Bay and New South Wales, Santiago and Valparaiso, return via Cape Horn, expedition of Dumont d'Urville in the Astrolabe, the Peak of Tenerife, Australia, stay at New Zealand, Tonga Taboo, skirmishes, New Britain and New Guinea, first news of the fate of La Pérouse, Vanikoro and its inhabitants, stay at Guam, Amboyna and Menado, results of the expedition. The expedition, the command of which was entrusted to Baron de Bougainville, was, strictly speaking, neither a scientific voyage nor a campaign of discovery. Its chief purpose was to unfurl the French flag in the extreme east, and to impress upon the governments of that region the intention of France to protect her nationalities and her interests, everywhere and at all times. The chief instructions given to the commander were that he was to convey to the sovereign of Cochin China a letter from their king, together with some presents, to be placed on board the frigate Thetis. M. de Bougainville was also, whenever possible, without such delays as would prejudice the main object of the expedition, to take hydrographic surveys, and to collect information upon the commerce, productions, and means of exchange of the countries visited. 2 vessels were placed under the orders of M. de Bougainville. One, the Thetis, was an entirely new frigate, carrying 44 cannons and 300 sailors, no French frigate of this strength except the Boudius, having ever before accomplished the voyage round the world. The other, the sloop Espérance, had 20 carronades upon the deck, and carried 120 seamen. The first of these vessels was under the direct orders of Baron de Bougainville, and his staff consisted of picked officers, amongst whom we may mention Longueville, Lapierre, and Bourdin, afterwards captain, vice-admiral and rear-admiral. The Esperance was commanded by frigate captain de Nurker du Camper, who, as second in command of the frigate Cleopatra, had already explored a great part of the course of the new expedition. It numbered among its officers Turpin, afterwards vice-admiral, deputy and aide-de-camp of Louis Philippe, Eugene Penord, afterwards general officer, and Médéric Malevoix, the future governor of Senegal, not one notable scientific man, such as those who had been billeted in such numbers on the Naturalist and other circumnavigating vessels, had embarked upon those of Baron de Bougainville, to whom it was a constant matter of regret, a regret intensified by the fact that the medical officers, with so many under their care, could not be long absent from the vessels when in port. M. de Bougainville's journal of the voyage opens with this judicious remark: "It was not many years ago a dangerous enterprise to make a voyage round the world, and scarce half a century has elapsed since the time when an expedition of this kind would have sufficed to reflect glory upon the man who directed it. This was the good old time, the golden age of the circumnavigator, and the dangers and privations against which he had to struggle were repaid 100-fold, when, rich in valuable discoveries, he hailed on his return the shores of his native land. But this is all over now, the prestige has gone, and we make our tour of the globe nowadays as we should then have made that of France. What would Baron Yves Hyacinth Potention de Bougainville, the son of the vice-admiral, senator and member of the Institut, say today to our admirable steamships of perfect form, and charts of such minute exactitude that distant voyages appear a mere joke? On the 2nd March 1824, the Thetis quitted the roads at Brest to take up at Bourbon her companion, the Esperance, which, having started some time before, had set sail for Rio de Janeiro. A short stay at Tenerife, where the Thetis was only able to purchase some poor wine and a very small quantity of the provisions needed. A view of the Cape Verde Islands and the Cape of Good Hope in the distance, and a hunt for the fabulous island of Saxembourg, and some rocks no less fictitious, were the only incidents of the voyage to Bourbon, where the Esperance had already arrived. Bourbon was at this time so familiar a point with the navigators that there was little to be said about it, when its two open roads of St. Denis and St. Paul had been mentioned. St. Denis, the capital, situated on the north of Bourbon, and at the extremity of a sloping table land, was, properly speaking, merely a large town without enclosure or walls, and each house in it was surrounded by a garden. There were no public buildings or places of interest worth mentioning except the governor's palace, situated in such a position as to command a view of the whole road, the Botanic Garden and the Jardin de Naturalisation, which dates from 1817. The former, which is in the centre of the town, contains some beautiful walks, unfortunately but little frequented, and it is admirably kept. The eucalyptus, the giant of the Australian forests, the Phormium tenax, the New Zealand hemp plant, the casuarina, the pine of Madagascar, the baobab with its trunk of prodigious size, the carambolas, the sapota, the vanilla, combined to beautify this garden, which was refreshed by streams of sparkling water. The second, upon the brow of a hill, formed of terraces rising one above the other, to which several brooklets give life and fertility, was specially devoted to the acclimatization of European trees and plants. The apple, peach, apricot, cherry and pear trees, which have thriven well, have already supplied the colony with valuable shoots. The vine was also grown in this garden, together with the tea plant and several rarer species, amongst which Bougainville noted with delight the Laurier argentea, with its bright leaves. On the 9th June the two vessels left the roads of St. Denis. After having doubled the shoals of La Fortune and Saya de Malha, and passed off the Seychelles, whilst among the atolls to the south of the Maldive Islands, which are level with the surface of the water and covered with bushy trees ending in a cluster of cocoas, they sighted the island of Ceylon and the Coromandel coast, and cast anchor before Pondicherry. Natives of Pondicherry. Ancient idols near Pondicherry, facsimile of early engraving. This part of India is far from answering to the enchantress idea which the dithyrambic descriptions of writers who have celebrated its marvels have led Europeans to form. The number of public buildings and monuments at Pondicherry will scarcely bear counting, and when one has visited the more curious of the pagodas, and the boilers, whose only recommendation is their utility, there is nothing very interesting except the novelty of the scenes met with at every turn. The town is divided into two well-defined quarters, the one called the White Town, dull and deserted in spite of its coquettish-looking buildings, and the far more interesting Black Town, with its bazaars, its jugglers, its massive pagodas, and the attractive dances of the bayadiyas. The Indian population upon the coast of Coromandel, says the narrative, is divided into two classes, the right hand and the left. This division originated under the government of a nabob against whom the people revolted, those who remained faithful to the prince being distinguished by the designation of right hand, and the rest by that of left hand. These two great tribes, which divide between them almost equally the entire population, are in a chronic state of hostility against the holders of the ranks and prerogatives obtained by the friends of the prince. The latter, however, retain the offices in the gift of the government, whilst the others are engaged in commerce. To maintain peace amongst them, it was necessary to allow them to retain their ancient processions and ceremonies. The right hand and left hand are subdivided into 18 castes or guilds, full of pretensions and prejudices, not diminished even by the constant intercourse with Europeans which has now for centuries been maintained. Hence have arisen feelings of rivalry and contempt, which would be the source of sanguinary wars, were it not that the Hindus have a horror of bloodshed and that their temperament renders them averse to conflict. These two facts, i.e., the gentleness of the native disposition and the constant presence of an element of discord amongst the various tribes, must ever be borne in mind if we would understand the political phenomenon of more than 50 millions of men submitting to the yoke of some 25,000 or 30,000 foreigners. The Thetis and the aspirants quitted the roadstead of Pondicherry on the 30th July, crossed the Sea of Bengal, sighted the islands of Nicobar and Pulo Penang, with its free port capable of holding 300 ships at a time. They then entered the Straits of Malacca, and remained in the Dutch port of that name from the 24th to the 26th July, to repair damages sustained by the aspirants, so that she might hold out as far as Manila. The intercourse of the explorers with the resident and the inhabitants generally were all the more pleasant that it was confirmed by banquets given on land, and on board the Thetis in honour of the kings of France and the Netherlands. The Dutch were expecting soon to cede this station to the English, and this cession took place shortly afterwards. It must be added with regard to Malacca that in point of fertility of soil, pleasantness of situation and facilities for obtaining all really necessary supplies, it was superior to its rivals. Bougainville set out again on August 26th, and was tossed about by head winds, and troubled alike by calms and storms during the remainder of his passage through the straits. As these latitudes were more frequented than any others by Malay pirates, the commandant placed sentries on the watch and took all precautions against surprise, although his force was strong enough to be above fearing any enemy. It was no uncommon thing to see flyboats manned by 100 seamen, and more than one merchant ship had recently fallen a prey to these unmolested and incorrigible corsairs. The squadron, however, saw nothing to awake any suspicions, and continued its course to Singapore. The population of this town is a curious mixture of races, and our travellers met with Europeans engaged in the chief branches of commerce, Armenian and Arabian merchants and Chinese, some planters, others following the various trades demanded by the requirements of the population. The Malays, who seemed out of place in an advancing civilization, either led a life of servitude or slept away their time in indolence and misery, whilst the Hindus, expelled from their country for crime, practised the indescribable trades which in all great cities alone save the scum from dying of starvation. It was only in 1819 that the English procured from the Malayan Sultan of Johor the right to settle in the town of Singapore, and the little village in which they established themselves then numbered but 150 inhabitants, although, thanks to Sir Stamford Raffles, a town soon rose on the site of the unpretending cabins of the natives. By a wise stroke of policy, all customs duties were abolished, and the natural advantages of the new city, with its extensive and secure port, were supplemented and perfected by the hand of man. The garrison numbered only 300 sepoys and 30 gunners. There were as yet no fortifications, and the artillery equipment consisted merely of one battery of 20 cannons and as many bronze field pieces. Indeed, Singapore was simply one large warehouse to which Madras sent cotton cloth, Calcutta opium, Sumatra pepper, Java arrack and spices, Manila sugar and arrack, all forthwith dispatched to Europe, China, Siam and sea. Of public buildings there appeared to be none. There were no stores, no careening wharves, no building yards, no barracks, and the visitors noticed but one small church for native converts. The squadron resumed its voyage on the 2nd September and reached the harbour of Cavite without any mishap. Meanwhile, M. du Camper, commander of the aspirants who had, during a residence of some years, become acquainted with the principal inhabitants, was ordered to go to Manila, that he might inform the Governor-General of the Philippines of the arrival of the frigates, the reasons of their visit and see, and at the same time gauge his feelings towards them and form some idea of the reception the French might expect. The recent intervention of France in the affairs of Spain placed them indeed in a very delicate position with the then governor, Don Juan Antonio Martinez, who had been nominated to his post by the very Cortes which had just been overthrown by their government. The fears of the commandant, however, were not confirmed, for he met with the warmest kindness and most cordial co-operation from the Spanish authorities. Cavite Bay, where the vessels cast anchor, was constantly encumbered with mud, but it was the chief port in the Philippine Islands, and there the Spaniards owned a very well-supplied arsenal in which worked Indians from the surrounding districts, who though skilful and intelligent were excessively lazy. Whilst the Thetis was being sheathed, and the extensive repairs necessary to the aspirants were being carried out, the clerks and officers were at Manila, seeing about the supply of provisions and cordage. The latter, which was made of abaca, the fibre of a banana, vulgarly called Manila hemp, although recommended on account of its great elasticity, was not of much use on board ship. The delay at Manila was rendered very disagreeable by earthquakes and typhoons, which are always of constant occurrence there. On October 24th, there was an earthquake of such violence that the governor, troops, and a portion of the people were compelled hastily to leave the town, and the loss was estimated at 120,000 L. Many houses were thrown down, 8 people were buried in the ruins, and many others injured. Scarcely had the inhabitants begun to breathe freely again when a frightful typhoon came to complete the panic. It lasted only part of the night of the 31st October, and the next day when the sun rose, it might have been looked upon as a mere nightmare had not the melancholy sight of fields laid waste, and of the harbour with 6 ships lying on their sides, and all the others at anchor almost entirely disabled, testified to the reality of the disaster. All around the town the country was devastated. The crops were ruined, the trees, even the largest of them, violently shaken, the village destroyed. It was a heart-rending spectacle. The Esperance had its main mast and mizzen mast lifted several feet above deck, and its barricadings were carried off. The Thetis, more fortunate than its companion, escaped almost uninjured in the dreadful tempest. The laziness of the workpeople, and the great number of holidays in which they indulge, early decided Bougainville to part for a time from his convoy, and on December 12th he set sail for Coach in China. Before following the French to the little frequented shores of that country, however, we must survey with them Manila and its environs. The Bay of Manila is one of the most extensive and beautiful in the world. Numerous fleets might find anchorage in it, and its 2 channels were not yet closed to foreign vessels, and in 1798 2 English frigates had been allowed to pass through them and carry off numerous vessels under the very guns of the town. The horizon is shut in by a barrier of mountains, ending on the south of the Taal, a volcano now almost extinct, but the eruptions of which have often caused frightful calamities. In the plains, framed in rice plantations, several hamlets and solitary houses give animation to the scene. Opposite to the mouth of the bay rises the town, containing 60,000 inhabitants with its lighthouse and far-extending suburbs. It is watered by the Pasig, a river issuing from Bay Lake, and its exceptionally good situation secures to it advantages which more than one capital might envy. The garrison, without including the militia, consisted at that time of 2,200 soldiers, and in addition to the military navy, always represented by some vessel at anchor, a marine service had been organized for the exclusive use of the colony, to which the name of Sutil had been given either on account of the small size or the fleetness of the vessels employed. This service, all appointments in which are in the gift of the Governor-General, is composed of schooners and gun-sloops, intended to protect the coasts and the trading vessels against the pirates of Sulu. But it cannot be said that the organization, imposing as it is, has achieved any great results. Of this Bougainville gives the following curious illustration. In 1828, the Suluans seized 3,000 of the inhabitants upon the coast of Luzon, and an expedition sent against them cost 140,000 piastres, and resulted in the killing of 6 men, near the Bay of Manila. Facsimile of early engraving. Great uneasiness prevailed in the Philippines at the time of the visit of the Thetis and the Esperance, and a political reaction which had steeped the metropolis in blood had thrown a gloom over everyone. On December 20th, 1820, a massacre of the whites by the Indians. In 1824, the mutiny of a regiment and the assassination of an ex-governor, Sena de Folgueras, had been the first horrors which had endangered the supremacy of the Spanish. The Creoles, who, with the Tagalas, were alike the richest and most industrious classes of the true native population, at this time gave just cause for uneasiness to the government, because they were known to desire the expulsion of all who were not natives of the Philippines. And when it is borne in mind that they commanded the native regiments, and held the greater part of the public offices, it is easy to see how great must have been their influence. Well might people ask whether they were not on the eve of one of those revolutions which lost to Spain her fairest colonies. Until the Thetis reached Macau, she was much harassed by squalls, gales, heavy showers, and an intensity of cold, felt all the more keenly by the navigators after their experience for several months of a temperature of 75.3 Fahrenheit. Scarcely was anchor cast in the Canton River before a great number of native vessels came to examine the frigate, offering for sale vegetables, fish, oranges, and a multitude of trifles, once so rare, now so common, but always costly. The town of Macau, says the narrative, shut in between bare hills, can be seen from afar, the whiteness of its buildings rendering it very conspicuous. It partly faces the coast, and the houses, which are elegantly built, line the beach, following the natural contour of the shore. The parade is also the finest part of the town, and is much frequented by foreigners. Behind it the ground rises abruptly, and the facades of the buildings, such as convents, noticeable for their size and peculiar architecture, rise, so to speak, from the second stage, the whole being crowned by the embattled walls of the forts, over which floated the white flag of Portugal. At the northern and southern extremities of the town, facing the sea, are batteries built in 3 stages, and near the first, but a little further inland, rises a church with a very effective portico and fine external decorations. Numerous sampans, junks, and fishing boats anchored close inshore give animation to the scene, the setting of which would be much brightened if the heights overlooking the town were not so totally wanting in verdure. Situated as it is in the high road between China and the rest of the world, Macau, once one of the chief relics of Portuguese colonial prosperity, long enjoyed exceptional privileges, all of which were, however, gone by 1825, when its one industry was a contraband trade in opium. The Thetis only touched at Macau to leave some missionaries, and to hoist the French flag, and Bougainville set sail again on January 8th. Nothing worthy of notice occurred on the voyage from Macau to Turon Bay. Arrived there, Bougainville learned that the French agent, M. Chaigneau, had left Hue for Saigon, with the intention of their chartering a bark for Singapore, and in the absence of the only person who could further his schemes, he did not know with whom to open relations. Fearing failure as an inevitable result of this contretemps, he at once dispatched a letter to Hue, explaining the object of his mission and expressing a wish to go with some of his officers to Saigon. The time which necessarily elapsed before an answer was received was turned to account by the French, who minutely surveyed the bay and its surroundings, together with the famous marble rocks, the objects of the curious interest of all travellers. Turon Bay has been described by various authors, notably by Horsburgh, as one of the most beautiful and vast in the universe, but such is not the opinion of Bougainville, who thinks these statements are to be taken with a great deal of reservation. The village of Turon is situated upon the sea-coast, at the entrance of the Channel of Feifo, from the right bank of which rises a fort with glacis, bastions, and a dry moat, built by French engineers. The French, being looked upon as old allies, were always received with kindness and without suspicion. It had not apparently been so with the English, who had not been permitted to land, whilst the sailors on board the Thetis were at once allowed to fish and hunt, and to go and come as they chose, every facility for obtaining fresh provisions being also accorded to them. Thanks to this latitude, the officers were able to scour the country and make interesting observations. One of them, M. de Latoine, gives the following description of the natives. They are rather under than over middle height, and in this respect they closely resemble the Chinese of Macau. Their skin is of a yellowish brown, and their heads are flat and round. Their faces are without expression, their eyes are as melancholy, but their eyebrows are not so strongly marked as those of the Chinese. They have flat noses and large mouths, and their lips bulge out in a way rendered the more disagreeable as they are always black and dirty from the habit indulged in, by men and women alike, of chewing areca nut mixed with betel and lime. The women, who are almost as tall as the men, have not a more pleasant appearance, and the repulsive filthiness common to both sexes is enough without anything else to deprive them of all attractiveness. Women of Turon Bay, what strikes one most is the wretchedness of the inhabitants as compared with the fertility of the soil, and this shocking contrast betrays alike the selfishness and carelessness of the government and the insatiable greed of the mandarins. The plains produce maize, yams, manioc, tobacco and rice, the flourishing appearance of which testifies to the care bestowed upon them. The sea yields large quantities of delicious fish, and the forests give shelter to numerous birds, as well as tigers, rhinoceroses, buffaloes and elephants, and troops of monkeys are to be met with everywhere, some of them 4 feet high, with bodies of a pearl-grey colour, black thighs and red legs. They wear red collars and white girdles, which make them look just as if they were clothed. Their muscular strength is extraordinary, and they clear enormous distances in leaping from branch to branch. Nothing can be odder than to see some dozen of these creatures upon one tree indulging in the most fantastic grimaces and contortions. One day, says Bougainville, when I was at the edge of the forest, I wounded a monkey who had ventured forth for a stroll in the sunshine. He hid his face in his hands and sent forth such piteous groans that more than 30 of his tribe were about him in a moment. I lost no time in reloading my gun, not knowing what I might have to expect, for some monkeys are not afraid of attacking men, but the troop only took up their wounded comrade and once more plunged into the wood. Another excursion was made to the marble rocks of the Feifo River, where are several curious caves, one containing an enormous pillar suspended from the roof and ending abruptly some distance from the ground. Stalactites were seen, but the sound of a waterfall was heard from the further end. The French also visited the ruins of an ancient building near a grotto, containing an idol and with a passage opening out of one corner. This passage Bougainville followed. It led him into an immense rotunda lighted from the top, and ending in an arched vault at least 60 feet high. Imagine the effect of a series of marble pillars of various colours, some from their greenish colour, the result of old age and damp, looking as if cast in bronze, whilst from the roof hung down creepers, now in festoons, now in bunches, looking for all the world like candelabra without the lights. Above our heads were groups of stalactites resembling great organ pipes, altars, mutilated statues, hideous monsters carved in stone, and even a complete pagoda, which, however, occupied but a very small space in the vast enclosure. Fancy such a scene in an appropriate setting, the whole lit up with a dim and wavering light, and you can perhaps form some idea how it struck me when it first burst upon me. On the 20th of January 1825, the Espérance at last rejoined the frigate, And 2 days later, 2 envoys arrived from the court at Haye, with orders to ask Bougainville for the letter of which he was the bearer. But as the latter had received orders to deliver it to the emperor in person, this request involved a long series of puerile negotiations, the formalities by which the Cochin Chinese envoys were, so to speak, hemmed in, reminded Bougainville of the anecdote of the envoy and the governor of Java, who, rivaling each other in their gravity and diplomatic prudence, remained together for 24 hours without exchanging a word. The commander was not the man to endure such trial of patience as this, but he could not obtain the necessary authorization of his explorations, and the negotiations ended in an exchange of presents, securing nothing in fact but an assurance from the emperor that he would receive with pleasure a visit of the French vessels to his ports, if their captain and officers would conform to the laws of the empire. Since 1817, the French had been pretty well the only people who had done any satisfactory business with the people of Cochin China, a state of things resulting from the presence of French residents at the court of Haye, on whom alone, of course, depended the maintenance of the exceptionally cordial relations so long established between them and the government to which they were accredited. The 2 ships left Turon Bay on the 17th February for the Anambas archipelago, which had not as yet been explored, and on the 3rd of March they came in sight of it and found it to bear no resemblance whatever to the islands of the same name, marked upon the English map of the China Sea. Bougainville was agreeably surprised to see a large number of islands and islets, the bays and sea, of which were sure to afford excellent anchorage during the monsoons. The explorers penetrated to the very heart of the archipelago and made a hydrographic survey of it. Whilst the small boats were engaged upon this task, 2 prettily built canoes approached, from one of which a man of about 50 came on board the Thetis, whose breast was seamed with scars, and from whose right hand 2 fingers were missing. The sight of the rows of guns and ammunition, however, so terrified him that he beat a hasty retreat to his canoe, though he had already got as far as the orlop deck. Next day 2 more canoes approached, manned by fierce-looking Malays, bringing bananas, cocoa nuts and pineapples, which they bartered for biscuits, a handkerchief and 2 small axes. Several other interviews took place with islanders armed with the kris and short 2-edged iron pikes, who were very evidently pirates by profession. Although the French explored but a part of the Anamba group, the information they collected was extremely interesting on account of its novelty. The first requisite of a large population is plenty of fresh water, and there is apparently very little of it in the Anambas. Moreover, the cultivable soil is not very deep, and the mountains are separated by narrow ravines, not by plains, so that agriculture is all but out of the question. Even the native trees, with the exception of the cocoa palm, are very stunted. The population was estimated by a native at not more than 2,000, but Bougainville thought even that too high a figure. The fortunate position of the Anambas, they are passed by all vessels trading with China, whichever route may be taken, long since brought them to the notice of navigators, and we must attribute to their lack of resources the neglect to which they have been abandoned. The small amount of cordiality and confidence met with by Bougainville from the inhabitants, the high price of provisions, and the destructive nature of the monsoons in the Sunda waters, determined him to cut short his survey and to make with all speed for Java, where his instructions compelled him to touch. The 8th of March was fixed for the departure of the 2 vessels, which sighted Victory, Barren, Saddle and Camel Islands, passed through the Gasper Straits, the passage of which did not occupy more than 2 hours, although it often takes several days with an unfavourable wind, and cast anchor at Surabaya, where the explorers were met with the news of the death of Louis Roman XVIII and the accession of Charles X, as the cholera, which had claimed 300,000 victims in Java in 1822, was still raging. Bougainville took the precaution of keeping his crew on board under shelter from the sun, and expressly forbade any intercourse with vessels laden with fruit, the use of which is so dangerous to Europeans, especially during the rainy season then setting in. In spite of these wise orders, however, dysentery attacked the crew of the Thetis, and too many fell victims to it. The town of Surabaya is situated 1 league from the mouth of the river, and it can only be reached by towing up the stream. Its approaches are lively, and everything bears witness to the presence of an active commercial population. An expedition to the island of Celebes, having exhausted the resources of the government and the magazines being empty, Bougainville had to deal direct with the Chinese merchants, who are the most barefaced robbers on the face of the globe, and now resorted to all manner of cunning and knavery to get the better of their visitors. The stay at Surabaya, therefore, left a very disagreeable impression on all. It was quite different, however, with regard to the reception met with from the chief personages of the colony, for there was every reason to be satisfied with the conduct of all connected with the government. To go to Surabaya without paying a visit to the Sultan of Madura, whose reputation for hospitality had crossed the seas, would have been as impossible as it is to visit Paris without going to see Versailles and Trianon. After a comfortable lunch on shore, therefore, the staff of the 2 vessels set out in open carriages and 4, but the roads were so bad, and the horses so worn out that they would many a time have stuck in the mud, if men stationed at the dangerous places had not energetically shoved at the wheels. At last they arrived at Bankalan, and the carriages drew up in the 3rd court of the palace at the foot of a staircase, at the top of which the hereditary prince and the prime minister awaited the arrival of the travellers. Prince Aden Engrate belonged to the most illustrious family of the Indian archipelago. He wore the undress uniform of a Java chief, consisting of a long flowered petticoat of Indian make, scarcely allowing the Chinese slippers to be seen, a white vest with gold buttons, and a small skirted waistcoat of brown cloth, with diamond buttons. A handkerchief was tied about his head, on which he wore a visor cap, his ease and dignity of bearing alone saving him from looking like the grotesque figure of a carnival Amazon. The palace or kraton consisted of a series of buildings with galleries, kept delightfully cool by awnings and curtains, whilst lustres, tasty European furniture, pretty hangings, glass and crystal ornaments decorated the vast halls and rooms. A suite of private apartments with no opening to the court, but with a view of the gardens, is reserved for the Ratu, sovereign, and the harem. The reception was cordial, and the repast, served in European style, was delicious. The conversation, says Bougainville, was conducted in English, and many toasts were proposed, the prince drinking our healths in tea poured from a bottle, and to which he helped himself as if it had been Madeira. Being head of the church as well as of the state, he strictly obeys the precepts of the Koran, never drinking wine and spending a great part of his time at the mosque, but he is not the less sociable, and his talk bears no trace of the austerity to be expected in that of one who leads so regular a life. This life is not, however, all spent in prayer, and the scenes witnessed by us would give a very false impression if we did not know that great latitude is allowed on this point to the followers of the Prophet. In the afternoon the Frenchmen visited several coach houses, containing very handsome carriages, some of which, built on the island, were so well made that it was absolutely impossible to distinguish them from those which had been imported. Some archery was then witnessed, and joined in, after which, on the return to the palace, the visitors were welcomed by the sound of melancholy music, speedily interrupted, however, by the barking and fantastical dancing of the prince's fool, who showed wonderful agility and suppleness. To this dance, or rather to these postures of a bayadere, succeeded the excitement of vingt-et-un, followed by well-earned repose. Next day there were new entertainments and new exercises, beginning with wrestling matches for grown men and for youths, and proceeding with quail fights and feats performed by a camel and an elephant. After lunch, Bougainville and his party had a drive and some archery, and witnessed sack races, basket balancing, and sea. In this way, they were told, the Sultan passed all his time. Most striking is the respect and submission shown by all to this sovereign. No one ever stands upright before him, but all prostrate themselves before addressing him. All his subjects do but wait at his feet, and even his own little child of 4 years clasps his tiny hands when he speaks to his father. While at Surabaya, Bougainville took the opportunity of visiting the volcano of Brumo in the Tenga Mountains, and this excursion, in which he explored the island for 100 miles from east to west, was one of the most interesting undertaken by him. Surabaya contains some curious buildings and monuments, most of them the work of a former governor, General Deendles. Such are the builder's workshop, the Hotel de la Monnaie, the only establishment of the kind in Java, and the hospital, which is built on a well-chosen site, and contains 400 beds. The island of Madura, opposite to Surabaya, is at least 100 miles in length, by 15 or 20 in breadth, and does not yield produce sufficient to maintain the population, sparse as it is. The sovereignty of this island is divided between the sultans of Bangkalan and Sumenap, who furnish annually 600 recruits to the Dutch, without counting extraordinary levies. On the 20th April, symptoms of dysentery showed themselves amongst the crews. 2 days later, therefore, the vessel set sail, and it took 7 good days to get beyond the Straits of Madura. They returned along the north coast of Lombok and passed through the Alas Straits between Lombok and Sumbawa. The first of these islands, from the foot of the mountains to the sea, presents the appearance of a green carpet, adorned with groups of trees of elegant appearance, and upon its coast there is no lack of good anchorage, whilst fresh water and wood are plentiful. On the other side, however, there are numerous peaks of barren aspect, rising from a lofty table-land, the approach to which is barred by a series of rugged and inaccessible islands, known as Lombok, the coral beds and treacherous currents about which must be carefully avoided. 2 stoppages at the villages of Bali and Pijau, with a view to taking in fresh provisions, enabled the officers to make a hydrographical chart of this part of the coast of Lombok. Upon leaving the strait, Bougainville made an unsuccessful search for Clotes Island. That he did not find it is not very wonderful, as during the last 8 years many ships have passed over the spot assigned to it upon the maps. The Triads, on the other hand, i.e., the rocks seen in 1777 by the Freudensburg Castle, are in Captain King's opinion the Montepello Islands, which correspond perfectly with the description of the Danes. Bougainville had instructions to survey the neighbourhood of the Swan River, where the French government hoped to find a place suitable for the reception of the wretches then huddled together in their convict prisons. But the flag of England had just been unfurled on the shores of Knights and Lewin in King George's Sound, Geograph Bay, the little Leschenault Inlet, and on the Swan River, so that there was no longer any reason for a new exploration. Everything, in fact, had combined to prevent it. The delays to which the expedition had been subjected had indeed been so serious that instead of arriving in these latitudes in April, they did not reach them until the middle of May. They're the very heart of winter. Moreover, the coast offers no shelter, for so soon as the wind begins to blow, the waves swell tremendously, and the memory of the trials which the Geograph had undergone at the same season of the year was still fresh in the minds of the French. The Thetis and the Esperance were pursued by the bad weather as far as Hobart Town, the chief English station upon the coast of Tasmania, where the commander was very anxious to put in. He was, however, driven back by storms to Port Jackson, which is marked by a very handsome lighthouse, a granite tower 76 feet high, with a lantern lit by gas, visible at a distance of 9 leagues. Entrance to Sydney Bay. Sir Thomas Brisbane, the governor, gave a cordial reception to the expedition, and at once took the necessary steps to furnish it with provisions. This was done by contract at low prices, and the greatest good faith was shown in carrying out all bargains. The sloop had to be run ashore to have its sheathing repaired, but this, with some work of less importance necessary to the Thetis, did not take long. The delay was also turned to account by the whole staff, who were greatly interested in the marvellous progress of this penal colony, while Bougainville was eagerly reading all the works which had as yet appeared upon New South Wales. The officers wandered about the town, and were struck dumb with amazement at the numberless public buildings erected by Governor Macquarie, such as the barracks, hospital, market, orphanages, almshouses for the aged and infirm, the prison, the fort, the churches, government house, the fountains, the town gates, and last but not least, the government stables, which are always at first sight taken for the palace itself. There was, however, a dark side to the picture. The main thoroughfares, though well planned, were neither paved nor lighted, and were so unsafe at night that several people had been seized and robbed in the very middle of George Street, the best quarter of Sydney. If the streets in the town were unsafe, those in the suburbs were still more so. Vagrant convicts overran the country in the form of bands of bushrangers, who had become so formidable that the government had recently organised a company of 50 dragoons for the express purpose of hunting them down. All this did not, however, hinder the officers from making many interesting excursions, such as those to Parramatta, on the banks of the Nepean, a river very deeply embanked, where they visited the Regentville district, and to the plains of Emu, the government agricultural station and a sort of model farm. They went to the theatre, where a grand performance was given in their honour. The delight sailors take in riding is proverbial, and it was on horseback that the French crossed the Emu plains. The noble animals imported from England had not degenerated in New South Wales. They were still full of spirit, as one of the young officers found to his cost, when, as he was saying in English to Sir John Cox, acting as cicerone to the party, "I do love this riding exercise," he was suddenly thrown over his horse's head and deposited on the grass before he knew where he was. The laugh against him was all the more hearty as the skilful horseman was not injured. Beyond Sir John Cox's plantations extends the unbroken open forest, as the English call it, which can be crossed on horseback, and consists chiefly of the eucalyptus, acacias of various kinds, and the dark-leaved casuarinas. The next day, an excursion was made up the river Nepean, a tributary of the Hawkesbury, on which trip many valuable facts of natural history were obtained, Bougainville enriching his collection with canaries, waterfowl, and a very pretty species of kingfisher and cockatoos. In the neighbouring woods was heard the unpleasant cry of the lyre pheasant and of 2 other birds, which feebly imitate the tinkling of a handbell and the jarring noise of the saw. These are not, however, the only feathered fowl remarkable for the peculiarity of their notes. We must also mention the whistling bird, the knife grinder, the mocking bird, the coachman, which mimics the crack of the whip, and the laughing jackass, with its continual bursts of laughter, which have a strange effect upon the nerves. Sir John Cox presented the commander with 2 specimens of the water mole, also called the ornithorhynchus, a curious amphibious creature, the habits of which are still little known to European naturalists, many museums not possessing a single specimen. Another excursion was made in the Blue Mountains, where the famous King's Table Land was visited, from which a magnificent view was obtained. The explorers gained with great difficulty the top of an eminence, and an abyss of 1,600 feet at once opened beneath them, a vast green carpet stretching away to a distance of some 20 miles, whilst on the right and left were the distorted sides of the mountain, which had been rudely rent asunder by some earthquake, the irregularities corresponding exactly with each other. Close at hand foams a roaring, rushing torrent, flinging itself in a series of cascades into the valley beneath, the whole passing under the name of Apsley's Waterfall. This trip was succeeded by a kangaroo hunt in the cow pastures with Mr. MacArthur, one of the chief promoters of the prosperity of New South Wales. Bougainville also turned his stay at Sydney to account by laying the foundation stone of a monument to the memory of La Pérouse. This cenotaph was erected in Botany Bay, upon the spot where the navigator had pitched his camp, Apsley's Waterfall. On September 21st the Thetis and the aspirants at last set sail, passing off Pitcairn Island, Easter Island and Juan Fernandez, now a convict settlement for criminals from Chile, after having been occupied for a half-century by Spanish vine growers. On the 23rd November the Thetis, which had been separated from the aspirants during a heavy storm, anchored off Valparaiso, where it met Admiral de Rossamel's division. Great excitement prevailed in the roadstead, for an expedition against the island of Chiloé, which still belonged to Spain, was being organized by the chief director, General Ramon Frere y Serrano, of whom we have already spoken. Bougainville, like the Russian navigator Lutk, is of opinion that the position of Valparaiso does not justify its reputation. The streets are dirty and narrow, and so steep that walking in them is very fatiguing. The only pleasant part is the suburb of Almendrel, which, with its gardens and orchards, would be still more agreeable but for the sandstorms prevalent throughout nearly the whole of the year. In 1811, Valparaiso numbered only from 4,000 to 5,000 inhabitants, but in 1825 the population had already tripled itself, and the increase showed no sign of ceasing. When the Thetis touched at Valparaiso, the English frigate, the Blonde, commanded by Lord Byron, grandson of the explorer of the same name whose discoveries are narrated above, was also at anchor there. By a singular coincidence, Byron had raised a monument to the memory of Cook in the island of Hawaii, at the very time when Bougainville, the son of the circumnavigator, met by Byron in the Straits of Magellan, was laying the foundation stone of the monument to the memory of La Pérouse in New South Wales. Bougainville turned the delay necessary for the revictualling of his division to account by paying a visit to Santiago, the capital of Chile, 33 leagues inland. The environs of Chile are terribly bare, without houses or any signs of cultivation. Its steeples alone mark the approach to it, and one may fancy oneself still in the outskirts when the heart of the city is reached. There is, however, no lack of public buildings, such as the Hotel de la Monnaie, the University, the Archbishop's Palace, the Cathedral, the Church of the Jesuits, the Palace, and the theatre, the last of which is so badly lighted that it is impossible to distinguish the faces of the audience. The promenade known as La Cañada has now supplanted that of El Alameda on the banks of the river Mapocha, once the evening rendezvous. The objects of interest in the town exhausted, the Frenchmen examined those in the neighbourhood, visiting the Salto de Agua, a waterfall of 1,200 feet in height, the ascent to which is rather arduous, and the Cerrito de Santa Lucia, from which rises a fortress, the sole defence of the town. The season was now advancing, and no time was to be lost if the explorers wished to take advantage of the best season for doubling Cape Horn. On the 8th January 1826, therefore, the two vessels once more put to sea, and rounded the Cape without any mishap, though landing at the Falklands was rendered impossible by fog and contrary winds. Anchor was cast on the 28th March in the roadstead of Rio Janeiro, and as it turned out, at a time most favourable for the French to form an accurate opinion alike on the city and the court. The Emperor, says Bougainville, was upon a journey at the time of our arrival, and his return was the occasion of fêtes and receptions which roused the population to activity, and broke for a time the monotony of ordinary life in Rio, that dullest and dreariest of towns to the foreigner. Its environs, however, are charming. Nature has in them been lavish of her riches, and the vast harbour, the Atlantic rendezvous of the commercial world, presents a most animated scene. Innumerable ships, either standing in or getting under way, small craft cruising about, a ceaseless roar of cannon from the forts and men of war, exchanging signals on the occasion of some anniversary or the celebration of some festival of the church, whilst visits were constantly being exchanged between the officers of the various foreign vessels and the diplomatic agents of foreign powers at the court of Rio. The division set sail again on the 11th April, and arrived at Brest on the 24th June 1826, without having put into port since it left Rio Janeiro. We must remember that if Bougainville did not make any discoveries on this voyage, he had no formal instructions to do so, his mission being merely to unfurl the flag of France where it had as yet been rarely seen. None the less do we owe to this general officer some very interesting, and in some cases new information on the countries visited by him. Some of the surveys made by his expedition may be of service to navigators, and it must be owned that the hydrographical researches which alone could be undertaken in the absence of scientific men were carefully made, and resulted in the obtaining of numerous and accurate data. We can but sympathize with the commander of the Thetis in his expression of regret in the preface to his journal that neither the government nor the Académie des Sciences had seen fit to turn his expedition to account to obtain new results supplementary of the rich harvest gleaned by his predecessors. The expedition next sent out under the command of Captain Dumont d'Urville was merely intended by the minister to supplement and consolidate the mass of scientific data collected by Captain Duperrey in his voyage from 1822 to 1824. As second in command to Duperrey, and the originator and organizer of the new exploring expedition, D'Urville had the very first claim to be appointed to its command. The portions of Oceania he proposed to visit were New Zealand, the Fiji Islands, the Loyalty Islands, New Britain, and New Guinea, all of which he considered urgently to demand the consideration alike of the geographer and the traveller. What he effected in this direction we shall ascertain by following him step by step. An interest of another character also attaches to this trip, but it will be well to quote on this point the instructions given to the navigator. An American captain, writes the Minister of Marine, said that he saw in the hands of the natives of an isle situated between New Caledonia and the Louisiade archipelago a cross of St. Louis and some medals, which he imagined to be relics of the wrecked vessel of the celebrated La Pérouse, whose loss is so deeply and justly regretted. This is, of course, but a feeble reason for hoping that some of the victims of the disaster still survive. But you, sir, will give great satisfaction to His Majesty if you are the means of restoring any one of the poor shipwrecked mariners to their native land after so many years of misery and exile. The aims of the expedition were therefore manifold, and by the greatest chance it was able to achieve them nearly all. D'Urville received his appointment in December 1825, and was permitted himself to choose all who were to accompany him. He named as second in command Lieutenant Jacquinot, and as scientific collaborateurs Messrs. Quoy and Gaimard, who had been on board the Uranie, and as surgeon Primva Lesson. The Coquille, the excellent qualities of which were well known to D'Urville, was the vessel selected, and the commander, having named her the Astrolabe in memory of La Pérouse, embarked in her a crew of 24 men. Anchor was weighed on the 25th April, and the mountains of Toulon with the coast of France were soon out of sight. After touching at Gibraltar, the Astrolabe stopped at Tenerife to take in fresh provisions before crossing the Atlantic, and D'Urville took advantage of this delay to ascend the peak, accompanied by Messrs. Quoy, Gaimard, and several officers, a bad road, very arduous for pedestrians, leading the first part of the way over fields of scoria, though as Laguna is approached the scenery improves. This town, of a considerable size, contains but a small, indolent, and miserable population. Between Matanza and Orotara the vegetation is magnificent, and the luxuriant foliage of the vine enhances the beauty of the view. Orotara is a small seaboard town, with a port affording but little shelter. It is well built and laid out, and would be comfortable enough if the streets were not so steep as to make traffic all but impossible. After 3/4 of an hour's climb through well-cultivated fields, the Frenchmen reached the chestnut tree region, beyond which begin the clouds, taking the form of a thick, moist fog, very disagreeable to the traveller. Further on comes the firs region, beyond which the atmosphere again becomes clear, vegetation disappears, the ground becomes poorer and more barren. Here are met with decomposed lava, scoria, and pumice stones in great abundance, whilst below stretches away the boundless sea of clouds. Thus far hidden by clouds or by the lofty mountains surrounding it, the peak at last stands forth distinctly, the incline becomes less steep, and those vast plains of intensely melancholy appearance, called cañadas by the Spanish, on account of their bareness, are crossed. A halt is made for lunch at the Pine Grotto, before climbing the huge blocks of basalt ranged in a circle about the crater, now filled in with ashes from the peak, and forming its enceinte. The peak itself is next attached, the ascent of which is broken 1/3 of the way up by a sort of esplanade called the Estancia de los Ingleses. Here our travellers passed the night, not perhaps quite so comfortably as they would have done in their berths, but without suffering too much from the feeling of suffocation experienced by other explorers. The fleas, however, were very troublesome, and their unremitting attacks kept the commander awake all night. At 4 a.m., the ascent was resumed, and a second esplanade called the Alta Vista was soon reached, beyond which all trace of a path disappears, the rest of the ascent being over rough lava as far as the Chahorra cone, with here and there in the shade patches of unmelted snow. The peak itself is very steep, and its ascent is rendered yet more arduous by the pumice stone, which rolls away beneath the feet. At 35 minutes past 6, says M. Dumont d'Urville, we arrived at the summit of the Chahorra, which is evidently a half-extinct crater. Its sides are thin and sloping, it is from 60 to 80 feet deep, and the whole surface is strewn with fragments of obsidian, pumice stones and lava. Sulphureous vapour, forming a kind of crown of smoke, is emitted from it, whilst the atmosphere at the bottom is perfectly cool. At the summit of the peak, the thermometer marked 11 degrees, but in my opinion it was affected by the presence of the fumaroles, for when at the bottom of the crater it fell rapidly from 19 degrees in the sun to 9 degrees 5 in the shade. The descent was accomplished without accident by another route, enabling our travellers to examine the Cuva de la Neve and to visit the forest of Aqua Garcia, watered by a limpid stream, and in which d'Urville made a rich collection of botanical specimens. In Major Megliarini's rooms at Santa Cruz the commander was shown, together with a number of weapons, shells, animals, fish and sea. A complete mummy of a guanche said to be that of a woman. The corpse was sewn up in skins, and seemed to be that of a woman 5 feet 4 high, with regular features and large hands. The sepulchral caves of the guanches also contained earthenware, wooden vases, triangular seals of baked clay, and a great number of small discs of the same material, strung together like chaplets, which may have been used by this extinct race for the same purposes as the quipus of the Peruvians. On the 21st June the astrolabe once more set sail and touched at La Praya, and at the Cape Verde Islands, where d'Urville had hoped to meet Captain King, who would have been able to give him some valuable hints on the navigation of the coast of New Guinea. King, however, had left La Praya 36 hours previously, and the astrolabe therefore resumed her voyage the next day, i.e., on the 30th June. On the last day of July, the rocks of Martin Vaz and Trinity Island were sighted, and the latter appearing perfectly barren, a little dried-up grass and a few groups of stunted trees, dotted about amongst the rocks, being the only signs of vegetation. D'Urville had been very anxious to make some botanical researches on this desert island, but the surf was so rough that he was afraid to risk a boat in it. On the 4th August the astrolabe sailed over the spot laid down as Saxemberg Island, which ought to be finally erased from French as it has been from English charts. And after a succession of squalls which tried her sorely, she arrived off St. Paul and Amsterdam Islands, finally anchoring on the 7th October in King George's Sound, on the coast of Australia. In spite of the roughness of the sea and constant bad weather throughout his voyage of 108 days, d'Urville had carried on all his usual observations on the height of the waves, which he estimated at 80 and occasionally as much as 100 feet off Needle Bank, the temperature of the sea at various depths and sea. Captain Jacquinot having found a capital supply of fresh water on the right bank of Princess Royal Harbour, and at a little distance a site suitable for the erection of an observatory, the tents were soon pitched by the sailors, and several officers made a complete tour of the bay, whilst others opened relations with the Aborigines, one of whom was induced to go on board, though it was only with the greatest difficulty that he was persuaded to throw away his banksia, a cone used to retain heat, and to keep the stomach and the front part of the body warm. He remained quietly enough on board for 2 days, however, eating and drinking in front of the kitchen fire. In the meantime, his fellow countrymen on land were peaceable and well disposed, even bringing 3 of their children into the camp. During this halt, a boat arrived manned by 8 Englishmen, who asked to be taken on board as passengers, and told such a very improbable story of having been deserted by their captain, that D'Urville suspected them of being escaped convicts, a suspicion which became a conviction when he saw the wry faces they made at his proposal to send them back to Port Jackson. The next day, however, 1 took a berth as sailor, and 2 were received as passengers, whilst the other 5 decided to remain on land and drag out a miserable existence amongst the natives. All this time hydrographical and astronomical observations were being made, and the hunters and naturalists were trying to obtain specimens of new varieties of fauna and flora. The delays extending to October 24th enabled the explorers to regain their strength after their trying voyage, to make the necessary repairs, take in wood and water, draw up a map of the whole neighbourhood, and to collect numerous botanical and zoological specimens. His observations of various kinds made D'Urville wonder that the English had not yet founded a colony on King George's Sound, admirably situated as it is, not only for vessels coming direct from Europe, but for those trading between the Cape and China, or bound for the Sunda Islands and delayed by the monsoons. The coast was explored as far as West Port, preferred by D'Urville to Port Dalrymple, the latter being a harbour always difficult and often dangerous either to enter or to leave. West Port, moreover, was as yet only known from the reports of Borden and Flinders, and it was therefore better worth exploring than a more frequented district. The observations made in King George's Sound were therefore repeated at West Port, resulting in the following conclusions. It affords, says D'Urville, an anchorage alike easy to reach and to leave, the bottom is firm, and wood is abundant and easily procurable. In a word, when a good supply of fresh water is found, and that will probably be soon, West Port will rise to a position of great importance in a channel such as Bass's Straits, when the winds often blow strongly from one quarter for several days together, the currents at the same time rendering navigation difficult. From November 19th to December 2nd the Astrolabe cruised along the coast, touching only at Jervis Bay, remarkable for its magnificent eucalyptus forests. Eucalyptus forest of Jervis Bay, the reception given to the French at Port Jackson by Governor Darling and the colonial authorities, was none the less cordial for the fact that the visits made by D'Urville to various parts of New Holland had greatly amazed the English government. During the last 3 years, Port Jackson had increased greatly in size and improved in appearance, though the population of the whole colony only amounted to 50,000, and that in spite of the constant foundation of new English settlements. The commander took advantage of his stay in Sydney to forward his dispatches to France, together with several cases of natural history specimens. This done, and a fresh stock of provisions having been laid in, he resumed his voyage. New Guinea hut on piles, facsimile of early engraving. It would be useless to linger with Dumont d'Urville at New South Wales, to the history of which and its condition in 1826 he devotes a whole volume of his narrative. We have already given a detailed account of it, and it will be better to leave Sydney with our traveller on the 19th December and follow him to Tasman Bay through calms, headwinds, currents and tempests, which prevented his reaching New Zealand before the 14th January, 1827. Tasman Bay, first seen by Cook on his second voyage, had never yet been explored by any expedition, and on the arrival of the astrolabe a number of canoes, containing some score of natives, most of them chiefs, approached. These natives were not afraid to climb on board, some remaining several days, whilst later arrivals drew up within reach, and a brisk trade was opened. Meanwhile, several officers climbed through the thick firs clothing the hills overlooking the bay, and the following is D'Urville's verdict on the desolate scene which met their view. Not a bird, not an insect, not even a reptile to be seen. The solemn, melancholy silence is unbroken by the voice of any living creature. From the summit of these hills the commander saw New Bay, that known as Admiralty, which communicates by a current with that in which the astrolabe was anchored, and he was anxious to explore it as it seemed safer than that of Tasman, but the currents several times brought his vessel to the very verge of destruction, and had the astrolabe been driven upon the rocky coast, the whole crew would have perished, and not so much as a trace of the wreck would have been left. At last, however, D'Urville succeeded in clearing the passage with no further loss than that of a few bits of the ship's keel. To celebrate, says the narrative, the memory of the passage of the astrolabe, I conferred upon this dangerous strait the name of the Pass des Francaise, French Pass, but, unless in a case of great necessity, I should not advise anyone else to attempt it. We could now look calmly at the beautiful basin in which we found ourselves, and which certainly deserves all the praise given to it by Cook. I would specially recommend a fine little harbour, some miles to the south of the place where the captain cast anchor. Our navigation of the Pass des Francaise had definitively settled the insular character of the whole of the district, terminating in the Cape Stephens of Cook. It is divided from the mainland of Tiwahai-Punamub one by the current basin. The comparison of our chart with that of the strait as laid down by Cook will suffice to show how much he left to be done. 1 now, South Island. Trans, the astrolabe soon entered Cook's Strait, and sailing outside Queen Charlotte's Bay, doubled Cape Palliser, a headland formed of some low hills. D'Urville was greatly surprised to find that a good many inaccuracies had crept into the work of the great English navigator, and in that part of the account of his voyage which relates to hydrography, he quotes instances of errors of a fourth or even third of a degree. The commander then resolved to make a survey of the eastern side of the northern island Ikanamawi. On this island pigs were to be found, but no pownaman, the green jade which the New Zealanders use in the manufacture of their most valuable tools. Strange to say, however, jade is to be found on the southern island, but there are no pigs. 2 natives of the island, who had expressed a wish to remain on board the corvette, became quite low-spirited as they watched the coast of the district, where they lived, disappear below the horizon. They then began to repent, but too late, the intrepidity which had prompted them to leave their native shores. For intrepid they justly deserve to be called, seeing that again and again they asked the French sailors if they were not to be eaten, and it took several days of kind treatment to dispel this fear from their minds. New Zealanders. Facsimile of early engraving. D'Urville continued to sail northward up the coast until the capes, named by Cook Turn Again and Kidnappers, had been doubled, and Sterile Island with its Ipper came in sight. In the Bay of Talaga, as Cook called it, the natives brought alongside the corvette pigs and potatoes, which they readily exchanged for articles of little value. On other canoes approaching, the New Zealanders who were on board the vessel urged the commander to fire upon and kill their fellow countrymen in the boats. But as soon as the latter climbed up to the deck, the first arrivals advanced to greet them with earnest assurances of friendship. Conduct so strangely inconsistent is the outcome of the compound of hatred and jealousy mutually entertained for each other by these tribes. They all desire to appropriate to themselves exclusively whatever advantage may be obtained from the visits of foreigners, and they are distressed at the prospect of their neighbours getting any share. Proof was soon afforded that this explanation is the right key to their behaviour. Upon the astrolabe were several New Zealanders, but among them was a certain Shaki who was recognised as a chief by his tall stature, his elaborate tattooing, and the respectful manner in which he was addressed by his fellow islanders. Seeing a canoe manned by not more than 7 or 8 men approaching the corvette, this Shaki and the rest came to entreat D'Urville most earnestly to kill the new arrivals, going so far as to ask for muskets that they might themselves fire upon them. However, no sooner had the last comers arrived on board than all those who were there already overwhelmed them with courtesies, while the Shaki himself, although he had been one of the most sanguinary, completely changed his tone and made them a present of some axes he had just obtained. After the chief men of a warlike and fierce appearance, with faces tattooed all over, had been a few minutes on board, D'Urville was preparing to ask them some questions, with the aid of a vocabulary published by the missionaries, when all at once they turned away from him, leaped into their canoes and pushed out into the open sea. This sudden move was brought about by their countrymen, who, for the purpose of getting rid of them, slyly hinted that their lives were in danger, as the Frenchmen had formed a plot to kill them. It was in the Bay of Talaga, the right name of which is Hua Hua, that D'Urville found the first opportunity of gaining some information about the kiwi, by means of a mat decorated with the feathers of that bird, such mats being articles of luxury among these islanders. The kiwi is about the size of a small turkey, and like the ostrich has not the power of flying. It is hunted at night by the light of torches and with the assistance of dogs. It is this bird which is also known under the name of the apteryx. What the natives told D'Urville about it was in the main accurate. The apteryx, with the tail of a fowl and a plumage of a reddish-brown, has an affinity to the ostrich. It inhabits damp and gloomy woods, and never comes out even in search of food, except in the evening. The incessant hunting of the natives has considerably diminished the numbers of this curious species, and it is now very rare. D'Urville made no pause in the hydrographical survey of the northern island of New Zealand, keeping up daily communication with the natives, who brought him supplies of pigs and potatoes. According to their own statements, the tribes were perpetually at war with one another, and this was the true cause of the decrease in the population of these islands. Their constant demand was for firearms. Failing to obtain these, they were satisfied if they could get powder in exchange for their own commodities. On the 10th February, when not far from Cape Runaway, the corvette was caught in a violent storm which lasted for 36 hours, and she was more than once on the point of foundering. After this, she made her way into the Bay of Plenty, at the bottom of which rises Mount Edgecumbe. Then, keeping along the coast, the islands of Hort and Major were sighted. But during this exploration of the bay, the weather was so severe that the chart of it then laid down cannot be considered very trustworthy. After leaving this bay, the corvette reached the Bay of Mercury. surveyed Barrier Island, entered Shawaraki or Hauraki Bay, identified the hen and chickens and the Poor Knights Islands, finally arriving at the Bay of Islands. The native tribes met with by D'Urville in this part of the island were busy with an expedition against those of Shawaraki and Waikato Bays, for the purpose of exploring the former bay, which had been imperfectly surveyed by Cook. D'Urville sailed back to it, and discovered that that part of New Zealand is indented with a number of harbours and gulfs of great depth, each one being safer, if possible, than the other. Having been informed that by following the direction of the Waimagoia, a place would be reached distant only a very short journey from the large port of Manukau, he dispatched some of his officers by that route, and they verified the correctness of the information he had received. This discovery, observes Dumont d'Urville, may become of great value to future settlements of Shawaraki Bay, and this value will be still farther increased should the new surveys prove that the port of Manukau is accessible to vessels of a certain size, for such a settlement would command two seas, one on the east and the other on the west. One of the Rangatiras, as the chiefs of that quarter of the island are called, Rangui by name, had again and again begged the commander to give him some lead to make bullets with, a request which was always refused. Just before setting sail, D'Urville was informed that the deep-sea lead had been carried off, and he at once reproached Rangui in severe terms, telling him that such petty larcenies were unworthy of a man in a respectable position. The chief appeared to be deeply moved by the reproach, and excused himself by saying that he had no knowledge of the theft, which must have been committed by some stranger. A short time afterwards, the narrative goes on to say, my attention was drawn to the side of the ship by the sound of blows given with great force and piteous cries proceeding from the canoe of Rangui. There I saw Rangui and Tawiti striking blow after blow with their paddles upon an object resembling the figure of a man covered with a cloak. It was easy to perceive that the two wily chiefs were simply beating one of the benches of the canoe. After this farce had been played for some little time, Rangui's paddle broke in his hands. The sham man was made to appear to fall down, when Rangui, addressing me, said that he had just killed the thief, and wished to know whether that would satisfy me. I assured him that it would, laughing to myself at the artifice of these savages, an artifice, for that matter, such as is often to be met with among people more advanced in civilization. D'Urville next surveyed the lovely island of Waiheke, and thus terminated the survey of the Astrolabe Channel and Hauraki Bay. He then resumed his voyage in a northerly direction towards the Bay of Islands, sailing as far as Cape Maria van Diemen, the most northerly point of New Zealand, where, say the Waidonas, the souls of the departed gather from all parts of Ikana Maui to take their final flight to the realms of light or to those of eternal darkness. The Bay of Islands, at the time when the Cockwill put in there, was alive with a pretty considerable population, with whom the visitors soon became on friendly terms. Now, however, the animation of former days had given place to the silence of desolation. The Ipa, or rather the Pa of Kahuwira, once the abode of an energetic tribe, was deserted. War had done its customary destructive work in the place. The Songhui tribe had stolen the possessions and dispersed the members of the tribe of Paroa. The Bay of Islands was the place chosen for their field of effort by the English missionaries, who, notwithstanding their devotion to their work, had not made any progress among the natives. The unproductiveness of their labours was only too apparent. The survey of the eastern side of New Zealand, a hydrographical work of the utmost importance, terminated at this point. Since the days of Cook, no exploration of anything like such a vast extent of the coast of this country had been conducted in so careful a manner, in the face of so many perils. The sciences of geography and navigation were both signally benefited by the skillful and detailed work of d'Urville, who had to give proof of exceptional qualities in the midst of sudden and terrible dangers. However, on his return to France, no notice was taken of the hardships he had undergone or the devotion to duty he had shown. He was left without recognition, and duties were assigned to him, the performance of which could bring no distinction, for they could have been equally well discharged by any ordinary ship's captain. Leaving New Zealand on the 18th of March, 1827, d'Urville steered for Tonga Tabou, identified to begin with the islands Curtis, Macaulay, and Sunday, endeavoured but without success to find the island of Vasquez de Morzelle, and arrived off Namauca on the 16th of April. 2 days later he made out Ear, but before reaching Tonga Tabou he encountered a terrible storm which all but proved fatal to the astrolabe. At Tonga Tabou he found some Europeans who had been for many years settled on the island. From them he received much help in getting to understand the character of the natives. The government was in the hands of 3 chiefs, called Equis, who had shared all authority between them since the banishment of the Tony Tonga, or spiritual chief, who had enjoyed immense influence. A Wesleyan mission was in existence at Tonga, but it could be seen at a glance that the Methodist clergy had not succeeded in acquiring any influence over the natives. Such converts as had been made were held in general contempt for their apostasy. When the astrolabe had reached the anchorage, after her fortunate escape from the perils from contrary winds, currents, and rocks, which had beset her course, she was at once positively overwhelmed with the offer of an incredible quantity of stores, fruits, vegetables, fowls, and pigs, which the natives were ready to dispose of for next to nothing. For equally low prices d'Urville was able to purchase, for the museum, specimens of the arms and native productions of the savages. Amongst them were some clubs, most of them made of casuarina wood, skilfully carved or embossed in an artistic manner with mother-of-pearl or with whalebone. The custom of amputating a joint or 2 of the fingers or toes to propitiate the deity was still observed, in the case of a near relative being dangerously ill. From the 28th of April, the natives had manifested none but the most friendly feelings. No single disturbance had occurred. But on the 9th of May, while d'Urville, with almost all his officers, went to pay a visit to one of the leading chiefs named Palu, the reception accorded to them was marked by a most unusual reserve, altogether inconsistent with the noisy and enthusiastic demonstrations of the preceding days. The distrust evinced by the islanders aroused that of d'Urville, who, remembering how few were the men left on board the astrolabe, felt considerable uneasiness. However, nothing unusual happened during his absence from the ship. But it was only the cowardice of Palu which had caused the failure of a conspiracy, aiming at nothing less than the massacre, at one blow, of the whole of the staff, after which there would have been no difficulty in prevailing over the crew, who were already more than half disposed to adopt the easy mode of life of the islanders. Such at least was the conclusion the commander came to, and subsequent events showed that he was right. These apprehensions determined d'Urville to leave Tonga Tabou as quickly as possible, and on the 13th every preparation was made to set sail on the following day. The apprentice Dudemaine was walking about on the large island, whilst the apprentice Farrakay with 9 men was engaged on the small island Pangai Modu in getting fresh water or studying the tide, when Tahofa, one of the chiefs with several other islanders, then on board the astrolabe, gave a signal. The canoes pushed off at once and made for the shore. On trying to discover the cause of this sudden retreat, it was observed that the sailors on the island Pangari Modu were being forcibly dragged off by the natives. D'Urville was about to fire off a cannon when he decided that it would be safer to send a boat to shore. This boat took off the 2 sailors and the apprentice Dudemaine, but was fired upon when dispatched shortly afterwards to set fire to the huts and to try to capture some natives as hostages. 1 native was killed and several others were wounded, whilst a corporal of the Marines received such severe bayonet wounds that he died 2 hours later. Attack from the natives of Tonga Tabou. D'Urville's anxiety about the fate of his sailors and of Farrakay, who was in command of them, knew no bounds. Nothing was left for him to do but to make an attack upon the sacred village of Mafanga, containing the tombs of several of the principal families. But on the following day a crowd of natives so skillfully surrounded the place with embankments and palisades that it was impossible to hope to carry it by an attack. The corvette then drew nearer to the shore and began to cannonade the village without, however, doing any other damage than killing one of the natives. At length, the difficulty of obtaining provisions, the rain, and the continual alarm in which the firing of the Frenchmen kept them, induced the islanders to offer terms of peace. They gave up the sailors, who had all been very well treated, made a present of pigs and bananas, and on the 24th of May the astrolabe took her final departure from the Friendly Islands. It was quite time indeed that this was done, for D'Urville's situation was untenable, and in a conversation with his boatswain he ascertained that not more than half a dozen of the sailors could be relied on. All the others were ready to go over to the side of the savages. Tonga Tabou is of madreporic formation, with a thick covering of vegetable soil, favourable to an abundant growth of shrubs and trees. The cocoa tree, the stem of which is slenderer than elsewhere, and the banana tree here shoot up with wonderful rapidity and vigour. The aspect of the land is flat and monotonous, so that a journey of 1 or 2 miles will give as fair an impression of the country as a complete tour of the island. The number of the population who have the true Polynesian cast of countenance may be put down at about 7,000. D'Urville says they combine the most opposite qualities. They are generous, courteous, and hospitable, yet avaricious, insolent, and always thoroughly insincere. The most profuse demonstration of kindness and friendship may at any moment be interrupted by an act of outrage or robbery, should their cupidity or their self-respect be ever so slightly roused. In intelligence, the natives of Tonga are clearly far superior to those of Otaheite. The French travellers could not sufficiently admire the astonishing order in which the plantations of yams and bananas were kept, the excessive neatness of their dwellings, and the beauty of the garden plots. They even knew something of the art of fortification, as D'Urville ascertained by an inspection of the fortified village of Hefo, defended with stout palisades, and surrounded by a trench between 15 and 20 feet wide, and half filled with water. On the 25th of May, D'Urville began the exploration of the Viti or Fiji archipelago. At the outset, he was so fortunate as to fall in with a native of Tonga who was living on the Fiji Islands for purposes of trade, and had previously visited Otaheite, New Zealand, and Australia. This man, as well as a Guam Islander, proved most useful to the commander in furnishing him with the names of more than 200 islands belonging to this group, and in acquainting him beforehand with their position and that of the reefs in their neighbourhood. At the same time, Gressier, the hydrographer, collected all the materials requisite for preparing a chart of the Fiji Islands. At this station, a sloop was put under orders to proceed to the island of Laigumba, where was an anchor which D'Urville would have been well pleased to obtain, as he had lost 2 of his own while at Tonga. On arrival at the island, Lottin, who was in command of the sloop, observed on the shore none but women and children. Armed men, however, soon came running up, made the women leave the place, and were preparing to seize the sloop and make the sailors prisoners. Their intentions were too plain to leave room for any doubt on the subject, so Lottin at once gave orders to draw up the grapnel, and got away into the open sea before there was time for an encounter to take place. During 18 consecutive days, in the face of bad weather and a rough sea, the astrolabe cruised through the Fiji archipelago, surveyed the islands of Laigumba, Kandabu, Viti Levu, Aumbenga, Vatulil, Aunong Lebu, Malalo, and many others, giving special attention to the southern islands of the group, which up to that period had remained almost entirely unknown. The population of this group, if we accept D'Urville's account, form a kind of transition between the copper-coloured, or the Polynesian, and the black or Melanesian races. Their strength and vigour are in proportion to their tall figures, and they make no secret of their cannibal propensities. On the 11th of June the corvette set sail for the harbour of Carteret, surveyed one by one the islands of Eronan and Anatum, the Loyalty Islands, of which group D'Urville discovered the Chabrol and Halgan Islands, the little group of the Beaupie Islands, the Astrolabe Reefs, all the more dangerous as they are 30 miles distant from the Beaupie Islands and 60 from New Caledonia, the island of Huon, and the chain of reefs to the north of New Caledonia were subsequently surveyed. From this point D'Urville reached the Louisiade archipelago in 6 days, but the stormy weather there encountered determined him to abandon the course he had planned out, and not to pass through Torres Straits. He thought that an early examination of the southern coast of New Britain and of the northern coast of New Guinea would be the most conducive to the interests of science. Rossel Island and Cape Deliverance were next sighted, and the vessel was steered for New Ireland, with a view to obtaining fresh supplies of wood and water. Arriving there on the 5th of July in such gloomy, rainy weather that it was with no small difficulty that the entrance of the harbour of Carteret, where D'Entrecasteaux made a stay of 8 days, was made out. Whilst there the travellers received several visits from the score of natives, who seemed to make up the total population of the place. They were creatures possessed of scarcely any intelligence, and quite destitute of curiosity about objects that they had not seen before. Neither did their appearance lead to the slightest prepossession in their favour. They wore no vestige of clothing, their skin was black and their hair woolly, and the partition of the nostrils had a sharp bone thrust through by way of ornament. The only object that they showed any eagerness to possess was iron, but they could not be made to understand that it was only to be given in exchange for fruits or pigs. Their expression was one of sullen defiance, and they refused to guide anyone whatever to their village. During the unprofitable stay of the corvette in this harbour, D'Urville had a serious attack of enteritis, from which he suffered much for several days. On the 19th July, the Astrolabe went to sea again, and coasted the northern side of New Britain. The object of this cruise was frustrated by rainy and hazy weather. Continual squalls and heavy showers compelled the vessel to put off again as soon as it had succeeded in nearing the land. His experience on this coast D'Urville thus describes: one who has not had, as we have, a practical acquaintance with these seas, is unable to form any adequate conception of these incredible rains. Moreover, to obtain a just estimate of the cares and anxieties which a voyage like ours entails, there must be a liability to the call of duties similar to those which we had to discharge. It was very seldom that our horizon lay much beyond the distance of 200 yards, and our observations could not possibly be other than uncertain, when our own true position was doubtful. Altogether, the whole of our work upon New Britain, in spite of the unheard of hardships that fell to our lot and the risks which the astrolabe had to run, cannot be put in comparison for a moment, as respects accuracy, with the other surveys of the expedition. As it was impracticable to fall back upon the route by the St. George's Channel, D'Urville had to pass through Dampier's Strait, the southern entrance to which is all but entirely closed by a chain of reefs, which were grazed more than once by the astrolabe. The charming prospect of the western coast of New Britain excited intense admiration both in Dampier and D'Entrecasteaux, an enthusiasm fully shared by D'Urville. A safe roadstead enclosed by land forming a semicircle, forests whose dark foliage contrasted with the golden colour of the ripening fields, the whole surmounted by the lofty peaks of Mount Gloucester, and this variety still further enhanced by the undulating outlines of Rook Island, are the chief features of the picture here presented by the coast of New Britain. Lofty mountains clothed with dense and gloomy forests. On issuing from the strait, the mountains of New Guinea rose grandly in the distance, and on a nearer approach they were seen to form a sort of half-circle shutting in the arm of the sea known as the Bay of Astrolabe. The Schouten Islands, the creek of the attack, the place where D'Urville had to withstand an onset of savages, Humboldt Bay, Geelwink Bay, the Traitor Islands, Toby and Mysseri, the Arfak Mountains, were one after another recognised and passed, when the astrolabe at length came to an anchor in Port Doré, in order to connect her operations with those accomplished by the Coquille. Friendly intercourse was at once established with the Papuans of that place, who brought on board a number of birds of paradise, but not much in the shape of provisions. These natives are of so gentle and timid a disposition that only with great reluctance will they risk going into the woods through fear of the Arfakis, who dwell on the mountains and are their sworn enemies. One of the sailors engaged in getting fresh water was wounded with an arrow shot by one of these savages, whom it was impossible to punish for a dastardly outrage prompted by no motive whatever. The land here is everywhere so fertile that it requires no more than turning over and weeding in order to yield the most abundant harvests. Yet the Papuans are so lazy and understand so little of the art of agriculture that the growth of food plants is often allowed to be choked with weeds. The inhabitants belong to several races. D'Urville divides them into three principal varieties: the Papuans, a mixed breed, belonging more or less to the Malay or Polynesian race, and the Harfus or Ulpherus, who resemble the common type of Australians, New Caledonians and the ordinary black oceanic populations. These latter would appear to be the true indigenous people of the country. On the 6th September the astrolabe again put to sea, and after an uninteresting stay at New Guinea, in the course of which scarcely any specimens of natural history were obtained, except a few mollusca, and still less exact information regarding the customs, religion, or language of its diversified population, steered for Amboina, which was reached without any accident on the 24th September. The governor, M. Mercus, happened to be on circuit, but his absence was no obstacle to the supply of all the stores needed by the commander. The reception given by the authorities and the society of the place was of a very cordial kind, and everything was done to compensate the French explorers for the hardships undergone in their long and troublesome voyage. From Amboyna, D'Urville proceeded to Hobart Town in Tasmania, a place not visited by any French vessel since the time of Borden, arriving on the 27th December, 1827. 35 years previously D'Entrecasteaux had met on the shores of this island only a few wretched savages, and 10 years later Borden found it quite deserted. The first piece of news that Dumont d'Urville learnt on entering the river Derwent, before even casting anchor at Hobart Town, was that Captain Dillon, an Englishman, had received certain information when at Tucopia of the shipwreck of La Pérouse at Vanikoro, and that he had brought away the hilt of a sword which he believed to have belonged to that navigator. On his arrival at Calcutta, Dillon communicated his information to the governor, who without delay dispatched him with instructions to rescue such of the shipwrecked crew as might still be alive, and collect whatever relics could be found of the vessels. To D'Urville this intelligence was of the highest interest, seeing that he had been specially instructed to search for whatever might be calculated to throw any light upon the fate of the unfortunate navigator, and he had, while at Namauker, obtained proof of the residence for a time of La Pérouse at the Friendly Islands. In the English colony itself there was some difference of opinion as to the credit which Captain Dillon's story was entitled to receive, but the report which that officer had made to the Governor-General of India quite removed any doubt from the mind of D'Urville. Abandoning, therefore, all further plans with reference to New Zealand, he decided upon proceeding at once in the Astrolabe, in the track of Dillon to Vanikoro, which he then knew only by the name of Malicolo. Natives of Vanikoro. Facsimile of early engraving. The following is the statement of the circumstances as made by Dillon during a stay made by the ship Hunter at the Fiji Islands. 3 persons, a Prussian named Martin Buschart, his wife, and a Lascar called at Chaulier, were received on board, endeavouring to escape from the horrible fate awaiting them, which had already befallen the other European deserters settled in that archipelago, that of being devoured by the savages. This unhappy trio merely begged to be put on shore at the first inhabited island which the Hunter might touch at. Accordingly, they were left on one of the Charlotte Islands, Tucopia, in 12 degrees 15 S, lat. and 169 degrees W. long. In the month of May 1836, Dillon, who had been one of the crew of the ship Hunter, paid a visit to the island of Tucopia, with a view of ascertaining what had become of the people put on shore in 1813. There he found the Lascar and the Prussian, the former of whom sold him a silver sword hilt. As might have been expected, Dillon was curious to know how the natives of that island had come into possession of such an article. The Prussian then related that on his arrival at Tucopia he had found many articles of iron, such as bolts, axes, knives, spoons, and other things, which he was told had come from Malicolo, a group of islands situated about 2 days' canoe sail to the east of Tucopia. By further interrogatories, Dillon learnt that 2 vessels had been thrown upon the coasts many years previously, one of which had perished entirely with all on board, whilst the crew of the second had constructed out of the wreck of their ship a little boat, in which they had put to sea, leaving some of their number at Malicolo. The Lascar said he had seen 2 of these men, who had acquired a well-merited influence through services rendered to chiefs. Dillon tried in vain to persuade his informant to take him to Malicolo, but was more successful with the Prussian, who took him within sight of the island, called Research by D'Entrecasteaux, on which, however, Dillon was unable to land on account of the dead calm and his want of provisions. On hearing his account on his arrival at Pondicherry, the governor entrusted him with the command of a boat specially constructed for exploring purposes. This was in 1827. Dillon now touched at Tucopia, where he obtained interpreters and a pilot, and thence went to Malicolo, where he learnt from the natives that the strangers had stayed there 5 months to build their vessel, and that they had been looked upon as supernatural visitors, an idea not a little confirmed by their singular behaviour. They had been seen, for instance, to talk to the moon and stars through a long stick. Their noses were immense, and some of them always remained standing, holding bars of iron in their hands. Such was the impression left on the minds of the natives by the astronomical observations, cocked hats, and sentinels of the French. Dillon obtained from the natives a good many relics of the expedition, and he also saw at the bottom of the sea, on the coral reef on which the vessel had struck, some bronze cannons, a bell, and all kinds of rubbish, which he reverently collected and carried to Paris, arriving there in 1828, and receiving from the king a pension of 4,000 francs as a reward for his exertions. All doubt was dispelled when the Comte de Lesseps, who had landed at Kamtschatka from La Peyrouse's party, identified the cannons and the carved stern of the bowsail, and the armorial bearings of Collignon, the botanist, were made out on a silver candlestick. All these interesting and curious facts, however, D'Urville did not know until later. At present he had only heard Dillon's first report. By chance, or perhaps because he was afraid of being forestalled, the captain had not laid down the position of Vanikoro or the route he followed on the way from Tucopia, which island D'Urville supposed to belong to the Banks or Santa Cruz group, each as little known as the other. Before following D'Urville, however, we must pause with him for a while at Hobart Town, which he looked upon even then as a place of remarkable importance. Its houses, he says, are very spacious, consisting only of 1 story and the ground floor, though their cleanness and regularity give them a very pleasant appearance. Walking in the streets, which are unpaved, though some have curbstones, is very tiring, and the dust always rising in clouds is very trying to the eyes. The government house is pleasantly situated on the shores of the bay, and will be greatly improved in a few years if the young trees planted about it thrive. Native timber is quite unsuitable for ornamental purposes. The stay at Hobart Town was turned to account to complete the stock of provisions, anchors, and other very requisite articles, and also to repair the vessel and the rigging, the latter being sorely dilapidated. On the 5th January the Astrolabe once more put to sea, surveyed Norfolk Island on the 20th, Matthew Volcano 6 days later, Erronan on the 28th, and the Little Mitre Island on the 8th February, arriving the next day off Tucopia, a small island 3 or 4 miles in circumference with one rather pointed peak, covered with vegetation. The eastern side of Tucopia is apparently inaccessible from the violence of the breakers, continually dashing on to its beach. The eagerness of all was now great, and was becoming unbounded when 3 boats, one containing a European, were seen approaching. This European turned out to be the Prussian calling himself Buschart, who had lately gone with Dillon to Malicolo, where the latter remained a whole month, and where he really obtained the relics of the expedition as D'Urville had heard at Hobart Town. Not a single Frenchman now remained on the island. The last had died the previous year. Buschart at first consented, but declined at the last moment, to go with D'Urville or to remain on the Astrolabe. Vanikoro is surrounded by reefs, through which, not without danger, the astrolabe found a passage casting anchor in the same place as Dillon had done, namely in Ossory Bay. The scene of the shipwreck was on the other side of the bay. It was not easy to get information from the natives, who were avaricious, untrustworthy, insolent and deceitful. An old man, however, was finally induced to confess that the whites who had landed on the beach at Vannon had been received with a shower of arrows, and that a fight ensued in which a good many natives had fallen. As for the Mara's sailors, they had all been killed and their skulls buried at Vannon. The rest of the bones had been used to tip the arrows of the natives. A canoe was now sent to the village of Nama, and after considerable hesitation the natives were induced by a promise of some red cloth to take the Frenchmen to the scene of the shipwreck about a mile off, near Payan and opposite Ambai, where amongst the breakers at the bottom of a sort of shelving beach anchors, cannons and cannonballs, and many other things were made out, leaving no doubt as to the facts in the minds of the officers of the astrolabe. It was evident to all that the vessel had endeavoured to get inside the reefs by a kind of pass, and that she had run aground and been unable to get off. The crew may then have saved themselves at Payan, and according to the account of some natives they built a little boat there, whilst the other vessel, which had struck on the reef further out, had been lost with all on board. Chief Momb had heard it said that the inhabitants of Vannon had approached the vessel to pillage it, but had been driven back by the whites, losing 20 men and 3 chiefs. The savages in their turn had massacred all the French who landed, except 2, who lived on the island for the space of 3 months. Another chief, Valico by name, said that one of the boats had struck outside the reef opposite Tainmer after a very windy night, and that nearly all its crew had perished before they could land. Many of the sailors of the second vessel had got to land, and built at Payan a little boat out of the pieces of the large ship wrecked. During their stay at Payan quarrels arose, and 2 sailors with 5 natives of Vannon and 1 from Tainmer were killed. At the end of 5 months the Frenchmen left the island. Lastly, a third old man told how some 30 sailors belonging to the first vessel had joined the crew of the second, and that they had all left at the end of 6 or 7 months. All these facts, which had so to speak to be extracted by force, varied in their details. The last, however, seemed most nearly to approach the truth. Amongst the objects picked up by the astrolabe were an anchor weighing about 1,800 pounds, a cast-iron cannon, a bronze swivel, a copper blunderbuss, some pig lead, and several other considerably damaged articles of little interest. These relics, with those collected by Dillon, are now in the Naval Museum at the Louvre. D'Urville did not leave Vanikoro without erecting a monument to the memory of his unfortunate fellow countrymen. This humble memorial was placed in a mangrove grove off the reef itself. It consists of a quadrangular prism made of coral slabs 6 feet high, surmounted by a pyramid of Coody wood of the same height, bearing on a little plate of lead the following inscription. As soon as this task was accomplished, D'Urville prepared to set sail again, as it was time he did, for the damp resulting from the torrents of rain had engendered serious fevers, prostrating no less than 25 of the party. The commander would have to make haste if he wished to keep a crew fit to execute the arduous manoeuvres necessary to the exit of the vessel from a narrow pass strewn with rocks. The last day passed by the astrolabe at Vanikoro would have shown the truth to D'Urville had he needed any enlightening as to the true disposition of the natives. The following is his account of the last incidents of this dangerous halt. At 8 o'clock, I was a good deal surprised to see 6 canoes approaching from Tevery, the more so, that 2 or 3 natives from Mainvoe who were on board showed no uneasiness, although they had told me a few days before that the people of Tevery were their mortal enemies. I expressed my surprise to the Mainvoeans, who merely said with an evident air of equivocation that they had made their peace with the Teveans, who were only bringing some cocoa nuts. I soon saw, however, that the newcomers were carrying nothing but bows and arrows in first-rate condition. 2 or 3 of them climbed on board, and in a determined manner came up to the main watch to look down into the orlop deck to find out how many men were disabled, whilst a malignant joy lit up their diabolical features. At this moment some of the crew told me that 2 or 3 of the Mainvoe men on board had done the same thing during the last 3 or 4 days, and M. Grecian, who had been watching their movements since the morning, thought he had seen the warriors of the 2 tribes meet on the beach and have a long conference together. Such behaviour gave proof of the most treacherous intentions, and I felt the danger to be imminent. I at once ordered the natives to leave the vessel and return to the canoes, but they had the audacity to look at me with a proud and threatening expression, as if to defy me to put my order into execution. I merely had the armoury, generally kept jealously closed, opened, and with a severe look I pointed to it with one hand, whilst with the other I motioned the savages to the canoes. The sudden apparition of 20 shining muskets, the powers of which they understood, made them tremble, and relieved us of their ominous presence. But I merely had the armoury opened. Before leaving the scene of this melancholy story, we will glean a few details from D'Urville's account of it. The Vanikoro Malikalo, or as Dillon calls it, the La Pérouse group, consists of 2 islands, Research and Tevery. The former is no less than 30 miles in circumference, whilst the latter is only 9 miles round. Both are lofty, clothed with impenetrable forests almost to the beach, and surrounded by a barrier of reefs 36 miles in circumference, with here and there a narrow strait between them. The inhabitants, who are lazy, slovenly, stupid, fierce, cowardly, and avaricious, do not exceed 12 or 1500 in number. It was unfortunate for La Pérouse to be shipwrecked amongst such people, when he would have received a reception so different on any other island of Polynesia. The women are naturally ugly, and the hard work they have to do with their general mode of life render their appearance yet more displeasing. The men are rather less ill-favoured, though they are stunted and lean and covered with ulcers and leprosy scars. Arrows and bows are their only weapons, and according to themselves, the former with their very fine bone tips, soldered on with extremely tenacious gum, inflict mortal wounds. They therefore value them greatly, and the visitors had great trouble to obtain any. Reefs off Vanikoro. On the 17th March the astrolabe at length issued from amongst the terrible reefs encircling Vanikoro. D'Urville had intended to survey Tamnako, Kennedy, Naitendi, and the Solomon Islands, where he hoped to meet with traces of the survivors from the shipwreck of the Bowsol and the astrolabe. But the melancholy condition of the crew, pulled down as they were by fever, and the illness of most of the officers, with the absence of any safe anchorage in this part of Oceania, decided him to make for Guam, where he thought a little rest might possibly be obtained. This was a very grave dereliction from the instructions which ordered him to survey Torres Straits, but the fact of 40 sailors being hors de combat and on the sick list will suffice to prove how foolish it would have been to make so perilous an attempt. Not until the 26th April was Hoguli Archipelago sighted, where D'Urville bridged over the gaps left by Duperrey in his exploration, and only on the 2nd May did the coasts of Guam come in sight. Anchor was cast at Umata, where a supply of fresh water was easily found, and the climate much milder than at Agagna. On the 29th May, however, when the expedition set sail again, the men were not by any means all restored to health, which d'Urville attributed to the excesses in the way of eating indulged in by the sick, and the impossibility of getting them to keep to a suitable diet. The good Medinilla, of whom Freycinet had such reason to speak favourably, was still governor of Guam. He did not this time, it is true, show so many kind attentions to the present expedition, but that was because a terrible drought had just devastated the colony, and a rumour had got afloat that the illness the crew of the Astrolabe was suffering from was contagious. Umata too was a good distance from Agagna, so that d'Urville could not visit the governor in his own home. Medinilla, however, sent the expedition fresh provisions and fruits in such quantities as to prove he had lost none of his old generosity. After leaving Guam, d'Urville surveyed under sail the Ilivi, the Ulithi of Lutsk, Guapcalo and the Pelu group of the Caroline archipelago, was driven by contrary winds past Waigiu, Au, Asia and Quebec, and finally entered Buron Straits and cast anchor off Amboyne, where he was cordially received by the Dutch authorities, and obtained news from France to the effect that the Minister of Marine had taken no notice of all the work, fatigue and perils of the expedition, for not one officer had received advancement. The receipt of this news caused considerable disappointment and discouragement, which the commander at once tried to remove. From Amboyne the Astrolabe steered via Banca Strait for Uinado, with its well-armed and equipped fort, forming a pleasant residence. Governor Mercus obtained for d'Urville's natural history collections some fine Barbarossas, a sapiautang, the latter a little animal of the size of a calf, with the same kind of muzzle, paws and turned-back horns, serpents, birds, fishes and plants. According to d'Urville, the people of the Celebes resemble in externals the Polynesians rather than the Malays. They reminded him of the natives of Otaheite, Tonga Tabou and New Zealand, much more than of the Papuans of Dairy Harbour, the Hafus of Buron, or the Malays, with their square bony faces. Near Manado are some mines of auriferous quartz, of which the commander was able to obtain a specimen, and in the interior is the lake of Manado, said to be of immense depth, and which is the source of the torrent of the same name that dashes in the form of a magnificent waterfall over a basalt rock 80 feet high, barring its progress to the sea. D'Urville, accompanied by the governor and the naturalists of the expedition, explored this beautiful lake, shut in by volcanic mountains, with here and there a few fumaroles still issuing from them, and ascertained the depth of the water to be no more than 12 or 13 fathoms, so that in the event of its ever drying up, its basin would form a perfectly level plain. On the 4th August anchor was weighed at Manado, where the sufferers from fever and dysentery had not got much better, and on the 29th of the same month the expedition arrived at Batavia, where it only remained 3 days. The rest of the voyage of the Astrolabe was in well-known waters. Mauritius was reached in due course, and there d'Urville met Commander Legourant, who had made a trip to Vanikoro in the corvette La Bayonnaise, and who told d'Urville that he had not attempted to enter the reef, but had only sent in some boats to reconnoitre. The natives had respected the monument to the memory of La Pérouse, and had been reluctant even to allow the sailors of the Bayonnaise to nail a copper plate upon it. On the 18th November the corvette left Mauritius, and after touching at the Cape, St. Helena and Ascension, arrived on the 25th March, 1829, at Marseille, exactly 35 months after her departure from that port. To hydrographical science, if to nothing else, the results of the expedition were remarkable, and no less than 45 new charts were produced by the indefatigable Messrs. Grecian and Paris. Nothing will better bring before us the richness of harvest of natural history specimens than the following quotation from Cuvier's report. They, the species brought home by Quoy and Gaimard, amount to thousands in the catalogues, and no better proof can be given of the activity of our naturalists than the fact that the directors of the Jardin du Roi do not know where to store the results of the expedition, especially those now under notice. They have had to be stowed away on the ground floor, almost in the cellars, and the very warehouses are now so crowded, no other word would do as well, that we have had to divide them by partitions to make more stowage. The geological collections were no less numerous. 187 species or varieties of rock attest the zeal of Messrs. Quoy and Gaimard, while M. Lesson, Jr., collected 15 or 1600 plants. Captain Jacquinot made a number of astronomical observations. M. Lottin studied magnetism, and the commander, without neglecting his duties as a sailor and leader of the expedition, made experiments on submarine temperature and meteorology, and collected an immense mass of information on philology and ethnography. We cannot better conclude our account of this expedition than with the following quotation from Dumont d'Urville's memoirs, given in his biography by Didot. This adventurous expedition surpassed all previous ones, alike in the number and gravity of the dangers incurred, and the extent of the results of every kind obtained. An iron will prevented me from ever yielding to any obstacle. My mind once made up to die or to succeed, I was free from any hesitation or uncertainty. 20 times I saw the astrolabe on the eve of destruction without once losing hope of her salvation. 1,000 times did I risk the very lives of my companions in order to achieve the object of my instructions, and I can assert that for 2 consecutive years we daily incurred more real perils than we should have done in the longest ordinary voyage. My brave and honourable officers were not blind to the dangers to which I daily exposed them, but they kept silence, and nobly fulfilled their duty. From this admirable harmony of purpose and devotion resulted a mass of discoveries and observations in every branch of human knowledge, of all of which an exact account was given by Rossel, Cuvier, Jeffreysant, Hilaire, Desfontaines and others, all competent and disinterested judges. Chapter 12. Bellinghausen, yet another Russian explorer, discovery of the islands of Traversay, Peter I, and Alexander I, the whaler, Weddell, the southern Orkneys, New Shetland, the people of Tierra del Fuego, John Biscoe and the districts of Enderby and Graham, Charles Wilkes and the Antarctic continent, Captain Balleny, Dumont d'Urville's expedition in the Astrolabe and the Zélé, Coupvent d'Espoir and the Peak of Tenerife, the Straits of Magellan, a new post office shut in by ice, Louis Philippe's Land across Oceania, Adélie and Clary Lands, New Guinea and Torres Strait, return to France, James Clark Rosset, Victoria. We have already had occasion to speak of the Antarctic regions, and the explorations made there in the 17th, and at the end of the 18th century, by various navigators, nearly all Frenchmen, amongst whom we must specially note La Roche, discoverer of New Georgia in 1675, Bouvet, Kerguelen, Marion and Crozet. The name of Antarctic is given to all the islands scattered about the ocean which are called after navigators, as well as those of Prince Edward, the Sandwich Group, New Georgia and C. It was in these latitudes that William Smith, commander of the brig William, trading between Montevideo and Valparaiso, discovered in 1818 the southern Shetland Islands, arid and barren districts covered with snow, on which, however, collected vast herds of seals, animals of which the skins are used as furs, and which had not before been met with in the southern seas. The news of this discovery led to a rush of whaling vessels to the new hunting grounds, and between 1821 and 1822 the number of seals captured in this archipelago is estimated at 32,000, whilst the quantity of sea elephant oil obtained during the same time may be put down at 940 tons. As males and females were indiscriminately slaughtered, however, the new fields were soon exhausted. The survey of the 12 principal islands and of the innumerable and all but barren rocks making up this archipelago occupied but a short time. Hunting sea elephants. 2 years later Botwell discovered the southern Orkneys, and then Palmer and other whalemen sighted, or thought they sighted, districts to which they gave the names of Palmer and Trinity. More important discoveries were, however, to be made in these Hyperborean regions, and the hypothesis of Dalrymple, Buffon, and other scholars of the 18th century as to the existence of a southern continent, forming, so to speak, a counterpoise to the North Pole, was to be unexpectedly confirmed by the work of these intrepid explorers. The navy of Russia had now for some years been rapidly gaining in importance, and had played no insignificant part in scientific research. We have related the interesting voyages of most Russian circumnavigators, but we have still to speak of Bellinghausen's voyage round the world, which occupies a prominent place in the history of the exploration of the Antarctic seas. The Vostok, Captain Bellinghausen, and the Mirny, commanded by Lieutenant Lazeo, left Kronstadt on the 3rd July 1819, en route for the Antarctic Ocean. On the 15th December southern Georgia was sighted, and 7 days later an island was discovered in the southeast, to which the name of Traversay was given, and the position of which was fixed at 52 degrees 15 S. lat. And 27 degrees 21 W. long, reckoning from the Paris meridian, continuing their easterly course in S. lat. 60 degrees for 400 miles as far as W. long, 187 degrees. The explorers then bore south to S. lat. 70 degrees, where their further progress was arrested by a barrier of ice. Bellinghausen, nothing daunted, tried to cut his way eastwards into the heart of the polar circle, but at 44 degrees E. long he was compelled to return northwards. After a voyage of 40 miles, a large country hove in sight, which a whaler was to discover 12 years later when the ice had broken up. Back again in S. lat. 62 degrees, Bellinghausen once more steered eastwards without encountering any obstacles, and on the 5th March 1820 he made for Port Jackson to repair his vessels. The whole summer was given up by the Russian navigator to a cruise about Oceania, when he discovered no less than 17 new islands, and on the 31st October he left Port Jackson on a new expedition. The first places sighted on this trip were the Macquarie Islands, then cutting across the 60th parallel S. lat. in E. long, 160 degrees, the explorers bore east between S. lat. 64 degrees and 68 degrees as far as W. long, 95 degrees. On the 9th January Bellinghausen reached 70 degrees S. lat. and the next day discovered in S. lat. 69 degrees 30 W. long, 92 degrees 20 an island to which he gave the name of Peter I, the most southerly land hitherto visited. Then 15 degrees further east, and in all but the same latitude, he sighted some more land which he called Alexander I.'s Land. Scarcely 200 miles distant from Graham's Land, it appeared likely to be connected with it, for the sea between the two districts was constantly discoloured, and many other facts pointed to the same conclusion. From Alexander I.'s Land the two vessels bearing due north and passing Graham's Land made for New Georgia, arriving there in February. Thence they returned to Kronstadt, the port of which they entered in July 1821, exactly 2 years after they left it, having lost only 3 men out of a crew of 200. We would gladly have given further details of this interesting expedition, but we have not been able to obtain a sight of the original account published in Russian at St. Petersburg, and we have had to be content with the résumé brought out in one of the journals of the Geographical Society in 1839, engraved by E. Morieu. At the same period, a master in the Royal Navy, James Weddell by name, was appointed by an Edinburgh firm to the command of an expedition to obtain sealskins in the southern seas where 2 years were to be spent. This expedition consisted of the brig Jane, 160 tons, Captain Weddell, and the cutter Beaufort, 65 tons, Matthew Brisbane commander. The two vessels left England on the 17th September 1822, touched at Bonavista, one of the Cape Verde Islands, and cast anchor in the following December in the port of St. Helena, on the eastern coast of Patagonia, where some valuable observations were taken on the position of that town. Weddell put to sea again on the 27th December, and steering in a southeasterly direction, came in sight, on the 12th January, of an archipelago to which he gave the name of the Southern Orkneys. These islands are situated in lat. 60 degrees 45 and W long 45 degrees. According to the navigator, this little group presents an even more forbidding appearance than New Shetland. On every side rise the sharp points of rocks, bare of vegetation, round which surge the restless waves, and against which dash enormous floating icebergs with a noise like thunder. Vessels are in perpetual danger in these latitudes, and the 11 days passed under sail by Weddell in surveying minutely the islands, islets, and rocks of this archipelago were a time of ceaseless exertion for the crew, who were throughout in constant danger of their lives. Specimens of the principal strata of these islands were collected, and on the return home put into the hands of Professor Jameson of Edinburgh, who identified them as belonging to primary and volcanic rocks. Weddell now made for the south, crossed the Antarctic Circle in W long 30 degrees, and soon came in sight of numerous ice islands. Beyond lat. 70 degrees, these floes decreased in number, and finally disappeared. The weather moderated, innumerable flocks of birds hovered above the ships, whilst large schools of whales played in its wake. This strange and unexpected change in the temperature surprised everyone, especially as it became more marked as the South Pole was more nearly approached. Everything pointed to the existence of a continent not far off. Nothing was, however, discovered. On the 20th February the vessels were in lat. 74 degrees 15 and W long 34 degrees 16:45. I would willingly, says Weddell, have explored the southwest quarter, but taking into consideration the lateness of the season, and that we had to pass homeward through 1,000 miles of sea strewed with ice islands, with long nights, and probably attended with fogs, I could not determine otherwise than to take advantage of this favourable wind for returning. Having seen no sign of land in this direction and a strong southerly wind blowing at the time, Weddell retraced his course as far as lat. 58 degrees and steered in an easterly direction to within 100 miles of the Sandwich Islands. On the 7th February he once more doubled the southern cape, sailed by a sheet of ice 50 miles wide, and on the 20th February reached S. lat. 74 degrees 15. From the top of the masts nothing was to be seen but an open sea with a few floating ice islands. Unexpected results had ensued from these trips in a southerly direction. Weddell had penetrated 240 miles nearer the pole than any of his predecessors, including Cook. He gave the name of George Roman IV to that part of the Antarctic Ocean which he had explored. Strange and significant was the fact that the ice had decreased in quantity as the South Pole was approached, whilst fogs and storms were incessant, and the atmosphere was always heavily charged with moisture, and the temperature of surprising mildness. Another valuable observation made was that the vibrations of the compass were as slow in these southern latitudes as Parry had noted them to be in the Arctic regions. Weddell's two vessels, separated in a storm, met again in New Georgia after a perilous voyage of 1,200 miles amongst the ice. New Georgia, discovered by La Roche in 1675 and visited in 1756 by the Lion, was really little known until after Captain Cook's exploration of it, but his account of the number of seals and walruses frequenting it had led to being much favoured by whalers, chiefly English and American, who took the skins of their victims to China and sold them at a guinea or 30 shillings each. The island, says Weddell speaking of South Georgia, is about 96 miles long and its mean breadth about 10. It is so indented with bays that in several places where they are on opposite sides, they are so deep as to make the distance from one side to the other very small. The tops of the mountains are lofty and perpetually covered with snow, but in the valleys during the summer season, vegetation is rather abundant. Almost the only natural production of the soil is a strong-bladed grass, the length of which is in general about 2 feet. It grows in tufts on mounds 3 or 4 feet from the ground. No land quadrupeds are found here. Birds and amphibious animals are the only inhabitants. Here congregate numerous flocks of penguins, which stalk about on the beach, head in air. To quote an early navigator, Sir John Nasborough, they look like children in white aprons. Numerous albatrosses are also met with here, some of them measuring 17 feet from tip to tip of their wings. When these birds are stripped of their plumage, their weight is reduced 1/2. Here congregate flocks of penguins. Weddell also visited New Shetland and ascertained that Bridgeman Island in that group is an active volcano. He could not land as all the harbours were blocked up with ice, and he was obliged to make for Tierra del Fuego. During a stay of 2 months here, Weddell collected some valuable information on the advantages of this coast to navigators, and obtained some accurate data as to the character of the inhabitants. In the interior of Tierra del Fuego rose a few mountains, always covered with snow, the loftiest of which were not more than 3,000 feet high. Weddell was unable to identify the volcano noticed by other travellers, including Basil Hall in 1822, but he picked up a good deal of lava which had probably come from it. There was, moreover, no doubt of its existence, for the explorer under notice had seen on his previous voyage signs of a volcanic eruption in the extreme redness of the sky above Tierra del Fuego. Hitherto there had been a good deal of divergence in the opinion of explorers as to the temperature of Tierra del Fuego. Weddell attributes this to the different seasons of their visits, and the variability of the winds. When he was there and the wind was in the south, the thermometer was never more than 2 or 3 degrees above zero, whereas when the wind came from the north it was as hot as July in England. According to Weddell, dogs and otters are the only quadrupeds of the country. The relations with the natives were cordial throughout the explorers' stay amongst them. At first they gathered about the ship without venturing to climb on to it, and the scenes enacted on the passage of the first European vessel through the States were repeated in spite of the long period which had since elapsed. Of the bread, Madeira and beef offered to them, the natives would taste nothing but the meat, and of the many objects shown to them, they liked pieces of iron and looking-glasses best, amusing themselves with making grimaces in the latter of such absurdity as to keep the crew in fits of laughter. Their general appearance, too, was very provocative of mirth. Their jet-black complexions, blue feathers and faces, streaked with parallel red and white lines like tick, made up a whole of the greatest absurdity, and many were the hearty laughs the English enjoyed at their expense. Presently disgusted at receiving nothing more than the iron hoops of casks from people possessed of such wealth, they proceeded to annex all they could lay hands on. These thefts were soon detected and put a stop to, but they gave rise to many an amusing scene, and proved the wonderful imitative powers of the natives. A sailor had given a Fuegan, says Weddell, a tin pot full of coffee which he drank, and was using all his art to steal the pot. The sailor, however, recollecting after a while that the pot had not been returned, applied for it, but whatever words he made use of were always repeated in imitation by the Fuegan. At length he became enraged at hearing his requests reiterated, and placing himself in a threatening attitude, in an angry tone, he said, "You copper-coloured rascal, where is my tin pot?" The Fuegan, assuming the same attitude with his eyes fixed on the sailor, called out, "You copper-coloured rascal, where is my tin pot?" The imitation was so perfect that every one laughed, except the sailor, who proceeded to search him, and under his arm he found the article missing. The sterile mountainous districts in this rigorous climate of Tierra del Fuego furnish no animal fit for food, and without proper clothing or nourishment the people are reduced to a state of complete barbarism. Hunting yields them hardly any game. Fishing is almost equally unproductive of results. They are obliged to depend upon the storms which now and then fling some huge cetacean on their shores, and upon such salvage they fall tooth and nail, not even taking the trouble to cook the flesh. In 1828, Henry Foster, commanding the Chanticleer, received instructions to make observations on the pendulum, with a view to determining the figure of the earth. This expedition extended over 3 years and was then, in 1831, brought to an end by his violent death by drowning in the river Chagas. We allude to this trip because it resulted on the 5th January, 1829, in the identification and exploration of the southern Shetlands. The commander himself succeeded in landing, though with great difficulty, on one of these islands, where he collected some specimens of the syenite of which the soil is composed, and a small quantity of red snow, in every respect similar to that found by explorers in the Arctic regions. Of far greater interest, however, was the survey made in 1830 by the whaler John Biscoe. The brig Tulla, 140 tons, and the cutter Lively, left London under his orders on the 14th July, 1830. These 2 vessels, the property of Messrs. Enderby, were fitted up for whale fishing, and were in every respect well qualified for the long and arduous task before them, which, according to Biscoe's instructions, was to combine discovery in the Antarctic seas with whaling. After touching at the Falklands, the ship started on the 27th November on a vain search for the Aurora Islands, after which they made for the Sandwich Group, doubling its most southerly cape on the 1st January, 1831. In 59 degrees S. lat. Masses of ice were encountered, compelling the explorers to give up the southwestern route, in which direction they had noted signs of the existence of land. It was therefore necessary to bear east, skirting along the ice as far as W. long, 9 degrees 34. It was only on the 16th January that Biscoe was able to cross the 60th parallel of S. lat. In 1775, Cook had here come to a space of open sea 250 miles in extent, yet now an insurmountable barrier of ice checked Biscoe's advance. Continuing his southwesterly course as far as 68 degrees 51 and 10 degrees E. long, the explorer was struck by the discoloration of the water, the presence of several eaglets and Cape pigeons, and the fact that the wind now blew from the south-southwest, all sure tokens of a large continent being near. Ice, however, again barred his progress southwards, and he had to go on in an easterly direction, approaching nearer and nearer to the Antarctic Circle. At length, on the 27th February, says Disborough Cooley, in S. lat. 65 degrees 57 and E. long, 47 degrees 20 land was distinctly seen. This land was of considerable extent, mountainous and covered with snow. Biscoe named it Enderby, and made the most strenuous efforts to reach it, but it was so completely surrounded with ice that he could not succeed. Whilst these attempts were being made, a gale of wind separated the two vessels and drove them in a southeasterly direction, the land remaining in sight, and stretching away from east to west for an extent of more than 200 miles. Bad weather, and the deplorable state of the health of the crew, compelled Biscoe to make for Van Diemen's Land, where he was not rejoined by the Lively until some months later. The explorers had several opportunities of observing the Aurora Australis. To quote from Biscoe's narrative, or rather the account of his trip drawn up from his logbook, and published in the Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, extraordinarily vivid coruscations of Aurora Australis were seen, at times rolling, says Captain Biscoe, as it were over our heads in the form of beautiful columns, then as suddenly changing like the fringe of a curtain, and again shooting across the hemisphere like a serpent, frequently appearing not many yards above our heads, and decidedly within our atmosphere. Leaving Van Diemen's Land on the 11th January, 1832, Biscoe and his two vessels resumed their voyage in a southeasterly direction. The constant presence of floating seaweed, and the number of birds of a kind which never venture far from land, with the gathering of low and heavy clouds, made Biscoe think he was on the eve of some discovery, but storms prevented the completion of his explorations. At last, on the 12th February, in S. lat. 64 degrees 10 albatrosses, penguins and whales were seen in large quantities, and on the 15th land was seen in the south, a long distance off. The next day this land was ascertained to be a large island, to which the name of Adelaide was given, in honour of the Queen of England. On this island were a number of mountains of conical form with the base very large. In the ensuing days it was ascertained that this was no solitary island, but one of a chain of islets forming, so to speak, the outworks of a lofty continent. This continent, stretching away for 250 miles in an E, N, E and WSW direction, was called Graham, whilst the name of Biscoe was given to the islets in honour of their discoverer. there was no trace either of plants or animals in this country. To make quite sure of the nature of his discovery, Biscoe landed on the 21st February on Graham's Land and determined the position of a lofty mountain to which he gave the name of William in S. lat. 64 degrees 45 and W. long. 66 degrees 11, reckoning from the Paris meridian. To quote from the Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, the place was in a deep bay in which the water was so still that could any seals have been found the vessels could have been easily loaded, as they might have been laid alongside the rocks for the purpose. The depth of the water was also considerable, no bottom being found with 20 fathoms of line almost close to the beach, and the sun was so warm that the snow was melted off all the rocks along the water line, which made it more extraordinary that they should be so utterly deserted. From Graham's Land, Biscoe made for the southern Shetlands, with which it seemed possible the former might be connected, and after touching at the Falkland Islands, where he lost sight of the Lively, he returned to England. As a reward for all he had done, and as an encouragement for the future, Biscoe received medals both from the English and French geographical societies. Very animated were the discussions which now took place as to the existence of a southern continent, and the possibility of penetrating beyond the barrier of ice shutting in the adjacent islands. 3 powers simultaneously resolved to send out an expedition. France entrusted the command of hers to Dumont d'Urville. England chose James Ross, and the United States Lieutenant Charles Wilkes. The last named found himself at the head of a small fleet, consisting of the Porpoise, 2 sloops, the Vincennes and the Peacock, 2 schooners, the Seagull and the Flying Fish, and a transport ship, the Relief, which was sent on in advance to Rio with a reserve of provisions, whilst the others touched at Madeira and the Cape Verde Islands from the 24th November 1838 to the 6th January 1839. The squadron remained in the Bay of Rio de Janeiro, whence it sailed to the Rio Negro, not arriving at Port Orange, Tierra del Fuego, until the 19th February 1839. There the expedition divided, the Peacock and Flying Fish making for the point where Cook crossed S. lat. 60 degrees, and the Relief, with the naturalists on board, penetrating into the Straits of Magellan by one of the passages southeast of Tierra del Fuego, whilst the Vincennes remained at Port Orange, and the Seagull and Porpoise started on the 24th February for the southern seas. Wilkes surveyed Palmer's Land for a distance of 30 miles to the point where it turns in a S.E. direction, which he called Cape Hope. He then visited the Shetlands and verified the position of several of the islands in that group. After passing 36 days in these inhospitable regions, the 2 vessels steered northwards. A voyage marked by few incidents worthy of record brought Wilkes to Callao, but he had lost sight of the Seagull. The commander now visited the Paumotu group, Otaheite, the Society and Navigators Islands, and cast anchor off Sydney on the 28th November. On the 29th December 1839, the expedition once more put to sea and steered for the south, with a view to reaching the most southerly latitude between E. long 160 degrees and 145 degrees, reckoning from Greenwich, bearing east by west. The vessels were at liberty to follow out separate courses, a rendezvous being fixed in case of their losing sight of each other. Up to January 22nd, numerous signs of land were seen, and some officers even thought they had actually caught sight of it, but it turned out, when the various accounts were compared at the trial Wilkes had to undergo on his return, that it was merely through the accidental deviation before the 22nd January of the Vincennes, in a northerly direction, that the English explorers ascertained the existence of land. Not until he reached Sydney did Wilkes, hearing that d'Urville had discovered land on the 19th January, pretend to have seen it on the same day. Dumont d'Urville, these facts are established in a very conclusive article published by the hydrographer Dorsey in the Bulletin de la Société de Géographie. Further on we shall see that d'Urville actually landed on the new continent, so that the honour of being the first to discover it is undoubtedly his. The peacock and flying fish, either because they had sustained damages, or because of the dangers from the roughness of the sea and floating ice, had steered in a northerly direction from the 24th January to the 5th February. The Vincennes and Porpoise alone continued the arduous voyage as far as E. Long, 97 degrees, having land in sight for 2 or 3 miles, which they approached whenever the ice allowed them to do so. On the 29th of January, says Wilkes in his report to the National Institution of Washington, we entered what I have called Piners Bay, the only place where we could have landed on the naked rocks. We were driven out of it by one of the sudden gales usual in those seas. We got soundings in 30 fathoms. The gale lasted 36 hours, and after many narrow escapes I found myself some 60 miles W to leeward of this bay. It now became probable that this land which we had discovered was of great extent, and I deemed it of more importance to follow its trend than to return to Piners Bay to land, not doubting I should have an opportunity of landing on some portion of it still more accessible. This, however, I was disappointed in, the icy barrier preventing our approach, and rendering it impossible to effect. Great quantities of ice, covered with mud, rock, and stone, presented themselves at the edge of the barrier, in close proximity of the land. From these our specimens were obtained, and were quite as numerous as could have been gathered from the rocks themselves. The land, covered with snow, was distinctly seen in many places, and between them such appearances as to leave little or no doubt in my mind of it being a continuous line of coast, and deserving the name bestowed upon it of the Antarctic continent, lying as it does under that circle. Many phenomena were observed here, and observations made, which will be found under their appropriate head in the sequel. On reaching 97 degrees east, we found the ice trending to the northward and continuing to follow it close. We reached to within a few miles of the position where Cook was stopped by the barrier in 1773. Piners Bay, where Wilkes landed, is situated in E. long 140 degrees, reckoning from Paris. That is to say, it is identical with the place visited by d'Urville on the 21st January. On the 30th January the Porpoise had come in sight of d'Urville's 2 vessels, and approached to within speaking distance of them, but they put on all sail and appeared anxious to avoid any communication. On his arrival at Sydney, Wilkes found the Peacock in a state of repair, and with that vessel he visited New Zealand, Tonga Tabou, and the Fiji Islands, where 2 of the junior officers of the expedition were massacred by the natives. The Friendly, Navigator and Sandwich Islands, Admiralty Straits, Puget Sound, Vancouver's Island, the Ladrones, Manila, Sulu, Singapore, the Sunda Islands, St. Helena and Rio de Janeiro, were the halting places on the return voyage, which terminated on the 9th June 1842 at New York, the explorers having been absent 3 years and 10 months altogether. The results to every branch of science were considerable, and the young Republic of the United States was to be congratulated on a debut so triumphant in the career of discovery. In spite, however, of the interest attaching to the account of this expedition, and to the special treatises by Dana, Good, Pickering, Gray, Cassin, and Brackenbridge, we are obliged to refrain from dwelling on the work done in countries already known. The success of these publications beyond the Atlantic was, as might be expected in a country boasting of so few explorers, immense. Whilst Wilkes was engaged in his explorations, i.e., in 1839 Balleny, captain of the Elizabeth Scott, was adding his quota to the survey of the Antarctic regions. Starting from Campbell Island on the south of New Zealand, he arrived on the 7th February in S. lat. 67 degrees 7 and W long, 164 degrees 25, reckoning from the Paris meridian, then bearing west and noting many indications of the neighbourhood of land. He discovered 2 days later a black band in the southwest which, at 6 o'clock in the evening, he ascertained beyond a doubt to be land. This land turned out to be 3 islands of considerable size, and Balleny gave them his own name. As may be imagined, the captain tried to land, but a barrier of ice prevented his doing so. All he could manage was the determination of the position of the central isle, which he fixed at S. lat. 66 degrees 44 and W long, 162 degrees 25. On the 14th February, a lofty land, covered with snow, was sighted in the WSW. The next day there were but 10 miles between the vessel and the land. It was approached as nearly as possible, and then a boat was put off, but a beach of only 3 or 4 feet wide, with vertical and inaccessible cliffs rising beyond it, rendered landing impossible, and only by getting wet up to their waists were the sailors able to obtain a few specimens of the lava characteristic of this volcanic district. Only by getting wet up to their waists. Yet once more, on the 2nd March in S. lat. 65 degrees and about W long, 120 degrees 24, land was seen from the deck of the Elizabeth Scott. The vessel was brought to for the night, and the next day an attempt was made to steer in a southwest direction, but it was impossible to get through the ice barrier. Naming the new discovery Sabrina, Balleny resumed his northerly route without being able further to verify his discoveries. In 1837, just as Wilkes had started on his expedition, Captain Dumont d'Urville proposed to the Minister of Marine a new scheme for a voyage round the world. The services rendered by him in 1819–21 in a hydrographic expedition, in 1822 and 1825 on the Coquille under Captain Duperrey, and lastly in 1826–29 on the Astrolabe, had given him an amount of experience which justified him in submitting his peculiar views to the government, and to supplement, so to speak, the mass of information collected by himself and others in these little-known latitudes. The minister at once accepted d'Urville's offer, and exerted himself to find for him enlightened and trustworthy fellow-workers. 2 corvettes, the Astrolabe and the Zélé, fitted up with everything which French experience had proved to be necessary, were placed at his disposal, and amongst his colleagues were many who were subsequently to rise to the rank of general officers, including Jacquinot, commander of the Zélé, Coupvent d'Espoir, du Bouzet, Tardy de Montrevel, and Perigot, all well-known names to those interested in the history of the French Navy. The instructions given by Vice-Admiral Rossaymol to d'Urville differed from those of his predecessors chiefly in his being ordered to penetrate as near as the ice would permit to the South Pole. He was also ordered to complete the great work he had begun in 1827 on the Viti Islands, to survey the Salomon Archipelago, to visit the Swan River of Australia, New Zealand, the Chatham Islands, that part of the Caroline group surveyed by Lutke, Mindanao, Borneo, and Batavia, whence he was to return to France via the Cape of Good Hope. These instructions concluded in terms proving the exalted ideas of the government. His Majesty, said Admiral de Rossaemel, not only contemplates the progress of hydrography and natural science, but his royal solicitude for the interests of French commerce and the development of the French navy is such as to lead him greatly to extend the terms of your commission and to hope for great results from it. You will visit numerous places, the resources of which you must study with a view to the interests of our whaling ships, collecting all information likely to be of service to them alike in facilitating their voyages and rendering those voyages as remunerative as possible. You will touch at those ports where commercial relations with us are already opened, and where the visit of a state vessel will have salutary effects, and at others hitherto closed to our produce, and about which you may on your return give us some valuable details. In addition to the personal good wishes of Louis Philippe, D'Urville received many marks of the most lively interest taken in his work by the Académie des Sciences Morales and the Geographical Society, but not unfortunately from the Académie des Sciences, although he had for 20 years been working hard to increase the riches of the Museum of Natural History. Whether from prejudice or from whatever cause, says D'Urville, they, the members of the Académie des Sciences, showed very little enthusiasm for the contemplated expedition, and their instructions to me were as formal as they would have been to a complete stranger. It is matter of regret that the celebrated Arago, the declared enemy of polar researches, was one of the bitterest opponents of the new expedition. This was not, however, the case with various scholars of other nationalities, such as Humboldt and Krusenstern, who wrote to congratulate D'Urville on his approaching voyage and on the important results to science which might be hoped for. After numerous delays, resulting from the fitting up of 2 vessels which were to take the Prince de Joinville to Brazil, the Astrolabe and Zélé at last left Toulon on the 7th September, 1837. The last day of the same month they cast anchor off Santa Cruz de Tenerife, which D'Urville chose as a halting place in preference to one of the Cape Verde Islands, in the hope of laying in a stock of wine, and also of being able to take some magnetic observations which he had been blamed for neglecting in 1826, although it was well known that he was not then in a fit state to attend to such things, in spite of the eagerness of the young officers to go and enjoy themselves on shore. They had to submit to a quarantine of 4 days, on account of rumours of cases of plague having occurred in the lazaretto of Marseille. Without pausing to relate the details of Messrs. Du Bouzet, Coupvent, and Dumoulin's ascent of the peak, we will merely quote a few enthusiastic remarks of Coupvent d'Espoir. Arrived, says that officer, at the foot of the peak, we spent the last hour of the ascent in crossing cinders and broken stones, arriving at last at the longed-for goal, the loftiest point of this huge volcano. The smoking crater presented the appearance of a hollow sulphurous semicircle about 1,200 feet wide and 300 feet deep, covered with the debris of pumice and other stones. The thermometer, which had marked 5 degrees at 10 a.m., got broken through being placed on the ground where there was an escape of sulphuric vapour. There are upon the sides and in the crater numerous fumaroles which send forth the native sulphur, which forms the base of the peak. The rush of the vapour is so rapid as to sound like shots from a cannon. The heat of the ground is so great in some parts that it is impossible to stand on it for a minute at a time. Look around you and see if these 3 mountains piled one upon the other do not resemble a staircase built up by giants, on which to climb to heaven. Gaze upon the vast streams of lava, all issuing from one point which form the crater, and which a few centuries back you could not have trodden upon with impunity. See the Canaries in the distance, look down, ye pygmies, on the sea, with its breakers dashing against the shores of the island, of which you for the moment form the summit. See for once as God sees, and be rewarded for your exertions, ye travellers, whose enthusiasm for the grand scenes of nature has brought you some 12,182 feet above the level of the ocean. We must add that the explorers testified to the brilliancy of the stars, as seen from the summit of the peak, the clearness of all sounds, and also to the giddiness and headache known as mountain sickness. Whilst part of the staff were engaged in this scientific excursion, several other officers visited the town, where they noticed nothing special except a narrow walk called the Alameda, and the church of the Franciscans. The neighbourhood, however, is interesting enough on account of the curious aqueducts for supplying the town with water, and the Merced forest which, in D'Urville's opinion, might more justly be called a coppice, for it contains nothing but shrubs and ferns. The population seemed happy but extremely lazy, economical but horribly dirty, and the less said about their morals the better. On the 12th October the 2 vessels put to sea again, intending to reach the polar regions as soon as possible. Motives of humanity, however, determined D'Urville to change his plans and touch at Rio, the state of an apprentice with disease of the lungs becoming so rapidly worse that a stay in the Arctic regions would probably have been fatal. The vessels cast anchor in the roadstead, not the Bay of Rio, on the 13th November, but they only remained there 1 day, that is to say, just long enough to land young Dupère and to lay in a stock of provisions. The southerly route was then resumed. For a long time D'Urville had wished to explore the Strait of Magellan, not with a view to further hydrographical surveys, for the careful explorations of Captain King, begun in 1826, had been finished in 1834 by Fitzroy, leaving little to be done in that direction, but to gather the rich and still unappropriated harvest of facts relating to natural history. How intensely interesting it was, too, to note how real had been the dangers encountered by early navigators, such as the sudden veering of the wind and sea. What a good thing it would be to obtain further and more detailed information about the famous Patagonians, the subject of so many fables and controversies. Yet another motive led D'Urville to anchor off Port Famine, rather than off Staten Island. His perusal of the accounts of the work of explorers who had penetrated into the southern seas convinced him that the end of January and the whole of February were the best times for visiting these regions, for then only are the effects of the annual thaw over, and with them the risk of over-fatigue to the crews. Anchorage off Port Famine. This resolution once taken, D'Urville communicated it to Captain Jacquinot and set sail for the strait. On the 12th December Cape Virgin was sighted, and Dumoulin, seconded by the young officers, began a grand series of hydrographical surveys. In the intricate navigation of the strait, D'Urville, we are told, showed equal courage and calmness, skill and presence of mind, completely winning over to his side many of the sailors, who, when they had seen him going along at Toulon when suffering with the gout, had exclaimed, "Oh, that old fellow won't take us far." Now, when his constant vigilance had brought the vessels safely out of the strait, the cry was, "The man is mad. He's made us scrape against rocks, reefs, and land, as if he had never taken a voyage before, and we used to think him as useless as a rotten keel. We must now say a few words on the stay at Port Famine. Landing is easy, and there is a good spring and plenty of wood. On the rocks are found quantities of mussels, limpets, and whelks, whilst inland grows celery and a kind of herb resembling the dandelion. Another fruitful source of wealth in this bay is fish, and whilst the vessels were at anchor, dragnets, trammels, and lines captured enough mullet, gudgeon, and roaches to feed the whole crew. As I was about to re-embark, says D'Urville, a little barrel was brought to me which had been found hung on a tree on the beach, near a post on which was written Post Office. Having ascertained that this barrel contained papers, I took it on board and examined them. They consisted of notes of captains who had passed through the Straits of Magellan, stating the time of their visits, the incidents of their passage, with advice to those who should come after them, and letters for Europe or the United States. It seemed that an American captain, Cunningham by name, had been the originator of this open-air post office. He had merely in April 1833 hung a bottle on a tree, and his fellow countryman Waterhouse had supplemented it by the post with its inscription. Lastly, Captain Carrick of the schooner Mary Ann from Liverpool passed through the strait in March 1837, on his way to San Blas, California, going through it again a second time on his way back on the 29th November 1837, that is to say, 16 days before our own visit, and he it was who had substituted the barrel for the bottle, adding an invitation to all who should succeed him to use it as the receptacle of letters for different destinations. I mean to improve this ingenious and useful contrivance by forming an actual post office on the highest point of the peninsula, with an inscription in letters of a size so gigantic as to compel the attention of navigators who would not otherwise have touched at Port Famine. Curiosity will then probably lead them to send a canoe to examine the box, which will be fastened to the post. It seems likely that we shall ourselves reap the first fruits of this arrangement, and our families will be agreeably surprised to receive news from us from this wild and lonely district, just before our plunge into the ice of the polar regions. At low tide, the mouth of the Sedja River, which flows into Famine Bay, is encumbered with sandbanks. Some 1,000 feet further on the plain is transformed into a vast marsh, from which rise the trunks of immense trees and huge bones, bleached by the action of time, which have been brought down by the heavy rainfall, swelling the course of the stream. Skirting this marsh is a fine forest, the entrance to which is protected by prickly shrubs. The commonest trees are the beech, with trunks between 80 and 90 feet high and 3 or 4 in diameter, Winteria aromatica, a kind of bark which has long since replaced the cinnamon, and a species of barberry. The largest beeches seen by D'Urville measured 15 feet in diameter and were about 150 feet high. Unfortunately, no mammiferous animals or reptiles or fresh or salt water shellfish are found on these coasts, and 1 or 2 different kinds of birds with a few lichens and mosses were all the naturalist was able to obtain. Several officers went up the Sedja in a yawl till they were stopped by the shallowness of the water. They were then 7.5 miles from the mouth, and they noted the width of the river where it flows into the sea to be between 90 and 100 feet. It would be difficult, says M. de Montravel, to imagine a more picturesque scene than was spread out before us at every turn. Everywhere was that indescribable wildness which cannot be imitated, a confused mass of trees, broken branches, trunks covered with moss, which seemed literally to grow before our eyes. To resume, the stay at Port Famine was most successful. Wood and water were easily obtained, repairs and sea were made, Harari physical, meteorological, tidal and hydrographical observations were taken, and lastly, numerous objects of natural history were collected, the more interesting as the museums of France hitherto contained nothing whatever from these unknown regions beyond a few plants collected by Commerson and preserved in the herbarium of M. de Jussieu. On the 28th December, 1837, anchor was weighed without a single Patagonian having been seen, although the officers and crew had been so eager to make acquaintance with the natives. The difficulties attending navigation compelled the two corvettes to cast anchor a little further on, off Port Gallant, the shores of which, bordered by fine trees, are cut by torrents resembling a little distance off magnificent cascades from 50 to 60 feet high. This compulsory halt was not wasted, for a large number of new plants were collected, and the port with the neighbouring bays were surveyed. The commander, however, finding the season already so far advanced, gave up his idea of going out at the westerly end of the strait, and went back the way he came, hoping thus to get an interview with the Patagonians before going to the polar regions. St. Nicholas Bay, called by Bougainville the Baie des Franchises, where the explorers passed New Year's Day, 1838, is a much pleasanter-looking spot than Port Gallant. The usual hydrographical surveys were there brought to a satisfactory issue by the officers under the direction of Dumoulin. A boat was dispatched to Cape Remarkable, where Bougainville said he had seen fossil shells, which, however, turned out to be nothing but little pebbles embedded in a calcareous gang. Interesting experiments were made with the thermometrograph, or marine thermometer, at 290 fathoms, without reaching the bottom at less than 2 miles from land. Whereas the temperature was 9 degrees on the surface, it was but 2 at the above-named depth, and as it is scarcely likely that currents convey the waters of the two oceans so far down, one is driven to the belief that this is the usual temperature of such depths. The vessels now made for Tierra del Fuego, where Dumoulin resumed his surveys. Low exposed and strewn with rocks which serve as landmarks, there were but few dangers to be encountered here. Magdalena Island, Gent Grand Bay, Elizabeth Island and Ozzy Harbour, where the camp of a large party of Patagonians was made out with the telescope, and Peckett Harbour, where the astrolabe struck in 3 fathoms, were successively passed. As we struck, says D'Urville, there were signs of astonishment and even of excitement amongst the crew, and some grumbling was already audible, when in a firm voice I ordered silence, and without appearing at all put out by what had happened, I cried, "This is nothing at all, and we shall have plenty more of the same kind of thing." Later these words often recurred to the memory of our sailors. It is more difficult than one would suppose for a captain to maintain perfect calmness and impassiveness in the midst of the worst dangers, even those he has reason to imagine likely to be fatal. Peckett Harbour was alive with Patagonians, and officers and men were alike eager to land. A crowd of natives on horseback were waiting for them at the place of disembarkation. Gentle and peaceable, they readily replied to the questions put to them, and looked quietly at everything shown to them, expressing no special desire for anything offered to them. They did not seem either to be at all addicted to thieving, and when on board the French vessels they made no attempt to carry anything off. Their usual height is from 4½ to 5 feet, but some are a good deal shorter. Their limbs are large and plump without being muscular, and their extremities are of extraordinary smallness. Their most noteworthy characteristic is the breadth of the lower part of the face as compared to the forehead, which is low and retreating. Long narrow eyes, high cheekbones, and a flat nose give them something of a resemblance to the Mongolian type. They are evidently extremely languid and indolent, and wanting in strength and agility. Looking at them squatting down, standing or walking, with their long hair flowing down their backs, one would take them for the women of a harem rather than savages used to enduring the inclemency of the weather and to struggle for existence. Stretched upon skins with their dogs and horses about them, their chief amusement is to catch the vermin with which they swarm. They hate walking so much that they mount horses just to go down and pick up shells on the beach a few yards off. A white man was living amongst these Patagonians, a miserable, decrepit-looking fellow who said he came from the United States, but he spoke English very imperfectly, and the explorers took him to be a German Swiss. Niederhauser, so he called himself, had gone to seek his fortune in the United States, and that fortune being long on the road, he had given ear to the wonderful proposals of a certain whaleman who wanted to complete his crew. By this whaleman he was left with 7 others and some provisions on a desert island off Tierra del Fuego to hunt seals and dress their skins. 4 months later the schooner returned laden with skins, left the seal hunters fresh provisions, went off again and never came back. Whether it had been shipwrecked or whether the captain had abandoned his sailors, it was impossible to ascertain. When the poor fellows found themselves deserted and their provisions exhausted, they embarked in their canoe and rowed up the Straits of Magellan, soon meeting with some Patagonians with whom Niederhauser remained, whilst his companions went on. Well received by the natives, he lived their life with them, faring well when food was plentiful, drawing in his belt and living on roots when food was scarce. Weary, however, of this miserable existence, Niederhauser entreated d'Urville to take him on board, urging that another month of the life he was leading would kill him. The captain consented and received him as a passenger. During his 3 months' residence amongst them, Niederhauser had learnt something of the language of the Patagonians, and with his aid d'Urville drew up a comparative vocabulary of a great many words in Patagonian, French and German. The war costume of the Fugans includes a helmet of tanned leather protected by steel plates and surmounted by a crest of cock's feathers, a tunic of ox-hide dyed red with yellow stripes, and a kind of double-bladed scimitar. The chief of Peckett Harbour allowed his visitors to take his portrait in full martial costume, thereby showing his superiority to his subjects, who would not do the same for fear of witchcraft. On the 8th January anchor was finally weighed, and the second entrance to the strait was slowly navigated against the tide. The Straits of Magellan having now been crossed from end to end, and a survey made of the whole of the eastern portion of Tierra del Fuego, thus bridging over an important gulf in hydrographic knowledge, no detailed map of this coast having previously been made, the vessels steered for the polar regions, doubling Staten Island without difficulty, and on the 15th January coming in sight of the first ice, an event causing no little emotion, for now was to begin the really hard work of the voyage. Floating ice was not the only danger to be encountered in these latitudes. A dense fog, which the keenest sight could not penetrate, soon gathered about the vessels, paralysing their movements, and though they were under a foresail only, rendering a collision with the ice masses imminent. The temperature fell rapidly, and the thermometrograph marked only 2 degrees on the surface of the sea, whilst the deep water was below 0. Half-melted snow now began to fall, and everything bore witness that the Antarctic regions were indeed entered. Clarence, New South Orkney Islands could not be identified. Everyone's attention had to be concentrated on avoiding blocks of ice. At midday on the 20th January, the vessels were in S. lat. 62 degrees 3 and W long, 49 degrees 56. Not far from the place where Powell encountered compact ice fields, and an immense ice island was soon sighted, some 6,000 feet in extent and 300 in height, with perpendicular sides greatly resembling land under certain conditions of the light. Numerous whales and penguins were now seen swimming about the vessels, whilst white petrels continually flew across them. On the 21st, observations gave S. lat. 62 degrees 53, and D'Urville was expecting soon to reach the 65th parallel when at 3 a.m. he was told that further progress was arrested by an iceberg, across which it did not seem possible to cut a passage. The vessels were at once put about and slowly steered in an easterly direction, the wind having fallen. We were thus enabled, says D'Urville, to gaze at our leisure upon the wonderful spectacle spread out before our eyes. Severe and grand beyond expression, it not only excited the imagination but filled the heart with involuntary terror. Nowhere else is man's powerlessness more forcibly brought before him. A new world displays itself to him, but it is a motionless, gloomy and silent world, where everything threatens the annihilation of human faculties. Should he have the misfortune to be left here alone, no help, no consolation, no spark of hope would soothe his last moments. One is involuntarily reminded of the famous inscription on the gate of the Inferno of Dante: Laceate ogni speranza, voi ch entrate. D'Urville now set to work on a very strange task, which, as compared with others of a similar kind, was likely to be of considerable value. He had an exact measurement taken of the outlines of the iceberg. Had other navigators done the same, we should have had some precise information as to the direction taken by icebergs, their movements and sea. In the southern polar regions, a subject still wrapped in the greatest obscurity. On the 22nd, after doubling a point, it was ascertained that the iceberg was bearing SSW by W. A lofty and broken piece of land was sighted in these latitudes. Dumoulin had begun to survey it, and D'Urville was about, as he thought, to identify it with the New South Greenland of Morrell, when its outlines became dim and it sunk beneath the horizon. On the 24th, the two corvettes crossed a series of floating islets and entered a plain where the ice was melting. The passage, however, became narrower and narrower, and they were obliged to veer round to save themselves from being blocked in. Everything pointed to the conclusion that the edge of the ice was melting. The ice islands fell apart with loud reports, the ice running off in little rivulets. There was undoubtedly a thaw, and Fanning had been right in saying that these latitudes should not be visited before February. D'Urville now decided to steer for the north and try to reach the islands of New South Orkney, the map of which had not yet been accurately laid down. The commander was anxious to survey that archipelago thoroughly, and to spend several days there before resuming his southerly course, so as to be in the Antarctic regions at the same time of year as Weddell. For 3 days the explorer coasted along the southern shores of New South Orkney without being able to land. He then once more turned southwards, and came in sight of the ice again in S. lat. 62 degrees 20 and W long, 39 degrees 28. A few minutes before midday a kind of opening was discovered, through which the vessels were forced at all risks. This bold manoeuvre was successful, and in spite of the heavy snow, the explorers penetrated into a small basin scarcely 2 miles in extent, and hemmed in on every side by lofty walls of ice. It was decided to make fast to the ice, and when the order to cast anchor was given, a young middy on board the Zélé cried naively, "Is there a port here? I shouldn't have thought there were people living on the ice." Great indeed was now the joyful enthusiasm on both vessels. Some of the young officers of the Zélé had come to empty a bowl of punch with their comrades of the Astrolabe, and the commander could hear their shouts of delight from his bed. He himself did not, however, look upon the situation in quite the same favourable light. He felt that he had done a very imprudent thing. Shut into a cul-de-sac, he could only go out as he had come, and that he could not do until he had the wind right aft. At 11 o'clock D'Urville was awoke by a violent shock, accompanied by a noise of breaking, as if the vessel had struck on some rocks. He got up and saw that the Astrolabe, having drifted, had struck violently against the ice, where she remained exposed to collision with the masses of ice which the current was sweeping along more rapidly than it did the vessel herself. When day dawned, the adventurers found themselves surrounded by ice, but in the north a blackish-blue line seemed to betray the existence of an open sea. This direction was at once taken, but a thick fog immediately and completely enveloped both ships, and when it cleared off, they found themselves face to face with a compact ice barrier, beyond which stretched away as far as the eye could reach an open sea. D'Urville now resolved to cut himself a passage, and began operations by dashing the Astrolabe with all possible speed against the obstacle. The vessel penetrated 2 or 3 lengths into the ice, and then remained motionless. The crew climbed out of her on to the ice armed with pickaxes, pincers, mattocks and saws, and merrily endeavoured to cut a passage. The fragment of ice was already nearly crossed when the wind changed, and the motion of the waves in the offing began to be felt, causing the officers to agree in urging a retreat into the shelter of the ice walls, for there was some danger if the wind freshened of the vessel being embayed against the ice and beaten to pieces by the waves and floating debris. The corvettes had traversed 12 or 15 miles for nothing, when an officer, perched in the shrouds, sighted a passage in the ENE. That direction was at once taken, but again it was found impossible to cut a passage, and when night came the crew had to make the ship fast to a huge block of ice. The loud cracking noises which had awoke the commander the night before now began with such violence that it really seemed impossible for the vessel to live till daylight. After an interview with the captain of the Zélé, however, D'Urville made for the north, but the day passed without any change being effected in the position of the vessels, and the next day, during a storm of sleet, the swell of the sea became so powerful as completely to raise the ice plain in which they were imprisoned. More careful watch than ever had now to be kept, to guard against the pieces of ice flung long distances by this motion, and the rudder had to be protected from them by a kind of wooden hut. The rudder had to be protected, with the exception of a few cases of ophthalmia resulting from the continual glare of the snow. The health of the crews was satisfactory, and this was no little satisfaction to the leaders of the expedition, compelled as they were to be continually on the qui-vive. Not until the 9th February were the vessels, favoured by a strong breeze, able to get off, and once more enter a really open sea. The ice had been coasted for a distance of 225 leagues. The vessels had actually sustained no further damage than the loss of a few spars and a considerable portion of the copper sheathing, involving no further leakage than there had been before. The next day the sun came out, and observations could be taken, giving the latitude as 62 degrees 9s, and the longitude 39 degrees 22 W. Snow continued to fall, the cold was intense, and the wind very violent for the 3 succeeding days. This continuance of bad weather, together with the increasing length of the nights, warned D'Urville of the necessity of giving up all idea of going further. When, therefore, he found himself in S. lat. 62 degrees and W long, 33 degrees 11, in other words, in that part of the ocean where Weddell had been able to sail freely in 1823, and the new explorer had met with nothing but impassable ice, he steered for New South Orkney. A whole month passed amongst the ice and fogs of the Antarctic Ocean had told upon the health of the cruise, and nothing could be gained for science by a continuance of the cruise. On the 20th the archipelago was again sighted, and D'Urville was once more driven out of his course in a northerly direction by the ice, but he was able to put off with 2 boats, the crews of which collected on Weddell Island a large number of geological specimens, lichens and sea, and some 20 penguins and chenis. On the 25th February Clarence Island was seen, forming the eastern extremity of the New South Shetland archipelago, a very steep and rugged district covered with snow except on the beach, and thence the explorers steered towards Elephant Island, resembling Clarence Island in every respect, except that it is strewn with peaks rising up black against the plains of snow and ice. The islets of Narrow, Biggs, O'Brien and Aspland were successively identified, but covered as they are with snow they are perfectly inaccessible to man. The little volcano of Bridgman was also seen, and the naturalists tried in vain to land upon it from 2 boats. The general colour of the soil, says the narrative, is red like that of burnt brick with particles of grey, suggestive of the presence of pumice stone or of calcined cinders. Here and there on the beach are seen great blackish-looking blocks, which are probably lava. This islet has, however, only 1 true crater, although thick columns of smoke are emitted from it, nearly all of them issuing from the base on the western side, whilst in the north are 2 other fumaroles, 30 or 40 feet along the water. There are none on the eastern or northern side, or at the top, which is smooth and round. The bulk appears recently to have undergone some considerable modification, as indeed it must have done, or it could not now resemble so little the description given by Powell in December 1822. D'Urville soon resumed his southerly route, and on the 27th February sighted a considerable belt of land in the southeast on which he was prevented from landing by the fog and the continuous fall of very fine snow. He was now in the latitude of Hope Island, i.e. in S. lat. 62 degrees 57. He approached it very closely and sighted before reaching it a low-lying land, to which he gave the name of Joinville. Then further on in the southwest, he came to an extensive district which he named Louis Philippe, and between the 2 in a kind of channel, encumbered with ice, an island he called Rossamel. Now, says D'Urville, the horizon was so light that we could trace all the irregularities of Louis Philippe's land. We could see it stretching away from Mount Bransfield in the north, 62 degrees W, long, to the SSW where it faded away on the horizon. From Mount Bransfield to the south it is lofty and of fairly uniform surface, resembling a vast, unbroken ice field. In the south, however, it rises in the form of a fine peak, Mount Jacquinot, which is equal, perhaps indeed superior to Bransfield. But beyond this peak it stretches away in the form of a mountain chain, ending in the southwest in a peak loftier than any of the others. For the rest, the effect of the snow and ice together with the absence of any objects with which they can be compared, aid in exaggerating the height of all irregularities, and, as a matter of fact, the results of the measurements taken by M. Dumoulin showed all these mountains, which then appeared to us gigantic and equal to the Alps and Pyrenees at least, to be after all of very medium size. Mount Bransfield, for instance, was not more than about 2068 feet high, Mount Jacquinot 2121 feet, and Mount d'Urville, the loftiest of them all, about 3047 feet. Except for the islets grouped about the mainland, and a few peaks rising above the snow, the whole country is one long series of compact blocks of ice, and it is impossible to do more than trace the outlines of this ice crust, those of the land itself being quite indistinguishable. On the first March soundings gave only 80 fathoms with a bottom of rock and gravel. The temperature is 1°9 on the surface and 0°2 at the bottom of the sea. On the 2nd of March, off Louis Philippe's land, an island was sighted which was named Astrolabe, and the day after a large bay, or rather strait, to which the name of Orleans Channel was given, was surveyed between Louis Philippe's land and a lofty rocky belt which d'Urville took for the beginning of Trinity Land, hitherto very inaccurately laid down. From the 26th February then to the 5th March d'Urville remained in sight of the coast, skirting along it a little distance off, but unable entirely to regulate his course on account of the incessant fogs and rain. Everything bore witness to the setting in of a very decided thaw, the temperature rising at midday to 5 degrees above zero, whilst the ice was everywhere melting and running off in little streams of water, or falling with a formidable crush into the sea in the form of blocks, the wind meanwhile blowing strongly from the west. All this decided d'Urville against the further prosecution of this voyage. The sea was heavy, the rain and fog incessant. It was therefore necessary to leave this dangerous coast and make for the north, where on the following day he surveyed the most westerly islands of the New Shetland group. D'Urville next steered for Conception, and very arduous was the voyage there, for in spite of every precaution, the crews of both corvettes, especially that of the Zélé, were attacked with scurvy. It was now that d'Urville measured the heights of some of the waves, with a view to the disproving of the charge of exaggeration which had been brought against him, when he had estimated those he had seen break over Needle Bank at a height of between 80 and 100 feet, with the help of some of his officers, that there might be no doubt as to his accuracy. D'Urville measured some waves of which the vertical height was 35 feet, and which measured not less than 196½ feet from the crest to the lowest point, making a total length of 393 feet for a single wave. These measurements were an answer to the ironical assertion of Arago, who, settling the matter in his own study, would not allow that a wave could exceed from 5 to 6 feet in height. One need not hesitate a single moment to accept, as against the eminent but impulsive physicist, the measurements of the navigators who had made observations upon the spot. On the 7th April 1838, the expedition cast anchor in Talcahuano Bay, where the rest so sorely needed by the 40 scrofulous patients of the Zélé was obtained. Thence d'Urville made for Valparaiso, after which, having entirely crossed Oceania, he cast anchor on the 1st January 1839, off Guam, arrived at Battina in October, and went thence to Hobart's Town, whence on the 1st January 1840 he started on a new trip in the Antarctic regions. At this time d'Urville knew nothing either of Baligny's voyage or of the discovery of Sabrina's land. He merely intended to go round the southern extremity of Tasmania, with a view to ascertaining beneath which parallel he would meet with ice. He was under the impression that the space between 120 degrees and 160 degrees E. long had not yet been explored, so that there was still a discovery to be made. At first navigation was beset with the greatest difficulties. The swell was very strong, the currents bore in an easterly direction, the sanitary condition of the crews was far from satisfactory, and 58 degrees S. lat. Had not yet been reached when the presence of ice was ascertained. The cold soon became very intense. The wind veered round to the WNW and the sea became calm, a sure indication of the neighbourhood of land or of ice. The former was the more generally received hypothesis, for the ice islands passed were too large to have been formed in the open ocean. On the 18th January S. lat. 64 degrees was reached, and great perpendicular blocks of ice were met with, the height of which varied from 90 to 100 feet, whilst the breadth exceeded 3,000. The next day, January 19, 1840, a new land was sighted, to which the name of Adélie was given. The sun was now burning hot, and the ice all seemed to be melting, immense streams running down from the summits of the rocks into the sea. The appearance of the land was monotonous, covered as it was with snow. It ran from west to east, and seemed to slope gradually down to the sea. On the 21st, the wind allowed the vessels to approach the beach, and deep ravines were soon made out, evidently the result of the action of melted snow. View of Adélie land. Facsimile of early engraving. Reduced map of d'Urville's discoveries in the Antarctic regions. As the ship's advanced navigation became more and more perilous, for the ice islands were so numerous that there was hardly a large enough channel between them for any manoeuvring. Their straight walls, says d'Urville, rose far above our masts, glowering down upon our vessels, which appeared of absurdly small dimensions as compared with their huge masses. The spectacle spread out before us was alike grand and terrible. One might have fancied oneself in the narrow streets of a city of giants. Their straight walls rose far above our masts. The corvettes soon entered a huge basin, formed by the coast and the ice islands which had just been passed. The land stretched away in the southeast and northwest as far as the eye could reach. It was between 3,000 and 4,000 feet high, but nowhere presented any very salient features. In the centre of the vast snow plain rose a few rocks. The two captains at once sent off boats with orders to bring back specimens which should testify to the discovery made. We quote from the account of Du Bouzet. One of the officers told off on this important survey. It was nearly 9 o'clock when, to our great delight, we landed on the western side of the most westerly and loftiest islet. The astrolabe boat had arrived 1 moment before ours, and its crew were already clambering up the steep sides of the rock, flinging down the penguins as they went, the birds showing no small surprise at being thus summarily dispossessed of the island, of which they had been hitherto the only inhabitants. I at once sent one of our sailors to unfurl a tricolour flag on these territories, which no human creature had seen or trod before ourselves. According to the old custom, to which the English have clung tenaciously, we took possession of them in the name of France, together with the neighbouring coast, which we were prevented from visiting by the ice. The only representatives of the animal kingdom were the penguins, for in spite of all our researches we did not find a single shell. The rocks were quite bare, without so much as the slightest sign of a lichen. We had to fall back on the mineral kingdom. We each took a hammer and began chipping at the rock, but it being of granite was so extremely hard that we could only obtain very small bits. Fortunately, in climbing to the summit of the island, the sailors found some big pieces of rock broken off by the frost, and these they embarked in their boats. Looking closely at them, I noticed an exact resemblance between these rocks and the little bits of gneiss which we had found in the stomach of a penguin we had killed the day before. The little islet on which we landed is part of a group of 8 or 10 of similar character and form. They are between 500 and 600 yards from the nearest coast. We also noticed on the beach several peaks and a cape quite free from snow. These islets, close as they are to each other, seem to form a continuous chain parallel with the coast and stretching away from east to west. On the 22nd and 23rd, the survey of this coast was continued, but on the second day an iceberg soldered to the coast compelled the vessels to turn back towards the north, whilst at the same time a sudden and violent snowstorm overtook and separated them. The Zélé especially sustained considerable damage, but was able to rejoin her consort the next day. Throughout it all, however, sight of the land had not, so to speak, been lost, but on the 29th the wind blew so strongly and persistently from the east that d'Urville had to abandon the survey of a daily land. It was on this same day that he sighted the vessels of Lieutenant Wilkes. D'Urville complains of the discourtesy of the latter and says that his own manoeuvres intended to open communications with them had been misunderstood by the Americans. We are no longer, he says, in the days when navigators in the interests of commerce thought it necessary carefully to conceal their route and their discoveries, to avoid the competition of rival nations. I should, on the contrary, have been glad to point out to our emulators the result of our researches, in the hope that such information might be of use to them and increase our geographical knowledge. On the 30th January, a huge wall of ice was sighted, as to the nature of which opinions were divided. Some said it was a compact and isolated mass, others, and this was d'Urville's opinion, thought these lofty mountains had a base of earth or of rocks, or that they might even be the bulwarks of a huge extent of land which they called Clary. It is situated in 128 degrees E. long. The officers had collected sufficient information in these latitudes to determine the position of the southern magnetic pole, but the results obtained by them did not accord with those given by Duperrey, Wilkes, and Ross. On the 17th February the 2 corvettes once more cast anchor off Hobart's town, and on the 25th set sail again for New Zealand, where they completed the hydrographical surveys of the Uranie. They then made for New Guinea, ascertained that it was not separated by a strait from the Louisiade archipelago, surveyed Torres Strait with the greatest care, in spite of dangers from currents, coral reefs and sea, arrived at Timor on the 20th and returned to Toulon on the 8th November, after touching at Bourbon and St. Helena. When the news of the grand discoveries made by the United States reached England, a spirit of emulation was aroused, and the learned societies decided on sending an expedition to the regions in which Weddell and Biscoe had been the only explorers since the time of Cook. Captain James Clark Ross, who was appointed to the command of this expedition, was the nephew of the famous John Ross, explorer of Baffin's Bay. Born in 1800, James Ross was a sailor from the age of 12. He accompanied his uncle in 1818 in his first Arctic expedition, had taken part under Parry in 4 expeditions to the same latitudes, and from 1829 to 1833 he had been his uncle's constant and faithful companion. Entrusted with the taking of scientific observations, he had discovered the North Magnetic Pole, and he had also made a good many excursions across the ice on foot and in sledges. He was, therefore, now one of the most experienced of British naval officers in polar expeditions. Captain John Ross. 2 vessels, the Erebus and the Terror, were entrusted to him, and his second in command was an accomplished sailor, Captain Francis Rowden Crozier, companion of Parry in 1824, of Ross in 1835 in Baffin's Bay, and the future companion of Franklin in the Terror in his search for the Northwest Passage. It would have been impossible to find a braver or more experienced sailor. The instructions given to James Ross by the Admiralty differed essentially from those received by Wilkes and Dumont d'Urville. For the latter, the exploration of the Antarctic regions was but one incident of their voyage round the world, whereas it was the very raison d'etre of Ross's journey. Of the 3 years he would be away from Europe, the greater part was to be spent in the Antarctic regions, and he would only leave the ice to repair the damages to his vessels or recruit the health of his crew, worn out as they would probably be by fatigue and sickness. The vessels had been equally judiciously chosen, stronger than those of d'Urville. They were better fitted to resist the repeated assaults of the ice, and their seasoned crews had been chosen from sailors familiar with polar navigation. The Erebus and Terror, under the command of Ross and Crozier, left England on the 29th September 1839 and touched successively at Madeira, the Cape Verde Islands, St. Helena and the Cape of Good Hope, where numerous magnetic observations were taken. On the 12th April Ross reached Kerguelen's Island and there landed his instruments. The scientific harvest was abundant. Some fossil trees were extracted from the lava of which this island is formed, and some rich layers of coal were discovered, which have not yet been worked. The 29th was fixed for simultaneous magnetic observations in different parts of the globe, and by a singular coincidence, some magnetic storms such as had already visited Europe were on this very day observed in these latitudes. The instrument registered the same phenomena as at Toronto, Canada, proving the vast extent of these meteoric disturbances and the incredible rapidity with which they spread. On his arrival at Hobart Town, where his old friend John Franklin was now governor, Ross heard of the discovery of Adélie and of Clary lands by the French, and the simultaneous survey of them by Wilkes, who had even left a sketch of his map of the coasts. Ross, however, decided to make for long 170 degrees, because it was in that direction that Balleny had found an open sea extending to lat. 69 degrees. He duly reached first the Auckland and then the Campbell Islands, and after having, like his predecessors, tacked about a great deal in a sea strewn with ice islands, he came beyond the 63rd degree to the edge of the stationary ice, and on the 1st January 1841 crossed the Antarctic Circle. The floating ice did not in any respect resemble that of the Arctic regions, as James Ross very soon discovered. It consisted of huge blocks, with regular and vertical walls, whilst the ice fields, less compact than those of the north, move about in chaotic confusion, looking, to quote Wilkes' imaginative simile, like a heaving land, as they alternately break away from each other and reunite. To Ross the ice barrier did not present so formidable an appearance as it had done to the French and Americans. He did not at first venture upon it, however, being kept in the offing by storms. Not until the 5th January was he able to penetrate to lat. 66 degrees 45 and long 174 degrees 16. Circumstances could not have been more favourable, for the sea and wind were both acting upon and loosening the ice, and thanks to the strength of his vessels, Ross was able to cut a passage. As he advanced further and further southward, the fog became denser, and the constant snowstorms added to the already serious dangers of navigation, encouraged, however, by the reflection in the sky of an open sea, a phenomenon which turned out to be trustworthy. He pushed on, and on the 9th January, after crossing 200 miles of ice, he actually entered that open sea. On the 11th January land was sighted 100 miles ahead in S. lat. 70 degrees 47 and E. long. 172 degrees 36. This, the most southern land ever yet discovered, consisted of snow-clad peaks with glaciers sloping down to the sea, the peaks rising to a height of from 9 to 12,000 feet. This estimate, judging from D'Urville's remarks on Graham's Land, may, however, possibly be an exaggerated one. Here, there, and everywhere black rocks rose up from the snow, but the coast was so shut in with ice that landing was impossible. This curious series of huge peaks received the name of Admiralty Chain, and the country itself that of Victoria, engraved by E. Morieu. A few little islands were made out in the southeast before the vessels left this coast, and on the 12th January the two captains, with some of their officers, disembarked on one of the volcanic islets and took possession of it in the name of England. Not the slightest trace of vegetation was found upon it. Ross soon ascertained that the eastern side of this vast land sloped towards the south, whilst the northern stretched away to the northwest. He, therefore, skirted along the eastern beach, forcing a passage in a southerly direction beyond the magnetic pole, which he places near S. lat. 76 degrees, and then returning by the west, thus entirely circumnavigating his new discovery, which he looked upon as a very large island. The mountain chain extends all along the coast. Ross gave to the principal peaks the names of Herschel, Whewell, Wheatstone, Murchison, and Melbourne. He was unable, however, on account of the ever-increasing quantity of ice about the coast, to make out the details of its outlines. On the 23rd January, the 74th degree, the most southerly latitude ever reached, was passed. The vessels were now considerably hampered by fogs, southerly gales, and violent snowstorms, but they managed to continue their cruise along the coast, and on the 27th January the English disembarked on a little volcanic island in S. lat. 76 degrees 8 and E. long. 168 degrees 12, to which they gave the name of Franklin. The next day a huge mountain was seen, which rose abruptly to a height of 12,000 feet above a far-stretching land. The summit, of regular form and completely covered with snow, was every now and then wrapped in a thick cloud of smoke, no less than 300 feet in diameter. Taking this diameter as a standard of measure, the height of the cloud, in shape like an inverted cone, would be about 1/2 of it. When this cloud of smoke dispersed, a bare crater was discovered, lit up by a bright red glow, visible even in broad daylight. The sides of the mountain were covered with snow up to the very crater, and it was impossible to make out any signs of a flow of lava. A volcano is always a magnificent spectacle, and the sight of this one rising up from amongst the Antarctic ice, and excelling Etna and Tenerife in its marvellous activity, could not fail to make a vivid impression upon the minds of the explorers. The name of Erebus was given to it, and that of Terror to an extinct crater on the east of it, both titles being admirably appropriate. The two vessels continued their cruise along the northern coast of Victoria until their further passage was barred by a huge mass of ice towering 505 feet above their masts. Behind this barrier rose another mountain chain, which sunk out of sight in the SSE, and to which the name of Parry was given. Ross skirted along the ice barrier in an easterly direction until the 2nd February when he reached S. lat. 78 degrees 4, the most southerly point attained on this trip, during which he had followed the shores of the land he had discovered for more than 300 miles. He left it in E. long. 191 degrees 23. But for the strong, favourable winds which now blew, it seems probable that the vessels would never have issued in safety from amongst the formidable ice masses through which they finally worked their way at the cost of incredible exertions and fatigues, and in face of incessant danger. On the 15th February yet another attempt was made in S. lat. 76 degrees to reach the magnetic pole, but further progress was barred by land in S. lat. 76 degrees 12 and E. long. 164 degrees, i.e., 65 ordinary miles from the position assigned to it, the magnetic pole, by Ross, and the appearance of this land was forbidding and the sea so rough that the explorer gave up all idea of continuing his researches on shore. After identifying the islands discovered in 1839 by Balleny, Ross found himself on the 6th March amongst the mountains alluded to by Wilkes. On the 4th March, says Ross's narrative, they recrossed the Antarctic Circle, and being necessarily close by the eastern extreme of those patches of land which Wilkes has called the Antarctic continent, and having reached the latitude on the 5th, they steered directly for them. And at noon on the 6th, the ship being exactly over the centre of this mountain range, they could obtain no soundings with 600 fathoms of line. And having traversed a space of 80 miles in every direction from this spot, during beautiful clear weather, which extended their vision widely around, were obliged to confess that this position, at least, of the pseudo-Antarctic continent, and the nearly 200 miles of barrier represented to extend from it, have no real existence. The editor of the Literary Gazette adds the following note. Lieutenant Wilkes may have mistaken some clouds or fog banks, which in these regions are very likely to assume the appearance of land to inexperienced eyes, for this continent and range of lofty mountains. If so, the error is to be regretted, as it must tend to throw discredit on other portions of his discoveries, which have a more substantial foundation. The expedition got back to Tasmania without having a single case of sickness on board or sustaining the slightest damage. The vessels were here refitted, and the instruments regulated before starting on a second trip, on which Sydney and Islands Bay, New Zealand and Chatham were the first stations touched at by Ross to make magnetic observations. On the 18th December in S. lat. 62 degrees 40 and E. long. 146 degrees, ice was encountered 300 miles further north than in the preceding year. The vessels had arrived too early, but Ross, nevertheless, endeavoured to break through this formidable barrier. After penetrating for 300 miles, he was stopped by masses so compact that it was impossible to go further, and he did not cross the Antarctic Circle until the 1st January, 1842. On the 19th of the same month, the two vessels encountered the most violent storm just as they were entering an open sea. The Erebus and Terror lost their helms, floating ice washed over them, and for 26 hours they were in danger of going down. The detention of the expedition amongst the ice lasted no less than 46 days, and not until the 22nd did Ross reach the Great Barrier of stationary ice, which was considerably lower beyond Erebus, where it was no less than 200 feet high. When Ross came to it this year, it was only 107 feet high, and it was 150 miles further east than it had been on the previous expedition. The acquisition of this piece of geographical information was the only result of this arduous campaign, extending over 136 days, and greatly excelling in dramatic interest the preceding expedition. The vessels now made for Cape Horn and sailed up the coast as far as Rio de Janeiro, where they found everything of which they stood in need. As soon as they had laid in a stock of provisions, they again put to sea and reached the Falkland Islands, whence on the 17th December, 1842, they started on their third trip. The first ice was this time met with near Clarence Island, and on the 25th December Ross found his further progress barred by it. He then made for the New Shetland Islands, completed the survey of Louis Philippe and Joinville lands, discovered by Dumont d'Urville, named MTS, Haddington and Parry, ascertained that Louis Philippe's land is only a large island, and visited Bransfield Strait, separating it from Shetland. Such were the marvellous results obtained by James Ross in his 3 expeditions, to assign to the 3 explorers, whose work in the Antarctic regions we have been reviewing, his just meed of praise. We may say that d'Urville first discovered the Antarctic continent. Wilkes traced its shores for a considerable distance, for we cannot fail to recognize the resemblance between his map and that of the French navigator, and that James Ross visited the most southerly and most interesting part. But is there such a continent after all? D'Urville was not quite sure about it, and Ross did not believe in it. We must leave the decision of this great question to the later explorers who were to follow in the footsteps of the intrepid sailors whose voyages and discoveries we have related. II, the North Pole, Anjou and Wrangell, the Paulinia, John Ross's first expedition, Baffin's Bay closed, Edward Parry's discoveries on his first voyage, the survey of Hudson's Bay and the discovery of Fury and Hecla Straits, Parry's third voyage, fourth voyage on the ice in sledges in the open sea, Franklin's first trip, incredible sufferings of the explorers, second expedition, John Ross, 4 winters amongst the ice, Dease and Simpson's expedition. We have more than once alluded to the great impulse given to geographical science by Peter I. One of the earliest results of this impulse was the discovery by Bering of the straits separating Asia from America, and the most important was the survey 30 years later of the Lyakov Archipelago, or New Siberia. In 1770, a merchant named Lyakov noticed a large herd of reindeer coming across the ice from the north, and he reflected that they could only have come from a country where there were pastures enough to support them. A month later he started in a sledge, and after a journey of 50 miles, he discovered between the mouths of the Lena and Indighurka 3 large islands, the vast deposits of fossil ivory on which have since become celebrated all over the world. In 1809, Hedenstrom received instructions to make a map of this new discovery. He made several attempts to cross the frozen ocean on a sledge, but was always turned back by ice which would not bear him. He came to the conclusion that there must be an open sea beyond, and he founded this opinion on the immense quantity of warm water which flows into the Arctic Ocean from the great rivers of Asia. In March 1821, Lieutenant, afterwards Admiral, Anjou crossed the ice to within 42 miles of the north of the island of Cotelnary, and in N. lat. 76 degrees 38 saw a vapour which led him to believe in the existence of an open sea. In a second trip, he actually saw this sea with its drifting ice, and came back convinced of the impossibility of going further in a sledge on account of the thinness of the ice. Whilst Anjou was thus employed, Another naval officer, Lieutenant Rangel, collected some important traditions about the existence of land the other side of Cape Yakan. From a Teach-Shauk-Chai chief, he learnt that in fine weather, though never in the winter, from the coast and some reefs at the mouth of a river mountains covered with snow could be seen far away in the north, and that in former days when the sea was frozen over reindeer used to come from there. The chief had himself once seen a herd of reindeer on their way back to the north by this route, and he had followed them in a sledge for a whole day, until the state of the ice compelled him to give up the experiment. His father had told him too that a Teach-Shauk-Chai had once gone there with a few companions in a skin boat, but he did not know what they had discovered or what had become of them. He was sure that the land in the north was inhabited, because a dead whale had once been washed on to Aratane Island with spears tipped with slate in its flesh, and the Teach-Shauk-Chais never used such weapons. These facts were very curious, and they increased Rangel's desire to penetrate to the unknown northern districts. But the truth of all the rumours was not verified until our own day. Between 1820 and 1824, Rangel made 4 expeditions in sledges from the mouth of the Kolyma, which he made his headquarters, first exploring the coast to Cape Teach-Shauk-Chai and enduring 35 degrees of cold, and in his second trip trying how far he could go across the ice, an experiment resulting in a journey of 400 miles from the land. In the third year, 1822, Rangel started in March with a view to verifying the report of a native who said he had seen land in the offing. He now came to an ice field on which he advanced safely for a long distance, when it began to be less compact and was soon not solid enough to bear many sledges, so 2 small ones were selected, on which were packed a wherry, some planks and some tools. The explorer then ventured on some melting ice which broke under his feet. 2 small sledges were selected. At the outset, says Rangel, I had to make way for 7 wersts across a bed of brine. Further on appeared a surface furrowed with great crevices, which we could only succeed in clearing by the help of our planks. I noticed in this part several small mounds of ice in such a liquefying condition that the slightest touch would suffice to break it and convert the mound into a round slough. The ice upon which we were travelling was without consistency, was but a foot in thickness, and what was more, was riddled with holes. I could only compare the appearance of the sea at this stage to an immense morass, and indeed the muddy water which issued from these thousands of crevices, opening up in every direction, the melting snow mixed with earth and sand, those little mounds whence numerous streamlets were issuing. All these combined to make the illusion perfect. Rangel had advanced some 140 miles, and it was the open sea or the Polynia, as he calls vast expanses of water, north of Siberia, the outskirts of which he had reached, the same in fact as that already cited by Leentju in 1764 and Hedenstroem in 1810. On his 4th voyage, Rangel and his small party of followers started from Cape Yakan, the nearest point to the Arctic regions, and after passing Cape Teach-Shauk-Chai, made for the north, but a violent storm broke up the ice, there only 3 feet thick, and involved the explorers in the greatest danger. Now dragged across some large unbroken slab, now wet to the waist on a moving plank, sometimes above and sometimes under water, or moored to a block serving as a ferry boat, which the swimming dogs dragged along, they at last succeeded in crossing the shifting, reverberating ice and regaining the land, owing their life to the strength and agility of their teams of dogs alone. Thus closed the last attempt made to reach the districts north of Siberia. The Arctic Callot 1 was meanwhile being attacked from the other side with equal energy, and yet more perseverance. It will be remembered with what untiring enthusiasm the famous Northwest Passage had been sought. No sooner had the peace of 1815 necessitated the disarmament of numerous English vessels and set free their officers on half-pay than the Admiralty, unwilling to let experienced seamen rust in idleness, sought for them some employment. It was under these circumstances that the search for the Northwest Passage was resumed. The word callot here used by Verne is untranslatable. It signifies literally a particular kind of cap, frequently a monk's cap or cowl. The Alexander, 252 tons, and the Isabel, 385, under command of the experienced officers, John Ross and Lieutenant Parry, with James Ross, Back and Belcher, who were to win honour in Arctic explorations amongst their subordinates, were sent by the government to explore Baffin's Bay and set sail on the 18th April. After touching at the Shetland Islands and seeking in vain for the submerged land seen by base in N. lat. 57°28, the explorers came on the 26th May to the first ice, and on the 2nd June surveyed the western coast of Greenland, hitherto very imperfectly laid down in maps, finding it greatly encumbered by ice. Indeed, the governor of the Dutch settlement of Whale Island told them that the severity of the winter months had been steadily increasing during the 11 years of his residence in the country. Hitherto it had been supposed that the country was uninhabited beyond 75° N. lat., and the travellers were therefore greatly surprised to see a whole tribe of Esquimaux arrive by way of the ice. They knew nothing of any race but their own, and stared at the English without daring to touch them, one of them even addressing to the vessels in a grave and solemn voice the inquiries, "Who are you? Whence do you come? From the sun or from the moon? Esquimaux family." Facsimile of early engraving, although in many respects far inferior to the Esquimaux who had become to some extent civilized by long intercourse with Europeans, the newcomers understood the use of iron, of which a few of them had even succeeded in making knives. This iron, as far as the English could gather, was dug out of a mountain. It was probably of meteoric origin, as public opinion in England subsequently confirmed. Ross, in spite of qualities as a naval officer of the highest order, showed extraordinary apathy and levity on this voyage, appearing not to trouble himself in the least about the geographical problems for the solution of which the expedition was organized. He passed Wolstenholme and Whale Sounds and Smith's Strait, opening out of Baffin's Bay without examining them, the last named at so great a distance that he did not even recognize it. Still worse than that was his conduct later. Cruising down the western shores of Baffin's Bay, a long deep gulf no less than 50 miles across gradually came in sight of the eager explorers. Yet when on the 29th August the two vessels had sailed up it for 30 miles, only Ross gave orders to tack about, on the ground that he distinctly saw at the further end, a chain of lofty mountains to which he gave the name of Croker. His officers did not share his opinion. They could not see so much as the slightest sign of a hill, for the very excellent reason that the gulf they had entered was really Lancaster Sound, so named by Baffin, and connecting his bay with the western Arctic Ocean. The same sort of thing occurred again and again in the voyage along this deeply indented coast, the vessels keeping so far offshore that not a detail could be made out. Thus it came about that Cumberland Bay was passed on the 1st October, without any survey of that most important feature of Davis Strait. and Ross returned to England, having literally turned his back on the glory awaiting him. When accused of apathy and neglect of duty, Ross replied with supreme indifference, "I trust, as I believe myself, that the objects of the voyage have been in every important point accomplished, that I have proved the existence of a bay from Disco to Cumberland Strait, and set at rest for ever the question of a northwest passage in this direction." It would have been impossible to make a more complete mistake, but fortunately the failure of this expedition did not in the least discourage other explorers. Some saw in it a brilliant confirmation of the venerable Baffin's discovery. Others looked upon the innumerable inlets, with their deep waters and strong currents, as something more than mere bays. They were straits, and all hope of the discovery of the Northwest Passage was not yet lost. Engraved by E. Morieu, these suggestions so far weighed with the English Admiralty as to lead to the equipment of two small vessels, the bomb vessel Hecla and the brigantine Griper, which left the Thames on the 5th May, 1819, under command of Lieutenant William Parry, whose opinion as to the existence of the Northwest Passage had not coincided with that of his chief. The vessels reached Lancaster Sound without meeting with any special adventures, and after a delay of 7 days amongst the ice which encumbered the sea for a distance of 80 miles, they entered the supposed bay, shut in by a mountain chain of John Ross, to find not only that this mountain chain did not exist, but that the bay was a strait more than 310 fathoms deep, where the influence of the tide could be felt. The temperature of the water rose some 10 degrees, and in the course of a single day no less than 80 full-grown whales were seen. On the 31st July the explorers landed on the shores of Possession Bay, visited by them the previous year, and found there their own footprints, a sign of the small quantity of snow and hoar frost which had fallen during the winter. All hearts beat high when, with a favourable wind, and all sails set, the two vessels entered Lancaster Sound. "It is more easy," says Parry, "to imagine than to describe the almost breathless anxiety which was now visible in every countenance, while, as the breeze continued to a fresh gale, we ran quickly up the Sound. The mastheads were crowded by the officers and men during the whole afternoon, and an unconcerned observer, if any could have been unconcerned on such an occasion, would have been amused by the eagerness with which the various reports from the Crow's Nest were received. All, however, hitherto favourable to our most sanguine hopes. The two coasts extended in a parallel line as far as the eye could reach, that is to say for a distance exceeding 50 miles, and the height of the waves together with the absence of ice combined to convince the English that they had reached the open sea by way of the long-sought passage, when an island framed in masses of ice checked their further progress. An arm of the sea, however, some 12 leagues wide, opened on the south, and by it the explorers hoped to find a passage less encumbered with ice. Strange to say, as they had advanced in a westerly direction through Lancaster Sound, the vibrations of the pendulum had increased, whilst now it appeared to have lost all motion, and we now therefore witnessed for the first time the curious phenomenon of the directive power of the needle becoming so weak as to be completely overcome by the attraction of the ship, so that the needle might now be properly said to point to the North Pole of the ship. The arm of the sea widened as the vessels advanced in a westerly direction, and the shores seemed to bend sensibly towards the southwest, but after making some 120 miles further progress was again barred by ice. The explorers therefore returned to Barrows Strait, of which Lancaster Sound is but the entry, and once more entered the sea, now free from the ice, by which it had been encumbered a few days previously. In W. long 92°14' was discovered an inlet called Wellington Channel, about 8 leagues wide, entirely free from ice and apparently not bounded by any land. The existence of these numerous straits led the explorers to the conclusion that they were in the midst of a vast archipelago, an opinion daily receiving fresh confirmation. The dense fogs, however, made navigation difficult, and the number of little islands and shallows increased whilst the ice became more compact. Parry, however, was not to be deterred from pressing on towards the west, and presently his sailors found, on a large island, to which the name of Bathurst was given, the remains of some Esquimaux huts and traces of the former presence of reindeer. Magnetic observations were now taken, pointing to the conclusion that the magnetic pole had been passed on the north. Another large island, that of Melville, soon came in sight, and in spite of the fogs and ice the expedition succeeded in passing W. long 110°, thus earning the reward of 100 L. sterling promised by the English government. A promontory near Melville Island was named Cape Munificence, whilst a good harbour close by was called Heckler and Griper Bay. It was in Winter Harbour at the end of this bay that the vessels passed the winter. Dismantled for the most part, says Parry, the yards however being laid for walls and roofed in with thick wadding tilts, they were sheltered from the snow, whilst stoves and ovens were fixed inside. Hunting was useless, and resulted in nothing but the frost-biting of the limbs of some of the hunters, as Melville Island was deserted at the end of October by all animals, except wolves and foxes. To get through the long winter without dying of ennui was no easy matter, but the officers hit upon the plan of setting up a theatre, the first representation in which was given on the 6th November, the day of the disappearance of the sun for 3 months. A special piece was given on Christmas Day, in which allusion was made to the situation of the vessels, and a weekly paper was started called the North Georgia Gazette and Winter Chronicle, which, with Sabine as editor, run into 21 numbers, all printed on the return to Europe of the expedition. In January scrofula broke out, and with such virulence as to cause considerable alarm, but the evil was soon checked by skilful treatment and the daily distribution of mustard and cress, which Parry had managed to grow in boxes round his stove. On the 7th February the sun reappeared, and although many months must elapse before it would be possible to leave Melville Island, preparations for a start were at once begun. On the 30th April the thermometer rose to 0, and the sailors, taking this low temperature for summer, wanted to leave off their winter clothes. The first ptarmigan appeared on the 12th May, and on the following day were seen traces of reindeer and of musk goats on their way to the north. But what caused the greatest delight and surprise to the crews was the fall of rain on the 24th May. We had been so unaccustomed to see water naturally in a fluid state at all, and much less to see it fall from the heavens, that such an occurrence became a matter of considerable curiosity, and I believe every person on board hastened on deck to witness so interesting as well as novel a phenomenon. Rain as a novel phenomenon. During the first fortnight in June, Parry, accompanied by some of his officers, made an excursion to the most northerly part of Melville Island. On his return, vegetation was everywhere to be seen, the ice was beginning to melt, and it was evident that a start could soon be made. The vessels began to move on the 1st August, but the ice had not yet broken up in the offing, and they got no further than the eastern extremity of Melville Island, of which the furthest point reached by Parry was in N. lat. 113 degrees 46'13", and W long 113 degrees 46'43". The voyage back was unmarked by any special incident, and the expedition got back to England towards the middle of November. The results of this voyage were numerous and important. Not only had a vast extent of the Arctic regions been surveyed, but physical and magnetic observations had been taken, and many new details collected on their climate and animal and vegetable life. In fact, in a single trip Parry did more than was accomplished in 30 years by all who followed in his steps. Satisfied with the important results obtained by him, the Admiralty appointed Parry to the command in 1821 of the Hecla and the Fury, the latter built on the model of the former. On this new trip, the explorer surveyed with the greatest care the shores of Hudson's Bay and the coast of the peninsula of Melville, not to be confounded with the island of the same name. The winter was passed on Winter Island on the eastern coast of this peninsula, and the same amusements were resorted to which had succeeded so well on the previous expedition, supplemented most effectively by the arrival on the 1st February of a party of Esquimaux from across the ice. Their huts, which had not been discovered by the English, were built on the beach, and numerous visits paid to them during the 18 months passed on Winter Island gave a better notion than had ever before been obtained of the manners, customs, character, and sea of this singular people. The thorough survey of the Straits of Fury and Hecla, separating the peninsula of Melville from Cockburn Island, involved the passing of a second winter in the Arctic regions, and though the quarters were now more comfortable, time dragged heavily, for the officers and men were dreadfully disappointed at having to turn back just as they had thought to start for Behring's Strait. On the 12th August the ice broke up, and Parry wanted to send his men to Europe and himself complete by land the exploration of the districts he had discovered, but Captain Lyon dissuaded him from a plan so desperate. The vessels therefore returned to England with all hands after an absence of 27 months, having lost but 5 men, although 2 consecutive winters had been spent in the Arctic regions. Although the results of the second voyage were not equal to those of the first, some of them were beyond price. It was now known that the American coast did not extend beyond the 70 degrees N. lat., and that the Atlantic was connected with the Arctic Ocean by an immense number of straits and channels, most of them, the Fury, Hecla, and Fox, for instance, obstructed with ice brought down by the currents, whilst the ice barrier on the southeast of Melville Peninsula appeared permanent, that at Regent's Inlet was evidently the reverse. It might therefore be possible to penetrate through it to the polar basin, and it was with this end in view that the Fury and Hecla were once more equipped and placed under the orders of Parry. This voyage was the least fortunate of any undertaken by this skilful seaman, not on account of any falling off in his work, but because he was the victim of unlucky accidents and unfavourable circumstances. Meeting, for instance, with an unusual quantity of ice in Baffin's Bay, he had the greatest trouble to reach Prince Regent's Inlet. Had he arrived 3 weeks earlier, he would probably have been able to land on the American coast, but as it was he was obliged to make immediate preparations for going into winter quarters. It was no very formidable matter to this experienced officer to spend a winter under the polar circle. He knew what precautions to take to preserve the health of his crews, to keep himself well, and what occupations and amusements would best relieve the tedium of a 3 months' night. Races between the officers, masquerades and theatrical entertainments, with the temperature maintained at 50 degrees Fahrenheit, kept all the men healthy and happy until the thaw, which set in on the 20th July, 1825, enabled Parry to resume exploring operations. He now skirted along the eastern coast of Prince Regent's Inlet, but the floating ice gathered about the vessels and drove them on shore. The Fury was so much damaged that though 4 pumps were constantly at work, she could hardly be kept afloat, and Parry was trying to get her repaired under shelter of a huge block of ice when a tempest came on, broke in pieces the extempore dock, and flung the vessel again upon the shore, where she had to be abandoned. Her crew were received on the Hecla, which, after such an accident as this, was of course obliged to return to England. Parry's tempered spirit was not broken even by this last disaster. If the Arctic Ocean could not be reached from Baffin's Bay, were there not other routes still to be attempted? The vast tract of ocean between Greenland and Spitzbergen, for instance, might turn out less dangerous, freer as it of necessity would be from the huge icebergs which gather about the Arctic coasts. The earliest expeditions in these latitudes of which we have any record are those of Scoresby, who long cruised about them in search of whales. In 1806 he penetrated in E. long, 16 degrees reckoning from Paris, beyond Spitzbergen, i.e. to N. lat. 81 degrees 30, where he saw ice stretching away in the ENE, whilst between that and the SE, the sea was open for a distance of 30 miles. There was no land within 100 miles. It seems a matter of regret that the whaler did not take advantage of the favourable state of the sea to have advanced yet further north, when he might have made some important discovery, perhaps even have reached the pole itself. Parry now resolved to do what the exigencies of his profession had rendered impossible to Scoresby, and leaving London on the Hecla on the 27th March, 1827, he reached Lapland in safety, and having at Hammerfest embarked dogs, reindeer, and canoes, he proceeded on his way to Spitzbergen. Port Essen-Weerenberg, where he wished to touch, was still shut in with ice, and against this barrier the Hecla struggled until the 24th May, when Parry left her in Hinlopen Strait, and advanced northwards with Ross, Crozier, a dozen men, and provisions for 72 days in a couple of canoes. After leaving a depot of provisions at 7 Islands, he packed his food and boats on sledges specially constructed for the occasion, hoping to cross in them the barrier of solid ice, and to find beyond a navigable if not an entirely open sea. The ice did not, however, as Parry expected, turn out to form a homogeneous mass. There were here and there vast gaps to be forded or steep hills to be climbed, and in 4 days the explorers only advanced about 8 miles in a northerly direction. On the 2nd July, in a dense fog, the thermometer marked 1 degrees 9 above zero in the shade, and 8 degrees 3 in the sun, and as may be imagined the march across the broken surface, gaping everywhere with fissures, was terribly arduous, whilst the difficulties were aggravated by the continual glare from the snow and ice. In spite, however, of all obstacles the party pressed bravely on, and on the 20th July found they had got no further than N. lat. 82 degrees 37, i.e., only about 5 miles beyond the point reached 3 days previously. Now, as they had undoubtedly made at least about 14 miles in the interval, it was evident that the ice on which they were was being drifted southwards by a strong current. Parry at first concealed this most discouraging fact from his men, but it soon became evident to everyone that no progress was being made, but the slight difference between their own speed as they struggled over the many obstacles in their path, and that of the current bearing the ice field in the opposite direction. Moreover, The expedition now came to a place where the half-broken ice was not fit to bear the weight of the men or of the sledges. It was in fact nothing more than an immense accumulation of blocks of ice, which, tossed about by the waves, made a deafening noise as they crashed against each other. Provisions, too, were running short, the men were discouraged, Ross was hurt, Parry was suffering from inflammation of the eyes, and the wind had veered into a contrary direction, driving the explorers southwards. There was nothing for it but to turn back. This venturesome trip, throughout which the thermometer had not sunk beneath 2° 2, might have succeeded had it been undertaken a little earlier in the season, for then the explorers could have penetrated beyond 82° 4. In any case, they would certainly not have had to turn back on account of rain, snow, and damp, all signs of the summer thaw. When Parry got back to the Hecla, he found that she had been in the greatest danger. Driven before a violent gale, her chains had been broken by the ice, and she had been flung upon the beach and run aground. When got off, she had been taken to Waigat Strait. All dangers past, however, the explorers got back safely in the rescued vessel to the Orkneys, where they landed, and whence they returned to London, arriving there on the 30th September. Whilst Parry was seeking a passage to the Pacific by way of Baffin's or Hudson's Bay, several expeditions were organised to complete the discoveries of Mackenzie and survey the North American coast. These expeditions were not fraught with any great danger, and the results might be of the most vital importance alike to geographical and nautical science. The command of the first was entrusted to Franklin, afterwards so justly celebrated, with whom were associated Dr. Richardson, George Back, then a midshipman in the Royal Navy, and 2 common seamen. The explorers arrived on the 30th August at York Factory on the shores of Hudson's Bay, and having obtained from the fur hunters all the information necessary to their success, they started again on the 9th September, reaching Cumberland House, 690 miles further, on the 22nd October. The season was now nearly at an end, but Franklin and Back nevertheless succeeded in penetrating to Fort Chipway on the western side of Lake Athabasca, where they proposed making preparations for the expedition of the ensuing summer. This trip of 857 miles was accomplished in the depth of winter, with the thermometer at between 40° and 50° below zero. Early in spring, Dr. Richardson joined the rest of the party at Fort Chipway, and all started together on the 18th July, 1820, in the hope of reaching comfortable quarters at the mouth of the Coppermine before the bad season set in. Franklin and his people did not, however, make sufficient allowance for the difficulties of the route or for the obstacles resulting from the severity of the weather, and it took them till the 20th August to cross the waterfalls, shallows, lakes, rivers, and portages which impeded their progress. Game, too, was scarce. At the first appearance of ice on the ponds, the Canadian guides began to complain, and when flocks of wild geese were seen flying southwards, they refused to go any further. Annoyed as he was at this absence of goodwill in the people in his service, Franklin was compelled to give up his schemes, and when 550 miles from Fort Chipway in N. lat. 64° 28 W. long, 118° 6, he built on the banks of Winter River a wooden house, which he called Fort Enterprise. Here the explorers collected as much food as they could, manufacturing with reindeer flesh what is known throughout North America as pemmican. At first the number of reindeer seen was considerable. No less than 2,000 were once sighted in a single day, but this was only a proof that they were migrating to more clement latitudes. The pemmican prepared from 80 reindeer and the fish obtained in Winter River both run short before the expedition was able to proceed. Whole tribes of Indians, on hearing of the arrival of the whites, collected about the camp, greatly harassing the explorers by their begging, and soon exhausted the supply of blankets, tobacco, and sea, which had been brought as means of barter. Disappointed at the non-arrival of reinforcements with provisions, Franklin sent back with an escort of Canadians to Fort Chipway on the 18th October. "I had the pleasure," says Back, writing after his return, "of meeting my friends all in good health, after an absence of nearly 5 months, during which I travelled 1104 miles in snowshoes, and had no other covering at night in the woods than a blanket and deerskin, with the thermometer frequently at 40 degrees, and once at 57 degrees below zero, and sometimes passing 2 or 3 days without tasting food." Those who remained at the fort also suffered terribly from cold, the thermometer sinking 3 degrees lower than it had done when Parry was at Melville Island, 9 degrees nearer the pole. Not only did the men suffer from the extreme severity of the cold, but the trees were frozen to the pith, and axes broke against them without making so much as a notch. 2 interpreters from Hudson's Bay had accompanied back to Fort Enterprise, one of whom had a daughter said to be the loveliest creature ever seen, and who, though only 16, had already been married twice. One of the English officers took her portrait, to the terrible distress of her mother, who feared that if the great chief of England saw the inanimate representation he would fall in love with the original. On the 14th June the Coppermine River was sufficiently free from ice to be navigable, and although their provisions were all but exhausted, the explorers embarked upon it. As it fortunately turned out, however, game was very plentiful on the green banks of the river, and enough musk oxen were killed to feed the whole party. The mouth of the Coppermine was reached on the 18th July, when the Indians, afraid of meeting their enemies, the Esquimaux, at once returned to Fort Enterprise, whilst the Canadians scarcely dared to launch their frail boats on the angry sea. Franklin at last succeeded in persuading them to run the risk, but he could not get them to go further than Cape Turnagain in N. Lat. 68 degrees 30, a promontory at the opening of a deep gulf dotted with islands, to which the leader of the expedition gave the name of Coronation, in memory of the accession of George Roman IV. Franklin had begun to ascend Hood River when he was stopped by a cataract 250 feet high, compelling him to make his way overland across a barren, unknown district, and through snow more than 2 feet deep. The fatigue and suffering involved in this return journey can be more easily imagined than described. Suffice it to say that the party arrived on the 11th October in a state of complete exhaustion, having eaten nothing for 5 days, at Fort Enterprise, which they found utterly deserted. Ill and without food, there seemed to be nothing left for Franklin to do but to die. The next day, however, he set to work to look for the Indians and those of his party who had started before him, but the snow was so thick he had to return without accomplishing anything. For the next 18 days life was supported by a kind of bouilli made from the bones and the skin of the game killed the previous year, and at last, on the 29th October, Dr. Richardson arrived with John Hepburn, only looking thin and worn and scarcely able to speak above a whisper. It seemed as if they were doomed. We quote the following from Disborough Cooley. Dr. Richardson had now a melancholy tale to relate. For the first 2 days his party had nothing whatever to eat. On the third day Mitchell arrived with a hare and partridge, which afforded each a small morsel. Then another day passed without food. On the 11th Mitchell offered them some flesh, which he said was part of a wolf, but they afterwards became convinced that it was the flesh of one of the unfortunate men who had left Captain Franklin's party to return to Dr. Richardson. Mitchell was daily growing more insolent and shy, and it was strongly suspected that he had a hidden supply of meat for his own use. On the 20th, while Hepburn was cutting wood near the tent, he heard the report of a gun, and looking towards the spot saw Mitchell dart into the tent. Mr. Hood was found dead. A ball had entered the back part of his head, and there could be no doubt but that Mitchell was the murderer. He now became more mistrustful and outrageous than before, and as his strength was superior to that of the English who survived, and he was well armed, they became satisfied that there was no safety for them but in his death. I determined, says Dr. Richardson, as I was thoroughly convinced of the necessity of such a dreadful act, to take the whole responsibility upon myself, and upon Mitchell coming up, I put an end to his life by shooting him through the head. Many of the Indians who had accompanied Richardson and Hepburn had died of hunger, and the two leaders were on the brink of the grave when, on the 7th November, 3 Indians, sent by Back, brought them help. As soon as they felt a little stronger, the 2 Englishmen made for the company's settlement, where they found Back, to whom they had twice owed their lives on this one expedition. The results of this journey, in which 5,500 miles had been traversed, were of the greatest importance to geographical, magnetic, and meteorological science, and the coast of America had been surveyed as far as Cape Turn again. In spite of all the fatigue and suffering so bravely borne, the explorers were quite ready to make yet another attempt to reach the shores of the Polar Sea, and at the end of 1823, Franklin received instructions to survey the coast west of Mackenzie River, all the agents of the company being ordered to supply his party with provisions, boats, guides, and everything else they might require. After a hearty reception at New York, Franklin went to Albany by way of the Hudson, ascended the Niagara from Lewiston to the famous falls, made his way thence to Fort St. George on the Ontario, crossed the lake, landed at York, the capital of Upper Canada, passed Lakes Siamese, Huron and Superior, where he was joined by 24 Canadians, and on the 29th June 1825 came to Lake Methi, then alive with boats. Whilst Dr. Richardson was surveying the eastern coast of Great Bear Lake, and Back was superintending the preparations for the winter, Franklin reached the mouth of the Mackenzie, the navigation of which was very easy, no obstacles being met with except in the delta. The sea was free from ice, and black and white whales and seals were playing about at the top of the water. Franklin landed on the small island of Garry, the position of which he determined as N. lat. 69 degrees 2 W long, 135 degrees 41, a valuable fact, proving as it did how much confidence was to be placed in the observations of Mackenzie. The return journey was made without difficulty, and on the 5th September the explorers arrived at the fort to which Dr. Richardson had given the name of Franklin. The winter was passed in festivities such as balls and sea, in which Canadians, English, Scotch, French, Esquimaux and Indians of various tribes took part. On the 22nd June a fresh start was made, and on the 4th July the fort was reached where the Mackenzie divides into 2 branches. There the expedition separated into 2 parties, one going to the east and the other to the west, to explore the shores of the Arctic Ocean. Franklin and his companions had hardly left the river when he met near a large bay a numerous party of Esquimaux, who at first testified great delight at the rencontre, but soon became obstreperous and tried to carry off the boat. Only by the exercise of wonderful patience and tact were the English able to avert bloodshed on this emergency. Franklin now surveyed and gave the name of Clarence to the river separating the English from the Russian territories, and a little further on was discovered another stream, which he called the Canning. On the 16th April, finding he had only made half of the distance between Mackenzie River and Icy Cape, though the winter was rapidly approaching, Franklin turned back and embarked on the beautiful Peel River, which he mistook for that of Mackenzie, not discovering his error till he came in sight of a chain of mountains on the east. On the 21st September he got back to the fort, after having in the course of 3 months traversed 248 miles, and surveyed 372 miles of the American coast. Richardson meanwhile had advanced into much deeper water with far less floating ice, and had met with a great many Esquimaux of mild and hospitable manners. He surveyed Liverpool and Franklin Bays, and discovered opposite the mouth of the Coppermine a tract of land separated from the continent by a channel not more than 20 miles wide, to which he gave the name of Wollaston. His boats arrived at Coronation Gulf, explored on the previous trip, on the 7th August, and on the 1st September they got back to Fort Franklin, without having sustained any damage. In dwelling on Parry's voyages, we have for the time turned aside from those made at the same time by Ross, whose extraordinary exploration of Baffin's Bay had brought upon him the censure of the Admiralty, and who was anxious to regain his reputation for skill and courage. Though the government had lost confidence in him, he won the esteem of a rich ship-owner who did not hesitate to entrust to him the command of the steamship Victory, on which he started for Baffin's Bay on the 25th May, 1830. For 4 years nothing was heard of the courageous navigator, but on his return at the end of that time, it turned out that his voyage had been as rich in discoveries as had been Parry's first trip. Ross, entering Prince Regent's Inlet by way of Barrow and Lancaster Sounds, had revisited the spot where the Fury had been abandoned 4 years previously, and continuing his voyage in a southerly direction, he wintered in Felix Harbour, so named after the equipper of the expedition, ascertaining whilst there that the lands he had passed formed a large peninsula attached on the south to the northern coast of America. In April 1830, James Ross, nephew of the leader of the party, set out in a canoe to examine the shores of this peninsula and those of King William's Land, and in November of the same year all had once more to go into winter quarters in Sheriff Harbour, it being impossible to get the vessel more than a few miles further north. The cold was intense, and it was agreed by the sailors of the Victory that this was the very severest winter ever spent by them in the Arctic regions. The summer of 1831 was devoted to various surveys, which proved that there was no connection between the two seas. All that was accomplished this season was to bring the Victory as far as Discovery Harbour, a very little further north than that of Sheriff. The ensuing winter was so intensely severe that the vessel could not be extricated from her ice prison, and but for the fortunate discovery of the provisions left by the Fury, the English would have died of hunger. As it was, they endured daily greater and greater privations and sufferings before the summer of 1833, at last enabled them finally to leave their winter quarters and go by land to Prince Regent's and Barrow Straits. They had just reached the shores of Baffin's Bay when a vessel appeared, which turned out to be the Isabel, once commanded by Ross himself, and which now received the refugees from the Victory. But England had not all this time been forgetful of her children, and had sent an expedition in search of them every year. In 1833 Franklin's companion was the leader, and he, starting from Fort Revolution on the shore of Slave Lake, made his way northwards, discovered Loney Techo de Serth River, and settled down in winter quarters with the intention of reaching the next year the Polar Sea, where he supposed Ross to be held prisoner when he heard of his incredible return journey overland. Back, therefore, gave up the next season to the survey of the Fine Fish River, discovered the previous year, and sighted the Queen Adelaide MTS, with Capes Booth and Ross. 1836 found him at the head of a new expedition, which was to attempt to connect by sea the discoveries of Ross and Franklin. It failed, and the accomplishment of the task assigned to it was reserved to Peter Williams, Dease, and Thomas Simpson, all officers in the service of the Hudson's Bay Company, who, leaving Fort Chipway on the 1st June, 1837, went down the Mackenzie, arriving on the seacoast on the 9th July and making their way along it to N. Lat. 71 degrees 3 and W. long, 156 degrees 46, i.e., to a cape they named Simpson, after the governor of their company. Thomas Simpson now made his way overland with 5 men to Port Barrow, already sighted in the direction of Bering Strait by one of Beechey's officers, so that the whole of the North American coast from Cape Turnagain to Bering Strait was now complete, and there was nothing left to do but to explore the space between the former and Point Ogle, a task accomplished by the explorers in a later expedition. Leaving the Coppermine in 1838, they followed the eastern coast, arriving on the 9th August at Cape Turnagain, which was too much encumbered with ice to be rounded. Thomas Simpson therefore remained near it for the winter, discovered Victoria Land, and on the 12th August 1839 arrived at Back River. The rest of the month he devoted to the exploration of Boothia, discovery of Victoria Land. The whole of the coastline of North America was now accurately laid down, but at the cost of what struggles, devotion, privations, and sufferings. What, however, is human life when weighed in the balance with the progress of science? And with what disinterestedness and enthusiasm must be imbued the savants, sailors, and explorers, who give up all the joys of existence to contribute to the best of their power to the progress of knowledge, and to the moral and intellectual development of humanity. With the voyages last recorded the discovery of the earth was completed, and with our account of them our work, which began with the first attempts of the earliest explorers, also closes. The shape of the earth is now known, the task of explorers is done. The land on which man lives is henceforth familiar to him, and he has now only to turn to account the vast resources of the countries to which access has recently become easy, or of which he can without difficulty possess himself. How rich in lessons of every kind is this history of 20 centuries of exploration! Let us cast a glance behind us and enumerate the main features of the progress made in this long series of years. If we take the map of the world of Hecataeus, who lived 500 years before the Christian era, what do we see? When it was published, the known world did not extend beyond the basin of the Mediterranean, and the whole, with a terribly distorted outline, is represented only by a very small portion of southern Europe, the interior of Asia, and part of North Africa, whilst encircling them all is a river without beginning or end, to which is given the name of ocean. Side by side with this map, ancient monument as it is of antique science, let us place a planisphere representing the world as known in 1840, and on this vast surface we shall find the portion known, and that but imperfectly to Hecataeus, occupying but an infinitesimal space. Taking these two typical maps as our starting point, we shall be able to judge of the magnitude of the discoveries of modern times. Imagine for a moment all that is involved in thorough knowledge of the whole world, and you will marvel at the results achieved by the efforts of so many explorers and martyrs. You will grasp the importance of their discoveries and the intimate relations between geography and all the other sciences. This is the point of view from which can best be seen all the philosophic bearings of a work to which so many generations have devoted themselves. Doubtless the motives actuating these various explorers differ greatly. First, we have the natural curiosity of the owner anxious to know thoroughly every part of the domain belonging to him, so that he may estimate the extent of the habitable districts and determine the boundaries of the seas and sea. And secondly, we have the natural outcome of a trade, which, though still in its infancy, introduced even in remote Norway the products of Central Asian industry. In the time of Herodotus, the aim of explorers was loftier. They wished to learn the history, manners, customs, and religion of foreign races, and later the Crusades, which, whatever else they accomplished, certainly vulgarized Oriental studies, inspired some few with a fervent desire to wrest from infidels the scene of our Lord's Passion, but the greater number with a lust of pillage and a yearning to explore the unknown. Columbus, seeking a new route to the Indies, came across America on the way, and his successors were only anxious to make rapid fortunes, differing greatly indeed from the noble Portuguese who sacrificed their private interests to the glory and colonial prosperity of their country, and were the poorer for the offices conferred on them with a view to doing them honour. In the 16th century, religious persecution and civil war drove to the New World the Huguenots and Puritans, who, whilst laying for England the foundations of colonial prosperity, were to bring about a radical change in America. The next century was essentially one of colonization. In America the French, in India the English, and in Oceania the Dutch established counting houses and offices, whilst missionaries endeavoured to win over to the Christian faith and modern ideas the unchangeable empire of the mean. The 18th century, ushering in our own, rectified received errors, and surveyed minutely alike continents and archipelagos, in a word brought to perfection the work of its predecessors. The same task has occupied modern explorers, who pride themselves on not passing over in their surveys the smallest corner of the earth or the tiniest islet. With a similar enthusiasm are imbued the intrepid navigators who penetrate the ice-bound solitudes of the two poles and tear away the last fragments of the veil which has so long hidden from us the extremities of the globe. All then is now known, classed, catalogued, and labelled. Will the results of so much toil be buried in some carefully laid down atlas, to be sought only by professional savants? No, it is reserved to our use and to develop the resources of the globe, conquered for us by our fathers at the cost of so much danger and fatigue. Our heritage is too grand to be relinquished. We have at our command all the facilities of modern science for surveying, clearing, and working our property. No more lands lying fallow, no more impassable deserts, no more useless streams, no more unfathomable seas, no more inaccessible mountains. We suppress the obstacles nature throws in our way. The isthmuses of Panama and Suez are in our way. We cut through them. The Sahara interferes with the connection of Algeria and Senegal. we will throw a railway across it. The Pas de Calais prevents two nations so well fitted for cordial friendship from shaking each other by the hand. We will pierce it with a railway. This is our task and that of our contemporaries. Is it less grand than that of our predecessors, that it has not yet succeeded in inspiring any great writer of fiction? To dwell upon it ourselves would be to exceed the limits we laid down for our work. We meant to write the history of the discovery of the world, and we have written it. Our task, therefore, is complete. Finney's, London, Gilbert and Rivington, printers, St. John's Square, updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation and you can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules set forth in the general terms of use part of this license apply to copying and distributing project and may not be used if you charge for an e-book, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use copies of this e-book. Complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this e-book for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg e-books may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with e-books not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work. Distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full www.gutenberg.org/license. Electronic works. Electronic work. You indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1. 8. Used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1. See below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this electronic works. See paragraph 1. Below. Foundation or PGLAF owns a compilation copyright in the collection. Works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States, and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work, as long as works in compliance with the terms of this agreement. For keeping the comply with the terms of this agreement, by keeping this work in the you share it without charge with others. 1. D. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work, or any representations, concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1. E1. The following sentence with active links to or other performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This e-book is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this e-book. Derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder. The work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1, E1 through 1, E7 or trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1, E8 or 1, E9. With the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1, E1 through 1, E7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. License terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this. 1E5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1. E1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. 1E6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official www.gutenberg.org, you must at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the 1. E7. Do not charge a fee for access to viewing displaying unless you comply with paragraph 1. E8 or 1. E9, 1, E8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from you, already used to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that he license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1. F3. A full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free. 1. E9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing forth in Section 3 below. 1. F. Effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the project electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as but not limited to incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1F 2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages except for the right of replacement or refund, described in paragraph 1. F. 3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract, except those provided in paragraph 1. F. 3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages, even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1. F. 3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1. F. 4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1. F. 3. This work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1. F. 5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1. F. 6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this defect you cause. Electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure archive foundation, and how your efforts and donations can help. See sections 3 and 4 and the foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. 501. c. 3. Educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's EIN, or Federal Tax Identification Archive Foundation, are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 41 Watchung Plaza #516, Montclair, NJ 07042, USA, +1 862 621 to 9288. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact Literary Archive Foundation public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years he produced and volunteer support editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep e-books in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org, Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new e-books, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new e-books.